Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. Replay viewers, live viewers, the recharge. I'm feeling recharged. Hopefully you are feeling recharged as well. Everyone has to take a break, zoom out, take a look about what's going on. And here we are. We've seen all the news stories, Savannah's. But before that, hope everyone's having a good day. We are right now at the same spot a while back, Ridgeside. Remember Purple Flowers? Someone said come out here to Ridgeside, the horses, Purple Flowers. So I'm just coming here one more time. Might this week, just take a walk up and down the street, maybe look out the side. We're at nothing, everybody. The public is at nothing. We literally have nothing released. And at this point, I know they have their investigations, and I know they're holding things close to their, but this is unfair at this point. After listening to Savannah has more information that she's coming out with than the actual authorities. So I have, much respect for Savannah stepping up, doing that interview. And it was heartbreaking. Obviously, everybody saw that. And I'm sure the Guthrie family is just waiting for the authorities to break this case. But if you watch the last Savannah interview, there's some big clues that she let known that we didn't know. And so I ran polls out through the last month. I ran polls about, were the ransom notes a hoax or were they real? And most of the people said, hello, come on in. Hello, come on in. Welcome in. Share out the stream. I didn't say anything like that, but thank you if you do. I appreciate it. Trying to build this community. No drama. We're just focused on being advocates for victims and of violent crime, such as you guys know the cases here in Tucson, the two big ones, Holly Dasso and Nancy Guthrie. Hello. Darla, Jody, Denise, everybody, welcome in. I'm back. I took a break. Thank you, everybody, for joining back. The first time I've ever lost subscribers. I looked at my thing yesterday. I had a negative 25 subscribers. So I don't know what I did to deserve that, but I guess I lost 25 subscribers negative. I've never had a negative. So, whatever, I guess that's the way it goes. I don't know if YouTube cancels accounts if they're like, fake accounts, but we're going to get focused today on what I'm kind of leaning towards. Is, remember I said that it was going to be, I kind of thought it was a burglary gone wrong. Everybody was, something like that, right? But after Savannah's interview with Hoda, her best friend, she made me lead to believe, she even said, I think, and maybe you guys can confirm in the chat, the ransom note, the first two ransom notes were real. I thought that was just so now I'm back to, I had a 50-50 theory. Are the ransom notes real? Then there's a theory for that. If they weren't. So the ransom notes, let me know, are the ransom notes, were those real? Like, they have us so confused in this dang case. It's getting so confusing that people are actually accusing Nanos, that Nanos is at the door as a suspect. That's how crazy, that's how unorganized this public you know, how they have explained the information to the public, the sheriff's office. People are coming, they actually think Nanos is, I mean, how crazy. Now, no offense to anyone, but Nanos, in my opinion, is not involved. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Maggie. So that's how, when there's no information being released, there's so much speculation going on that it's actually being detrimental to the name of law enforcement itself. Because there's so many, you're telling me they can't release any more information? Well, why is there they can't even do an update? It's so crazy. And so now people are literally thinking the most farthest. Yeah, thank you. Welcome back. We're going to take a little ride. See where I'm at is just kind of updating you what I've been watching in the Savannah interview. I'm thinking that the ransom notes are actually legit. Everybody at the beginning, I did some polls, if you guys remember, if you were following at the stream, were the ransom notes real? Were they a hoax? Most people thought they were a hoax. So, I mean, let me know just real quick. I'm going to watch the chat. Were the ransom notes real in your mind now after watching the Savannah interview, or hoax? Does your mind change after that? Because that's she thinks they are, but she doesn't know. But so now a lot of people, I should do a poll. Yep, we're Starlinked up. Woo! We are Starlinked up. See, there is a couple fake, but more reals than ever. Back in the day, a month ago, it was all fake. Everyone said fake. Steve thinks it's fake. Some people say real. So I'm so confused, and I've been following the case just as close as you guys. I mean, I am confused, and so that's why I thought it was like, okay, that they thought they were. Why can't they tell us what they think? I mean, I thought that's what law enforcement's supposed to do, is update the public based on, you know, what they think as far as safety. You know? Who the heck knows? So we're gonna do a ride here. Now we do have Starlink. Seems to be working good. I'm checking the vitals on the Starlink. Everything looks good. Now, we're going to take this ride is basically, I'm going to take this ride to some places, a place called Tanque Verde Guest Ranch. If you guys ever heard of this place, I don't know why people want me to drive out there. Now, we can't really, like, I learned a lesson going on to, so we're just going to take a little drive through so you guys can see where it's at. This is where they filmed the show. If you guys want to look it up on YouTube, it was back in the 90s or maybe the 80s. It's called Hey Dude. Hey Dude, the guy calling and sending daughter and daughter-in-law needs to be looked into. They made the call. All right, everybody, we're gonna, looks like I do have something we're gonna play. I listened to this Monk's Intrigue. Shout out to Monk's Intrigue. He does have this video he came out, which broke down after Savannah. It's called Savannah's Interview Gave Away Major Clues. So this is what kind of got me thinking as well. So this is where, shout out to all the true crimers breaking these videos down to help the public, their community, all the community understand what the hell is going on here. Sometimes you got to watch multiple viewpoints. You can't just go, okay, here, we're going to watch this one. He really breaks it down. Shout out to Monk's Intrigue. We're going to take the drive. It's a nice day. The heating shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I don't feel like Cameron had something to do with it. The guy is a literal American hero, buddy. No offense, Salvador. He's an ex-fighter pilot, okay? I just don't think an American fighter pilot is going to... I appreciate the... Let's try to keep focused on things that aren't so off the wall, right? Like, I understand some people think Cameron... I completely 100% do not think that. So we're not going to even really speculate about that. It's so silly. No offense, though. I'm not trying to be mean. I appreciate all the aspects. It helps me put it in perspective that we literally have no information that they're accusing an American hero, fighter pilot, American military, to be. It's so just... Here we go. Monk's Intrigue. We're heading out, guys.
The back door was left wide. So early on in the investigation of...
I'm going to listen to the comments and then I might pause it.
Banfield reported that the back door was left wide open. And we chose to believe her. And we were right in doing so because her sources seems to be legit, because Savannah has pretty much confirmed that very fact. But she also added that the door was propped open. This little detail about the same door made a big difference in what this culprit had in mind, because if the door is merely just left open, we could easily chalk it up to him being careless and just didn't feel the need to shut it. What does it change, given the fact now that the culprit propped the door open instead? The first thing that came to my mind, at least, is that he is planning on coming out that same door again. And more disturbingly, that he is expecting to have his hands preoccupied. Okay, most likely one with a gun and the other maybe a firm grip on his target, which we know to be Nancy. Now, this part is going to sound a bit odd because it also leads me to believe that they wanted Nancy alive. And it's because of the blood at the front porch. I will eventually make that make sense. Let's start by saying this, okay? In the readjusted working theory that we have now, okay, the guy that propped open that back door is not the front porch guy, okay? That guy that we call the crotch holster guy, or just CHG. The very fact that the back door is propped open makes me feel very strongly about the motive, which we will get into. However, because we feel we know the motive, it also means that the front door cam footage, extracted by the FBI, actually was never meant to happen. Just stay with me. Here was a question I'm sure we all asked ourselves when we first saw this.
Oops.
There have been a lot of good questions. Strange person's footage. Okay, what in the hell is he doing? Okay, so in this readjusted working theory.
So he's gonna talk about his readjusted. The monk has a new theory. Missing some comments while I'm driving this little stretch. So the monk Intrigue, I think is how it's pronounced, or what his name is. I'll put the channel up here. Is basically he's saying that the ransom, if the ransom notes are real, like Savannah's suggesting, that they actually were there just to take Nancy. And that's kind of, it does say what the sheriff said, that they didn't take anything, that wasn't a burglary. He did say, she said something about the back door open, but here's what he's going to go into next. I want to help you guys understand, so when you go get into these other chat rooms, you can go in with some nuggets. Maybe some other, way to look at it. Because some of these theories that I'm hearing in other rooms, it's getting... you got to look at it, but the common sense, if we're leading where it was a ransom, then we're going to see what he says as far as the new working theory. I kind of agree with it if the ransom notes are actually real.
To include that prop readjusted our time frame dramatically. So much so that the footage of CHG at the front door is now after the death of Nancy Guthrie. So CHG's role remains the same. Okay, he is on security camera detail, ripping.
The CHG means that's the guy at the front door. And so the working theory is right here, he just said that photo that everybody sees is actually after something happened with Nancy and they had to change plans. Here we go. Almost there too.
Him out, stuffing them in his backpack. The leader's role is also the same. He is the one to go into the backyard where he already knows that the back door is unlocked. A bit of insider information, possibly. I can't stress enough that this propped up open door is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this theory. So I really, really hope that Savannah was saying exactly what she meant to say. Everything criminal that was happening at Nancy's house was happening on the garage side of the house, right? And within the house. And that's when we need to ask ourselves, then why would the front porch guy footage even exist? Because think about it. That front door camera.
So what he's saying is basically if they went through the garage in the back, that there's no cameras really that anybody would see. And so the only cameras would be through the front. And if Nancy was taken out through the front, that's when the plans changed. The guy at the purpose front door, his job was to go get the camera out so they could get Nancy out. That's why you see the blood on the front door.
Was capturing nothing as long as they stayed on the right side of the property in which they seem to be. I mean, look where the perp emerges from, the right side of the property. To mess with that camera would be beyond idiocy, beyond comprehension, and I feel it's so obvious now. If that back door was propped open, that front door camera should have been left alone, meaning that the eventual front door exit was a change of plans due to necessity. So what could have happened to force a change of plans? Well, first we'll need to theorize what their plan would be in the first place. And I'm telling you, it's not complicated because, as they say, the frailties of the human condition usually aren't complicated, okay? These people wanted money, but they want real money. This is not a burglary. This little old lady has money, but they know that her daughter has the real money, $40 million net worth, because they Googled it. Kidnap and ransom. Plan is also simple, okay? In the dark of night, drive up her driveway and park in a position that, won't set off the neighbors. Something that doesn't look suspicious, right? They do not care about leaving tire tracks. Let me just say this, okay? I don't mind.
All right, we're gonna pause it there real quick. Shout out Monk, somebody, and so that's why we're trying to help everybody. You have a good channel, good theory, someone who's breaking it down. They're not in there trying to, be in competition. We're all here to help each other. I just started Monks, but he really breaks it down. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but it's helping a perspective. He's taking it real serious. What we're working with, facts, truth, it's okay to speculate. I like speculating, but not to the point where, we're accusing, American heroes, essentially, fighter pilots, that they're involved. We're not going to do that on this channel. So anyway, we're going to take a little, think about what it is we're talking about here. We got the flyers. I got flyers. We're going to head back out into town. This is the end of Speedway. You heard about Speedway? Well, this is the end right now. So it's a dead end. And then everybody kind of comes out here. Hello, welcome in. Welcome back. Yeah, Monk's theories are realistic. You're right. Exactly. So I'm always open to, if you guys have some. There's another guy, North Florida. I haven't been getting to my emails because I just got back, but I'm gonna try to get to the emails today. I know there's a bunch in there, but really, after watching the Nancy or Savannah Guthrie about her mother, and I mean, it was a little, you know, emotional, but there wasn't any anything that I don't think, the only thing I got out is that there's the ransom notes are real, which I think is big. I really appreciate Monks and his channel. Thank you. Yeah, I do too. Northport guy doesn't give facts though. See, that's the thing, is I've watched a couple of his. I don't know, some of them it takes me 3 or 4 times to, but thank you. That's all what I need too, is if you guys tell me, people, you know, hey. But if there's anyone else, I do watch the Interview Room. I know they cover it pretty well. Now we also are covering the Nanos recall. The Nanos recall. So today we are going to be at a location. I'm going to have to pull that up this evening, where you can come and meet and sign. You could sign the Nanos recall today, guys. So we are Starlinked. We're almost to 750 likes. We're gonna just cruise through the day. We got our flyers, we got our waters, we got Starlink, our power bank thing. Let's see. What if it was a disgruntled employee or student? Yeah, I mean, if you watch the Savannah, right? So let's pretend that's like all we have, right? Because that's pretty much all we have now. She thinks, so maybe you just talked to Savannah and she thinks, this is what she thinks. It could be a ransom. And it could be because of Savannah, right? So all that theory of it was just somebody who that's what I thought. I thought, well, maybe it was just somebody who followed, you know, Nancy. They knew Nancy left and they came back, and, you know, they were trying to steal her jewelry. That happened to my grandma. So now we could be at more of a, you know, somebody that wanted to get back. I mean, she said it could be because of me, something about that. If you guys want to put the exact quote. Thank you, Shipwreck. Cool name. Welcome in, Jenny. We are at the end of Speedway right now, trying to keep the car cool, but luckily we do have some clouds overcast. So this is actually where a lot of people come. You can actually bring your horses out here too. I've seen people riding horses out here. I've actually seen a rescue out here too, but this is kind of where we're at. So people go hiking out there, and it's a pretty neat place. Now we're gonna do a little detour. It's just a short detour. It's called Tanca Verde Guest Ranch. This is where an old show called Nickelodeon, if you guys know that, remember that. This is where it was filmed, and it's a very nice ranch. It's like a dude ranch, I guess you could call it. So we're not gonna get out. We're just gonna cruise on through, because we got to get these flyers handed out. If you do want to meet up for flyers, I will be posted up this evening. There's the horses. Look at this timing. The horses are out. Try to get on them. So I'm gonna finish the monk's intrigue, but I wanted to kind of get that out with the new theory, because everybody's so all over the place with their theories that at the 60-day point, say you're on this case. I mean, this is all just speculation, just talk. All these opinions are of my own. But at the 60-day point, pretend you're on this case. They're gonna need to come up with one or two solid theories. And now you just found out that these ransom notes, most likely the first two, as far as what Savannah's telling you and us, is they're real. So maybe they went, that's just what's changed everything. I thought this could have been just a home invasion burglary gone wrong. Well, this might be something organized, somebody that, maybe an international, who saw, like he said, somebody looked up Nancy Guthrie or Savannah's net worth. I don't know. Now, I just have to rethink it. Just like Monk said, our new rethinked, I don't know how he phrased it, but here we are. We're not going to get out. We're just going to say hi to the horsies. There's a bunch of them here. Beautiful resort. Expensive, but beautiful. Very nice. Shout out to the show. Hey, dude. But it's right here, nestled in the Catalina foothill mountains, right here by Mount Lemmon, on the way to Mount Lemmon, essentially. So we are gonna keep moving on through the town. I do have this played up. I'm gonna stop here in a minute just to see what the comments are saying. Maybe this is helping people. I don't know. I'm hoping to at least just help people get a better idea with all the confusing theories. It's just coming on all different angles of it's this, it could be this. And that's why it's a little frustrating, where the public should be known at this point. They should think about releasing some information. It's almost detrimental to the public. How many people are losing sleep over this? So maybe they need to look at it, let the public know what the working theory is now. Maybe we can help. I don't know. What do I know? We're gonna just kind of do a little peek here. Hopefully no one gets mad if I just take a little photo here, a little video of the horses. Lots of horses over there. People come here and stay at the hotel, and they go over here and they get booked on a horse a couple times a day, the real ranch life. Thank you for the super. Adrian, welcome back. Thank you. What is up, 231? Welcome in. So then we're gonna keep on moving. I'm gonna play this. Let's see if yeah, the fence is cool. That's how they used to build them back in the day. So let me see what you guys are saying in the chats. Welcome. Let me know what your theory is. You just put, I'm starting to think at the 60-day point, it's cold case time. I know people say, oh, if they're looking in neighborhoods still as of last week, and somebody brought, Well, why the heck were they in Annie's neighborhood? Like, why? Why would they, were they like watching, like the suspects watching Annie's too, and then they were, you know, they saw that tomorrow. I mean, it's so freaking weird. What, remember that day when we were chasing up and down the hills of Annie's neighborhood? The FBI was going door to door. I mean, it's so weird. I mean, it's not like it's right next to her house. And then one night they're taking pictures in Annie's. We don't ever know, you know, like, was Saturday night always game night? Was this a special occasion? So we got the, I mean, you know, and I feel for Savannah after watching that. You know, victims of crime, you know, it's just, it's something that just tears people apart. But I also think that she works for one of the biggest media companies in the world. And there is people that are, you know, like, what do they call them? You know, media, where they make sure the media is being presented. They're controlling the narrative is my whole point. That's what I'm trying to say. They're controlling the narrative of how the story's being told, which is sweet. You know, we heard all about Savannah's mom and her love for, you know, the God, and God is going to keep them together. But you know, we still have a whole bunch of people in the world that are wondering, you know, does the public just move on if she's never found? I mean, how do we, you know, does this just keep going on for years or years? But I don't know. I woke up after that and the new running theory that the ransom notes are real. As far as if Savannah's saying to us, not, you know, this isn't confirmed, we're just speculating based on what she said and she thinks as well. I haven't heard from Mark the Shark. He was last time he was at the Grand Canyon. Yeah, exactly. We're working on the Holly Dasso case. If you guys want to spend a little time helping me with that, Holly Dasso. It's spelled HOLLIEDASSO. Welcome in, hiders. Welcome in. Missing a lot of the comments, but if you guys can answer each other's comments too, as much as you're talking to me, help the public, help each other. I don't want to miss comments. At this point, I do believe she's no longer with us, and that will remain a cold case. That's a good point, is like, basically, if you're Savannah and Annie, do you just kind of think, well, mom's probably not with us anymore? And so we're not going to be like up in the authorities' face trying to find out, because if she's not with us, then in their mind, it's like, if they're believing that, like, obviously they hope some miraculous things. But so if they're in their mind, it's like, that interview is like, well, we're moving on. I'm going back to work. We're not allowed to question Annie and Tommaso at anything, right? Because they're not even, they got the pass, the media pass, because they're, you know, connected to a celebrity. So they don't, not that anyone has to talk. People say, no, they don't need to talk. But I mean, you would think that it's odd, I guess. So are we supposed to think that because they think their mother is maybe not around anymore, that we just need to move on and not make it a big deal? Like, just go back to normal stuff? Because I mean, they're not out over here trying to, you know, get an interview out to let known or something. It's like that almost interview with Hoda, that heartbreaking interview with Hoda. It was like Savannah, you know, poured out her heart about her beautiful mother, and, you know, if it was Savannah's fault, kind of, she said, you know, if it's, I don't know how she phrased it, I'm paraphrasing. So I'm a little bit, you know, like, the lack of emotion that Annie and Tommaso, let's call him Tommy, right? Because now I guess Savannah calls him Tommy. So Tommy, that have wanted to engage with people like the media, even if it's like an NBC, a local NBC, just saying, hey, you know, we some straight up, you know, hey, we're gonna just, you know, talk to NBC. Like, what would it hurt? To me, what would it hurt? To me, it's actually, look at this cool, got some cowgirls, a beautiful horse. So we're gonna move it, but that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, we got tons of people that want to help. I know, as far as putting their input. All right, we can't park here any longer. We're gonna keep moving. But this is Tanque Verde Guest Ranch. If you guys ever want to stay out here, maybe I'll book a tour one day. I'll book a room one night and come and do a stream from here, and just, you know, I guess, I don't know if you're a guest, I'll just have to keep it out of the restaurant, but I'm sure they wouldn't care if I did a little stream from the horse, you know, of the horses. I don't know. We'll have to find out. We're gonna keep moving. I got monks up on the way back. We got the flyers. We got a couple more flyers we're gonna print Monday. Some Spanish. Look at the people. Actually, you can't see them, but they're getting their horseback riding lessons. But thank you everybody for tuning in today, the Sunday drive. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say, you know, most likely she's not there, you know, this long being alive. So, like, do they just want the public to just kind of forget about it, because most likely, and then not hold these people accountable, the authorities and things like that? And I don't know the answer. It's just, it's confusing for thousands of people all over the world. I don't know how many, but there's a lot of people that have emotional interest in, you know, any elderly person, especially a celebrity's mother that goes missing. It's hard for people to just go, okay, well, because the family thinks that she's not around, and the family doesn't, I mean, it's not like the family is worried or like sending out any information to the public about what we need to be looking for. I mean, it's so, I left that interview with Savannah feeling so sorry for her and Annie and Tommaso, but now it's actually more speculation, because now she's basically saying the ransom notes are the first two she thinks are real. She thinks those first two ransom notes are real. I guess we had no reason. I mean, they did the whole interview, if you remember, when the ransom notes came out. Now think about it. They sent them allegedly to KOLD, a local station, which isn't even Savannah's old station, and TMZ. So it's just so, like, at certain point, the sheriff and the FBI could do a joint freaking press conference. I'm sorry. A press conference at this point. And just go, okay, here, we're going to do a summary, right? A summary of what we know, what we think. like, is it gonna really do that much? I mean, if they don't think Nancy's around, man, we should be going full blown to find out who this suspect, releasing whatever you need to. It's not a recovery at this point if that's the way that they're thinking. And look at this guy. He is just like, no fear today. No fear today. So wow, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. These bikers just, there's no bike lanes except a little 2-inch strip on a 1-lane road. It's not the best, safest situation for these bikers, but they do it. Righteous Monkey is out searching today. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, if we knew a place to search, but right now they're saying that she was kidnapped for ransom, essentially. Taken somewhere. You know? I mean, if you look up all the ways in Mexico that, you know, these kinds of places that they do that kind of stuff. Don't just put them in the desert. You got to find the suspect. Somehow we got to find out who. I mean, maybe never will. I don't know. It's a mystery. I'm going to play this Rest of Monks video here.
Because if the door is merely just left open, we could easily chalk it up to him being careless.
Shout out
and
Monk.
just didn't feel the need
Intrigue.
to shut it. What does it change, given the fact now that the culprit propped the door open instead? The first thing that came to my mind, at least, is that he is planning on coming out that same door again. And more disturbingly, that he is expecting to have his hands preoccupied. Okay, most likely one with a gun and the other maybe a firm grip on his target, which we know to be Nancy. Now this part is going to sound a bit odd because it also leads me to believe that they wanted Nancy alive, and it's because of the blood at the front porch. I will eventually make that make sense. Let's start by saying this, okay? In the readjusted working theory that we have now, okay,
Readjusted.
the guy that propped open that back door is not the front porch guy, okay? That guy that we call the crotch holster guy, or just CHG. The very fact that the back door is propped open makes me feel very strongly about the motive, which we will get into. However, because we feel we know the motive, it also means that the front door cam footage, you know, extracted by the FBI, actually was never meant to happen. Just stay with me. Here was a question I'm sure we all asked ourselves when we first saw this strange person's footage. Okay, what in the hell is he doing? Okay, so in this readjusted working theory, to include that prop door, it's also readjusted our time frame dramatically, so much so that the footage of CHG at the front door is now after the death of Nancy Guthrie.
So they're saying after.
Remains the same.
So he's saying that footage that's there is after, in his new working theory.
Okay, he is on security camera detail, ripping them out, stuffing them in his backpack. The leader's role is also the same. He is the one to go into the backyard where he already knows that the back door is unlocked. A bit of insider information, possibly. I can't stress enough that this propped up open door is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this theory. So I really, really hope that Savannah was saying exactly what she meant to say. Everything criminal that was happening at Nancy's house was happening on the garage side of the house, right? And within the house. And that's when we need to ask ourselves, then why would the front porch guy footage even exist? Because think about it. That front door camera was capturing nothing as long as they stayed on the right side of the property in which they seem to be. I mean, look where the perp emerges from, the right side of the property. To mess with that camera would be beyond idiocy, beyond comprehension, and I feel it's so obvious now, if that back door was propped open, that front door camera should have been left alone, meaning that the eventual front door exit was a change of plans due to necessity. So what could have happened to force a change of plans? Well, first we'll need to theorize what their plan would be in the first place. And I'm telling you, it's not complicated because, as they say, the frailties of the human condition usually aren't complicated, okay? These people wanted money, but they want real money. This is not a burglary. This little old lady has money, but they know that her daughter has the real money.
Boom, boom.
$40 million net worth, because they Googled it. Kidnap and ransom. Plan is also simple. Okay, in the dark of night, drive up her driveway and park in a position that, won't set off the neighbors. Something that doesn't look suspicious, right? They do not care about leaving tire tracks. Let me just say this, okay? I don't mind if anybody wants to remind me that the police department said that they did not find any tire marks, okay?
Tire marks.
I don't care about that. You know why? Because, as we know by now, in a Sheriff Nanos run police department, it would not boggle my mind to picture Pima County SUVs going straight up Nancy's driveway in every single angle.
So the scene was
on
probably
that first day, destroying any other tire marks, and then simply saying to the public, well, we didn't find any tire marks but our own. Something to that effect. So let's go back to that night, okay? You have two culprits, and they get out of the car, leaving the doors wide open because they'll be back in this pitch blackness. They leave the trunk open as well because I'm pretty sure you guys know why. So CHG is tasked to remove all the cameras that might be pointing in their direction. Okay?
targeted abduction.
Exactly where Nancy or the person that installed it decided to put these cameras, but we assume that it might be here or here. Now, I also added that security cameras are usually placed in, hard to reach places because, of course, they are. So I assume that they also brought a very convenient little step ladder so he could reach them. So he's lugging that around with that, bike light in his back. The leader goes into the backyard, opens the back door that is unlocked, and he decides to prop
Savannah is media
that
trained.
door, with something. The plan is to wake Nancy up at gunpoint and forcibly walk her out of the...
All right, so what he's saying right here, just to catch everybody out coming in, we're watching Monk's Intrigue. Just recently turned down, shout out. If you have a YouTube and you want, you're out there and you want to get your, we want to hear it. So everybody gets to, put your name in there, whatever you need to do to tell everybody you got a channel. But what he's talking about, this is big as far as
same way he had come in and all the way back to...
So the plan and what he's basically about to say, and he said, is they planned on taking Nancy alive. And what he's gonna say, and everybody has said this before, and something happened. And so the only thing they were there to do in this new working theory is they were there to get Nancy. Somebody sent them there to get Nancy, not to break in and steal, a safe. That's what they're saying. So basically, the new working theory is something happened that Nancy didn't make it, right? And now they have to change gears as far as how to get her out of there, because they were originally planning on walking her out. That's what he's saying. Follow me with this.
Where they'll tell her to get in the trunk, right? A very simple plan for anyone to carry out if they had a black enough heart. Now, there is something else that Savannah let us in on that bothered me a lot, and I'm pretty sure it bothered you guys a lot when you first heard it. See if it's the same line of thinking I had, okay? And that's the fact that she brought up that Nancy did not have any shoes on. First, let me say that Nancy appears to me, at least, to be a creature of habit, you know?
See, somebody just said, well, why not just leave her and get the hell out of there? Because the whole point was either they were hired, maybe they were hired to get Nancy, and if they just took Nancy, they still do, you know, hey, do you want the body back? And we'll get they will get some money out of it. That's what he's saying.
Because she never moved from her house, right? Never remarried.
Let's rewind that.
And Nancy appears to me, at least, to be a creature of habit.
Thank you, Victoria.
Because she never moved from her house.
Hit the like button, share
it. And I just assume most likely enjoyed wearing the same things over and over. Now, Savannah also said that she was taken in her pajamas. How else would she know any of these things, except if she knew that her mother wore, you know, similar things over and over, right? And one of the sets of these things is missing, unaccounted for, right? And the same would be for the shoes. That seemingly insignificant bit of information started to click, you know? And sadly, I feel it suggests something rather dire, because this is a kidnap and ransom at its basic core. In this theory, there's no need to usher Nancy out of her own home without letting her wear her slippers. How about letting this little old lady at least grab a jacket for the chilly 50-degree night? You know, I think we can all agree that these decencies are not going to hinder this culprit's plan. All right, possibly even the opposite, because you want her to stay quiet. Let's not have her walk over painful gravel while barefoot, all the while shivering in the cold. And now I believe more than ever.
Man, these people. All right, guys, we're on Ridgeside right now. We're on Ridgeside. I said everybody we would come back to Ridgeside. Some people said there was a psychic. Come to Ridgeside. We're gonna drive Ridgeside while we're gonna listen to the rest of this. What we're doing is we are catching up. Right now, we're going over this new working theory that Monk's Intrigue has come up with based on what Savannah has released in her last interview. No, we're not using psychics, but I did tell a lot of people that I would come back and drive this road so they could see it. Some people do believe them, so I'm here for you guys. They want me to drive the road. It's only half a mile, so hopefully you can just drive with me. No offense to anyone in the chat. I know we got a steady stream of trolls, it seems like, recently. I don't know where they come from. I'm not involved in any drama. So here we are. This is Ridgeside for all those people, hundreds of people that wanted to see Ridgeside. This is Ridgeside, everybody. welcome in. Thank you for hitting the like. If you could post it up on X. I'm not good at sharing it out. I should post it up on the other social medias, and I always forget. If you have a second, could do that. That would be sweet. Let me know what I can do to make the stream better. If there's anything I can do that's annoying, won't take offense to it. I got a couple minutes left. Like I said, looks like about 5 minutes left of this. But there's a lot better crime sleuths than 857. I'll tell you that. I'm just here, just like you guys, trying to make sense of it. There's people that are way more organized in how to put the facts together, and that's why I look at everybody else and what they're doing, and then we have a community here. We advocate for victims of violence, and so if you have people that you want the chat to find out about in your community, maybe get some attention. As much as Nancy Guthrie's getting a lot of attention, there's lots of cases, as I always say. So, it's a bigger vision of what we're trying to do and bring a community together without negativity or competition. If you guys watched the court last night, there was a 16-year-old that just got two of them, I think, that got charged with, murder for another youth they killed at a local park. You guys saw the Park Mall shooting. So as much as I've been covering lots of things, but this is more about bringing change for the public, the citizens that basically get kind of the short end of the stick as far as information, and then we have to come together and advocate. For instance, with the recall and the sheriff. But what about the Tucson mayor? Have you guys even heard a word about anything from the mayor about anything? So it's a bigger, what I'm trying to do with 857 is not just cover Nancy Guthrie 24/7. I'm here for it though. Lots of people want to talk about it. I'm following all the case. Ashley Banfield's daily update, Nancy Grace's. We finally got something new over the weekend. Savannah was the one to say it. She thinks it was a ransom. The ransom notes are real. So we will go into the pizza shop up here. People said pizza shops. I got the flyers. I'm not gonna go search the random desert. I don't even have the right shoes for that. I left those. I think I had a camper or a motorhome I left them in that accidentally got sold. I got to get some hiking. I don't have the gear like Jim does to go search random deserts. If I knew like a 10 mile by 10 mile area that maybe the authorities thought that Nancy might be, but they'll start searching 9,000 square miles without a direction, and the right equipment. I'm not even gonna look at the comments a lot of times when I'm driving. Sometimes it seems like it's hard to see with the sun. So I will pull over here and check back. I apologize if I missed the comments. We're gonna go give a flyer. Now I'm not gonna take the phone in. But I am gonna try to give a flyer to New York Pizza. Yo, welcome in. Sandra, if you go to Nancy's, you can go behind her house. That's the B&B owned by Catalina Health Services. That's kind of weird that it's directly. Yeah, I mean, you would think that 60 days, almost 60 days in, that the FBI would have probably checked into that, and it's almost like they want us to just be like, you know what, Nancy's been gone 60 days, so guys, she's probably not here, so hey, everybody just go on. And that's we're not going to even release more information. Not even a fake information. Okay, fake us out then, and because if you got something, then fake us out with something else to throw off the suspect or whatever. But it's so, the media took over. The media narrative, just like everybody says, the big media gets in there and they spin their freaking their narrative. It's so contrived versus what they talk about. What we need, the public needs more transparency. If this was a different city, we would have more transparency. But because it's where it's at, Pima County, there's a whole insider system to protect everything, protect the narrative, control the narrative. That's all it's about. It's not about, helping the public understand, what they think now. Like, what do they think now that happened? Yep. Thank you, Adrienne. I appreciate that. Welcome in. I'm going to go give the owner, actually, he's out here right now, so I'm going to see if I can give him. Oh, maybe he's just, no, it's not the owner. I'm going to run in real quick and give these guys a couple flyers at New York Pizza. People said Pizza Hut's if they'll take it. So maybe they will, maybe they won't. Yeah, we're working on the Nanos recall, so have a good nap, Gene. Sleep good. But welcome in, everybody. Thanks for hitting the like. Almost 1,500 likes. Let me know what you guys just put in the chat. Because after we read or we watched Savannah, and I know we did it earlier, but a whole bunch of new people came in, so we're going to do it one more time. After Savannah's in, did say that she thinks that the 2 ransom notes at the beginning were real. She said she thinks I'm not going to say exactly how she worded it. Do you guys think the first ransom notes were real or fake? Now, if this says real, this means that you don't think that there was any sort of burglary, that they literally were there just to get Nancy to do a ransom. That's the theory that basically I'm left with now after hearing Savannah think. I'll be right back. Real or hoax? Let me know in the chat. I'll be right back. He took my flyers. He took the flyers. Oh my God. He took the flyers. Nice. All right. New York Pizza has them. Go across the street. There's another pizza place over there. I just don't know the owner there. I met the owner of New York Pizza. So I don't want to go to Bear Canyon Pizza. I know it's good pizza. I've never eaten it though. I think it's new. Bear Canyon, oh yeah. If you know the owner, the owner of this pizza place, I've met him a couple times. Can't hurt to ask. Yeah. It's sure. Yeah, I've never had Bear Canyon Pizza, but we're gonna do a little phone cooling real quick. But let me know if you guys should I continue this monk interview? Did you guys liking the monk? So Nancy says, I think the first one was real. Yeah, the genealogy thing, that could be a solver. That really could be. But with all that coverage, and he's got 2 gloves, I mean, what I think is, here's the deal. Just to give the family some peace, I'm calling, if anyone can clip this, maybe make their own. Tell the suspect to just tell us where Nancy is somehow. I don't know how, but just so then the family can have some peace. I mean, imagine not being able to have a proper funeral with the body. Just like that note said, that remember in the front of Nancy's house, it was like, okay, enough is enough. Give this family a break. Just tell us where Nancy is. Even if she's not alive, I mean, pray that she still is, right? But if she's not, just, you know, leave a note in a bathroom somewhere that no one will ever, that you know that there's not surveillance. Some sort of message for the family, for the public. This is okay. Maybe we don't have to find the guy at this. I mean, we never have to. If the family can just have their mother back. For the love of God, I mean, she's 84 years old. They never got to say bye to her, and now this happens. I mean, who are these people? How evil can they freaking be? They could leave Nancy somewhere. Maybe she's not alive, but at least somebody can find her Nancy. An angel can find Nancy. So the family can get some peace. They don't have to be caught, all right? The world can move on. We'll just don't do it again. But hey, where's Nancy? Like, I understand they don't want to be caught, right? No one wants to be caught if they're doing this thing, especially, you know, this is, you know, death penalty stuff. Well, there's ways they could tell, they could show somebody, hey, Nancy's, just do it. Give the family peace. And that's, people bring that up. I mean, that's a crazy thing. Halo, Second Amendment. That thing, that story, because of the lack of information, right? He says right here, what about the 84-year-old that was transported the same time that the big operation in Rio Rico was happening? We're transporting an 84-year-old woman from Rio Rico at the exact same time. it's so crazy because I actually believe that, you know, that how much of a coincidence is that the 84-year-old woman, right? She just happened to be 84 years old. She was getting airlifted from Rio Rico, just happened to be at the same time that this big operation was going on. We heard it on the scanner. I mean, people clipped it. I remember hearing an 84-year-old woman, we're transporting her. Oh, but that had nothing to do with Nancy. It was just, well, who the heck was it? Do a press conference and go, you know what? It was really weird, but yeah, we're not going to say the woman's name, but here's a family member that will vouch that it wasn't Nancy. It was this, her name's, you know, Fran. I don't know. What the heck? Oh, no, it's not Nancy. Just same age, same exact time. It's so freaking weird, and we're just supposed to ignore it because they said, oh, it's not her. It's not her. Well, 60 days later, people are still wondering. I'm still wondering, could that have been Nancy? It's weird. Right at the same exact time that they're doing an operation in Rio Rico, like we're literally watching, listening to the scanner, and they're going to go, we're transporting an 84-year-old woman. The whole world thought, I mean, there's people at the hospital like thinking Nancy got rescued. Oh, a different 84-year-old woman at that same time just happens to be flying in a helicopter from the exact location that a massive operation is going on where we're looking for an 84-year-old woman. Holy moly. Now that's a weird coincidence. Now here's I'm gonna just throw a big loop in it, a big wrench, because I thought, well, maybe they're trying to cover up that Nancy was actually found, and they don't want people to know, right? Because that would just be a whole nother circus. Well, to me, then somebody said that would be illegal. That would be completely illegal if they hid that Nancy was found and they didn't tell the public. That is like people would be thrown in jail, like authorities. They can't do that. Like, this is a missing person, and they're not allowed to lie. So then I'm like, so we just have to completely think that 84-year-old, so to me, I'm confused. What do you guys think? Thank you, Kathleen. I think they owe the public a reasoning right now. Like if your family member was transported from Rio Rico and you want to clear this up and help the public, reach out to me. Was your family was your grandma, 84-year-old grandma, transferred from Rio Rico? What date was that? What date was that? What date was that? Okay, maybe we can get the family member to say, yep, that was my my grandma, my abuela, whatever, that was my mama, whatever, all the different names people call grandmas and stuff. That was my grandma. But right now we don't know whose grandma it was that was transferred. They don't, the public is not able to find out about that. But the family could release it and go, yeah, that was my grandma. But nobody's come forward to saying, hey, that was my 84-year-old on that air. So how did they come up with a call? And at the same exact time, 84-year-old And the only thing I could think of is you got Mark Kelly involved in this, right? You got Savannah Guthrie. These are real inside players on a certain political party. Like they're heavy hitters in that party, right? You see what I'm saying? So why? We need answers. Like if your mother or grandmother was transported on that date, what was the date, guys? Can you find out the date that happened, that operation happened in Rio Rico? How many 84-year-olds get a life flight? Thank you. I'm trying to over here just point the way, right? I'm just point the way, and you guys can do some research on this stuff. Obviously, there's HIPAA laws, right? So they're not going to be like, but if we could, Rio Rico's only like 10 or 15,000 people. If you live in Rio Rico, have that family, whoever was life flighted, whatever they call it. Yep, somebody says I believe the case has politics. We're not bringing politics into the chat, but I'm telling you, if you don't understand how Tucson is ran, they're trying to control the narrative, and there is some politics involved in this. I hate to be the truth teller in this. No offense, we're not bringing up politics, but there is politics involved in how they're treating the public. So I don't want to talk politics, though. I don't know who said that. We're not talking. But we're being honest with. There is some things going on. And so if you live in Rio Rico, it's only like 10. Like if you look up the population of Rio Rico, I don't even think it's above 10,000 people. Maybe it's got 15,000. It's a great city. People told me it is. It's beautiful down there, but it's also very tight knit. They would know who the 84-year-old that was transported that day. And if it's not, like, at least we know, like, here's the family, right? And she goes, yeah, I don't even have to say their name. Like, hey, it was my grandma. Here's a paper with the date. I don't even have to look at the name, but it says, airport transport. And whatever, guy. 26K. So, like, we gotta have a whistleblower somewhere in the case at the sheriff's department. Usually there's leaks in the case. It's not going to kill the world. Hey, good to see you. Seek the missing. Welcome. When they announced about the 84-year-old, I think we all thought it was Nancy. No, it's just a really weird coincidence. So I'm saying it's leading to speculation. So if there was a family, I'll talk to the family. We can block their face, and as long as I see the paper that has the date and goes, yep, here's the helicopter flight. But right now there's a lot of speculation. Exactly. February 10th, Fox is camped out at the hospital in Tucson where a life flight after arriving with a patient from Rio Rico, 84-year-old female. I don't think it's instantly talking politics. I'm talking just a normal conversation. But some people are very sensitive, right? So if you think I'm talking too much politics, then it might not be the right channel. I mean, this stream might not be it. I'm not over here talking politics. I'm bringing up points for you to understand the reality of the situation with this case. There is politics involved. Why would Mark Kelly come out and meet with the sheriff? Why? And then everything's silent from then on. No statement from Mark Kelly, but he made a special trip to go out there. So if you can't understand that the media narrative of silence is what they want right now, for whatever reason, Number one, it's because they don't want anyone to look further what's going on here in Tucson. What the heck's going on in Tucson? All right, we're gonna keep moving.
More than I ever did before. Not have her walk over painful gravel while barefoot, all the while shivering in the cold. And now I believe, more than ever, more than I ever did before,
Monk's Intrigue.
that Nancy might not have made it out alive of her bedroom. It's always been in the back of my mind to believe that she had a major heart-related event and passed away, because waking up to see this nightmare staring at you with a gun, we can all agree, is not for the faint of heart. Or the disturbing thought that if Nancy did have a lot of fight in her, that maybe the culprit laid hands on her. But regardless, I'm thinking that Nancy is not leaving on her own feet. Okay, so now we have the leader standing over Nancy, who is laying on her bed because she has passed away. The plan has changed. Now, as we all know, in the unique case of Nancy Guthrie, how she was finally taken out of the house always leads us right back to the blood droplets.
Thank you, Brenda.
Porch. Now, I must
Thank
add
you.
that at this point in the case today, I'm actually surprised by how many experts disagree on how those droplets were made. I always thought that it was at least a close to exact science, but I'm guessing that it's not, okay? Because even the hazing of the blood there that was assumed to be Nancy coughing is challenged, okay? That it could be made in some other ways. So I guess we'll just go with what they do agree upon, and that the blood droplets indicate that it was dropped from a relatively stationary position, and that the blood tested is that of Nancy's blood.
So just to update what's the new working theory for this is Monk's Intrigue, everybody. We're listening to this. Shout out, give him a follow. He really breaks it down. If you guys also have any other channels, send them my way. The new working theory that the Ransom notes, based on what Savannah thinks and told the public, that she believes it, it could be because of her, not confirmed, she said, but it could be because of Savannah, and that the 2 ransom notes were real, and that the guys took her because they were going to try, even though she wasn't alive. That's why she asked, you need to show us proof of life. And the guys, once, they decided not to follow through because it was too risky. That's what we're thinking, or that's what he's thinking. I'm agreeing with it.
Now, an important question to ask is, why take Nancy's body if it's all gone awry?
There we go.
Let's start by recalling when Savannah said in the interview that she tends to believe that a couple of the ransom notes were real.
A couple were real, she
from
believes.
the actual kidnappers. How would she feel this way, or tend to feel this way, if they did not give her certain details, right? So those kidnappers took Nancy because they thought the family would pay even without proof of life. However, they were wrong, of course, because Savannah took that money, instead upped the reward to $1 million for any information leading to their arrest.
So basically, I guess he's saying the timing of Savannah releasing the reward money to find them changed maybe how they reacted to, maybe they thought they weren't going to get the ransom, so they cut and ran. But let me know what I'm going to stop in a minute and see what you guys think.
This theory The leader is inside the house, okay? He's going to attempt to carry Nancy in an assortment of ways. Now, odds are he's probably not, you know, in pro athlete level of conditioning, right? Just an average build, like the porch guy. Now, I need you guys to excuse my use of the term dead weight when I describe Nancy being carried. But it's the term, because I remember reading a comment from a young, able-bodied man having to carry a patient for his job, and he said something to the effect that he knows definitely 150 pounds of dead weight is no easy task, no matter how strong you are, because the reality is that person you are carrying is giving you no support at all as you carry. If the weight shifts, it's going to shift, right? Arms flail, legs slip, you know, a lot of readjustments, as you can imagine. So the leader is definitely struggling, and he pulls out the walkie-talkie. Remember the thing in the porch guy's pocket? Yeah, that's an antenna to a walkie-talkie. And he tells CHG what happened and that he can't carry the body for long. The back door, yes, it's the safer route, but that's the longer route as well, and there was just no way for him. And I want you to look at CHG, right? The front porch guy, he does not look like he is ready to carry that weight as well. He looks like he has an injured right hand. His right leg doesn't seem to bend in a normal manner. And that's why I feel like the plans have changed to the front door. However, this would also mean that CHG, who is still outside, now needed to also go remove the door cam.
The door cam.
That would answer a lot of people's questions.
This is what I was saying earlier.
This guy looks so unprepared to deal with a front door camera because he was never supposed to deal with it in the first place. That camera,
So this makes sense is if they planned this out, right? If this was a planned operation, right? They had been there staking the house out before. They never had planned to go through the front door, is from what his theory is. And so this is saying, he's saying that was something that they kind of did based on Nancy not being able to walk out. So here we go.
basically innocuous as long as you don't appear in front of it. And when I look at the footage again, my stupid mind gave me the scariest picture I could imagine. When the culprit first walks up to that, security gated door, he appears to be looking directly at that door, right? So what if behind that security door,
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen.
That other masked already standing there with Nancy over his shoulder. Nancy's blood dripped inside that front hallway, as Ashley Banfield's sources had told her.
In the hallway.
There is no audio. The guy inside might be talking to the porch guy for all we know. I assume that the porch guy eventually realizes that he could just use the butt of his gun to break the camera off his brackets instead of trying to cover it. He gathers the busted door cam, stuffs it in his pocket. The leader then proceeds to carry Nancy out. CHG closes the doors and then helps the leader place Nancy in the trunk. They vanish into the night, right? The driver of this vehicle traveled as if he's lived in the area for years, because just looking at the map of Nancy's neighborhood, that is a rigmarole of choose your own adventure paths. And this guy was able to avoid all the camera routes and just disappeared. Well, my name is Monks, and I just want to say that I've been replying to a lot of concerned people's comments about this case going cold. And I will say that one is that a case isn't considered cold unless it's been, sitting around with no progress, no leads for at least 3 years. I also believe about a lot of the cases that do go cold, they aren't solved simply because the actual culprit is overlooked or they are cleared from the very beginning. Now go protect the ones that you love, and love the ones that protect you.
All right, everybody. So that's it. He makes a good point at the end there. You know, technically speaking, this isn't a cold case. Welcome in, DeBlanco. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hitting the like. Almost to 1,800 likes. It's technically not a cold, but I guess I meant like a media cold case, right? Some of these cases, you know, they go media cold. So I guess I should be technical. I titled this cold case heating up. I meant media cold case. So meaning the media. I mean, I did hear we're gonna listen to Brian Inton in a little bit. He had a great interview with the former. Actually a former surgeon general, but he used to work for Pima County. He knows Nanos really good. So we're gonna listen to that. Brian Inton said he's planning on coming back for something. So I'm interested to see what had some different angles. I don't know what he meant by different angles, but he did say, shout out Brian Inton is coming back. A lot of people want to come back. It's just what angles do you come at when you come back? You know, is there anything to what are you going to cover? I mean, there's so many different angles you could cover, but what are they going to choose? You know what I mean? What's the angle right now that people are pushing? What are the angles people are pushing? A shout out to our Arizona Wildcats. Wildcat basketball team last night made it to the Final Four. I know there's a lot of people from other parts of the country and world, but here in Tucson, we did first time in 25 years, so we got a lot of happy Wildcat fans here. Thank you for letting me share that without being annoyed. But let me know what you guys think about Monk's interview. If there's any other interviews, I could play those. Go Cats, exactly. Lots of Tucsonans, lots of new Tucson fans, people that just, you know, they like Tucson. You know, they're interested in how unique it is. It's a unique place. It's kind of like a melting pot of, you know, lots of different cultures. But we do have a spot here that we're going to try to do a little bit, maybe hand out some flyers. Figured this might be a good location to do that. Have a little street talk, street interviews. See how today goes. We got actually an overcast kind of day, so it's not the 100-degree day. It's probably like almost 90, 85, 90. But if you guys do have a favorite channel, like that it's covering true crime cases, put it in the chat. Just write their name like at Joe Schmo 88. If you guys want to follow a good crime guy, Joe Schmo, spelled Joe, Joe, Schmo, SCHMOE 88. Give Joe Schmo a follow. From what I understand, Joe Schmo is coming on. He's gonna do help me. We're gonna help each other. I think Joe Schmo is coming out to Tucson. He's the guy who does the FOIA request for me. He's a lot more experienced in the crime reporting. Give Joe Schmo a follow, 88, Joe Schmo. He actually already requested the FOIA requests. He requested and he said they haven't gotten back to him from the Pima County Sheriffs. Yeah, get the monk follow on. I was out searching for her at 4 a.m. Yeah, these searchers, Arizona searchers, she is experienced. She knows her limits, right? A lot of people, you know, she goes out there regularly, so she's in shape. She knows Tucson. She knows when to stop, when to go, where to walk. We're not saying I don't, but you really have to put in the training before you go out there and just start saying, hey, I'm gonna search, you know, everywhere. I mean, shout out Arizona Searcher and Alex, you know, he's been out there, Righteous Monkey. Now, John DePietro did go home. Everybody, John DePietro did go home. He was out here for over a month and a half, I think. Mark, I think he went to go back home. I don't know exactly. Last time I saw, he was in the Grand Canyon. Nick, he's out here searching. He's a real experience. I mean, there's people out here searching. Now we are going to go to, right now, the zoo. We're not going in the zoo. We're going to drive by the zoo. And then we're going to go to this park, Reed Park. And we're going to hand out a couple flyers. This park is a meeting spot for a lot of people that would come through this area. Now, this isn't too far from, say, if the perp were driving down Campbell, they would you know, come in. So who knows? We're just trying to, I'm going to give extra flyers to people, so if they work somewhere, they can go in and they can put it up in their break room, whatever, wherever. There's no rules as long as it's allowed. Now here's a crazy little history moment. This is actually where part of that movie Bull Durham, if you guys remember Bull Durham, I believe that some of that movie was filmed here. Willie Mays Hayes. But this is High Corbett Field, where the U of A baseball plays. It's a cool baseball stadium here. Not that big, but good to see you. Good to see you. Brian E. is News Nation. I don't know when he's coming out, but he did say he's coming. Mark, okay, yeah, I figured. Prayers to his family. So we are right now on my other channel. We do have the live zoo cam with the scanner going. So we're hitting it from different angles here. There is the zoo, that big tent looking thing. Why isn't anyone able to report on this case? Thank you for becoming a member, Jeanne. Gianni, thank you. Sorry if I messed the names up. My cousin is Greg Maddox. Oh my gosh. I used to love Greg Maddox. Great pitcher. One of the best pitchers ever to be in the game. Shout out Greg Maddox's family. One of our ex newspaper news reporters, weather reporter, his dad played for the Braves too. What the heck? Is this one way? I guess it's not. His name was Kowitz. Last name. I don't know his name. John Smoltz was another guy. Picture. Welcome in. We are at Reed Park. We're gonna stop. We're gonna ask. We got our flyers. We're gonna see if people want to take a couple, take them back to wherever they have to take them, as far as maybe a break room or something like that. Thank you, Drippy. Appreciate the continued support, Drippy. I love your name too, Drippy. Drippy Jaguar. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you again, Drippy. We are gonna stop here. We're gonna go by the little lake, maybe talk to some people, do some street interviews. Look at that cool car. I don't have a link to the PDF flyers, but do whatever they need to do and get the flyers. Yeah, please do that. If you want to print your own flyer, you could probably Google a flyer and possibly, yeah, there's lots of casinos in the area. Thank you, MAGA Mama. Thank you for not giving up on her. Justice for Nancy. I will not, until we find out where Nancy is at, who the suspects are. The world is not going to just forget about this. We will not give up. Thank you again. I am back. We had to switch from Wi-Fi from Starlink to Wi-Fi because I'm going to just do a little bit of a walk over here. So let me check the chat. I know I missed a bunch. Searchers need a group buddy system, first aid. Yeah, that's exactly it. I have 5 devices to watch you guys now. I like your scanner. I also have a plan that we'll go over too. I follow your scanner. Oh, nice. Thank you, Caroline. Welcome. Thank you again, MAGA Mama and Drippy. Say hello to my ex. Oh, she lives at the zoo. Welcome in, Kess from, John is in New York. Okay. I did see that. Thank you, Adrian. We can't give up. When we are silent, that is her name. Case is total silence. I hear across the pond in Scotland, you have people like me talking. Yeah, and that's why I would be the advocate in Scotland, UK, because it's interesting, because this could happen in any country. And then, now they're aware that, hey, this is going on. This could help, authorities say, hey, look how they handled it in Tucson. We're not going to do it like that. You know, so I agree. Keep it going. It's gonna take a disgruntled family member, a mom, a dad. I agree. Well, what do you guys think of Monk's theory? What do you guys think of Monk's theory? What do you think he's got that new working theory? Could these flyers be taken over to the border so people on the other side can be made? Well, the best way to share stuff in Mexico is if there is some Spanish speaking people. There's all kinds of groups, like Spanish language groups, that you could share them into these groups and have them share them. Lives in the Catalina foothills, wants to Reds girl. Okay, if you could email me 857live@gmail, or Facebook sometimes works better. Join the Facebook 857 Tucson. Monk's theory is good. Okay, I'm gonna get more printed too. I think I probably got about 200 left. I'm gonna get more printed. Now I'm gonna get ready. We're gonna go on the little walk to the little lake over here. Maybe we could talk to some people. Well, the theory is that the ransom notes were basically, I'll do a summary. Based on what Savannah's saying, if the ransom notes were real, the two first ransom notes, that essentially they actually took Nancy. They were there just to take Nancy for a ransom to get the money, but Nancy didn't make it, and so they took Nancy instead. Anyway, she might have died right, and so they were still trying to get the $1 million, even though Nancy died. That's the theory is. So there's basically, he's saying it wasn't a robbery. They were literally there just to get Nancy. The intention was to walk her out alive, right? And it didn't work out for whatever reason. And so that's why Savannah was asking for proof of life, because she said, you know, hey, well, at least we need, if she died, maybe there's notes that we didn't read or we didn't hear about too. You got to figure that. So that's his new theory. What do you guys think? I'm trying to help everybody get some sense of it. We're going to just take a walk over here. It's not going to be a long trip, but as much as driving around's good, it's always good to get a perspective of maybe somebody on the street who's around here. I know lots of people have been following the case. Why did Savannah say her sister called to tell Nancy was missing that evening, thought it was in the morning? Yeah, the timeline, that's why I was saying earlier, the timeline is so wackadoodle. It's called the timeline, a wackadoodle timeline. We don't know what to think. I mean, Sheriff Nanos didn't even find out about the case until 7 p.m. allegedly. I mean, so they didn't tell him what was going on until 7 p.m. Yeah, Monk's theory, agree one, but it was 2 days delayed in asking for the ransom. It's weird. That's why Savannah, she said, you know, but I don't know. So she doesn't know, but she did say that she believes, you know, I don't want to misphrase it, but I'm going to set my Yeah, Donna, I mean, people are speculating everything. I remember Savannah saying her husband Mike had been away for the weekend. Where did he? Yeah, and that's where the speculation gets real. You know, it's going everywhere. It's going everywhere. The husband, it's a cover-up. Nanos, I mean, it is so crazy that the amount of different stories that are coming out as far as what people think. I think the public is so all over the place that if they wanted to, if they cared about what public thinks about the case, they would release a little bit of information so we could get some sort of idea, just a little bit. All right, guys, we got the flyer. All right. Remember when it first happened, 90% of the people were convinced it had to be Tommy Ashley nailing him to the cross. That is, yeah. No, I remember that. That's what's crazy. He was the number one suspect. But look at here. I think they got their full camp gear and everything. Smells good. Everyone's got the barbecue going. See if we can hand out a couple flyers to people. Alright, we'll go set up around the lake over here. So as people walk by, and they're kind of coming near me, I'll hand them a flyer and say, hey, if you want to put this there's a concert or something going on. Once I stop here, I'll be able to see the comments a little bit more. Somebody be smoking that Mary Jane over here. Wow. Very potent. Potent smells. Oh, thank you, Adrian. We're gonna go over here. I do want to play the Brian Hinton video as well. The cute little couple hanging out. Nanos thought it was an old lady missing. That's exactly it. That was a key, said first night, front cameras. Yeah, so that's the thing, is a lot of people just think that it's just some random, walk away. As soon as they walked in and they saw what they saw, they should have closed the scene. That's what I heard somebody else said. They should have, as soon as they realized, close the scene, no vehicles drive up to the driveway. But like Monk said, there was lots of driveways, or lots of people he thinks that they just drove right up. They just drove right up. So then the scene was tainted right away. Oh, look at the little... Yes. Randolph. He's coming over to me like, dude, you don't have anything? You don't have anything? Oh, damn, it doesn't seem like you're going to answer my question. What are the restaurants threw you out overheard? I have no idea. It sounds like Desert Chakra. I have no idea. I didn't mean to not answer your question, but you can always reach out to the mods. They can probably answer it. But sorry, I missed your question. Got some nice playing here. Beautiful. All right. No, it's a perfect day. It's not hot at all. But I'm gonna sit over here on this little bench. See if I can. I don't want to bug people. If they, they walk by, I'll give them a flyer. But somebody's playing some music. I hope I don't get copyrighted on that music. Can you guys hear that music very well? Let me know if you can hear that music. Barely. Playing Teen Spirit, I think. Let's see the comments here. Let's see the comments. Can't hear the music? Okay. Good. I think they're playing some Nirvana. All right, welcome. So we are going to continue to see if we can hand out any of these flyers. How you doing? Hey, can I give you a flyer? Well, Nancy Guthrie's missing. Have you heard about Nancy Guthrie?
Oh yeah.
Maybe if you had any places you could, we're we're trying to bring awareness.
Yeah.
Maybe people can post it up because it's going on 60 days. You heard about it though?
Of course,
Yeah.
yeah. We've been praying. I've been praying.
Good. Yeah, us too.
Yeah. Yeah. All you can do is pray and believe. And
Yep.
like, there's a lot of evil in the world, man.
Yeah. No, it is. That's where this though feels like there's so many theories, right?
Yeah.
You don't know what it is, so.
Yeah. You don't know what it is, man.
Oh,
Are you related?
no, I run a YouTube channel, so we're on YouTube Live right now, and I've been handing them out to like the different ward offices and things like that, just to bring awareness.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for praying.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. He's got the goodies coming. He got the goodies. He's got the goodies. Welcome in, everybody. Give you a little bit of a perspective where I'm at. I'm here on the park bench, trying to feel it out as far as handing them out to people. I got one flyer handed out. It's not the best success so far, but I also don't want to disrupt anybody. I don't want to disrupt anybody. It's beautiful park. There's seems like a concert going on over here. Got the flyers. Yeah, he said he was praying for her. He's known about Nancy. Oh, but I did see. Oh, this is Battle of the Bands. I think like a high school Battle of the Bands contest. Yeah, I'm trying. I mean, I'm more about trying to think smart, and if I could get them to somebody, like they could hand them out to more people. But one person, and he folded it right away and put it in his pocket, so I'm glad I got it to him. But the billboards, I did see a billboard today. The only billboard in Pima County is at I-10 in Orange Grove, right by Marana. I did see one today. All right, we're gonna keep walking down. Maybe we can run into somebody else. Yeah, it's a great park. All right. Keep this going. Keep this moving. See if I can read some of the chat. If I do, I'm apologize for missing the chat. I know. Yeah, I know. I'm not really handing them out. Of course, there's an ordinance for everyone. Come give me a damn ticket then, all right? Jeez, can't do anything without, you know, some ordinance, no parking. It's like, holy crap. How many more ordinances do we need? Yeah, I thought having one of those airplanes, you know, flying over the city. Like, just remember when there was all kinds of riots, well, back like a couple years ago, and they were like burning down cities. The mayor paid like almost $3,000 to $5,000. I can't remember, somewhere between $3,000 to $5,000 to have a banner made that they displayed down their whole side of the building, downtown Tucson. You remember that building where the saguaro is? She paid almost $5,000 to have a banner put down her city. But she can't fly an airplane over the city with a banner over it. So I think the mayor should get into her. She's got a $2.3 billion budget this year. She can't spend $5,000, maybe $6,000 on an airplane to fly over the city. Savannah, if you want to put up the money. I have a place here locally. I looked them up. They will fly an airplane over the whole city. They'll fly an airplane over the whole city with a banner that says, "Find Nancy Guthrie." Got a drum circle going here, guys. A drum circle. So we're out here doing it, but we got to stop and listen to the drum circles for a minute. Yeah, there's some good bands out here. I'll get my friends in Arizona. I'm a skydiver in Florida. Okay. I mean, how awesome would that be for Nancy to help bring exposure to the case? Is flying one of those big airplanes over, and it's got a big banner that it, you know. How you doing? Oh.
We're here every Sunday. We've been
Oh.
6 years.
I was handing out flyers for Nancy. You're live on YouTube, by the way, so I don't want to put you on.
I have a
Can you?
YouTube channel.
Oh, can you share it?
Yes,
Helping the good people, guys. Go give her a follow. How you guys doing? You want to take a flyer? We're trying to bring exposure for Nancy. Yeah, thank you. He took a flyer, guys. I got invited over to the Helping the Good People Reed Park. Wow. You're really, what can you just say hi?
Sacred Sunday Circles, which is me.
What's your name?
One Heartbeat.
Are you keep
I'm Amber.
Amber, and say it one more time because you're gonna get a bunch of followers.
This is Sacred Sunday Circles with One Heartbeat at Reed Park.
And what's your
Every
YouTube?
Sunday.
What's your YouTube?
Helping the good people.
Helping the Good People, guys. Give her a follow. You got about 3,000 people saying great job.
Started this.
What is it?
COVID started this. The blessing.
Oh, I remember. All right, guys, give them a follow. But we are here. This is what it's all about, community. They're here, and we found out every Sunday they do a team group here, guys. Everyone's invited. They're helping. We're trying to help. That's what about community's about. That's what it's about. Sing a song, hope, hope, hope for Nancy, hope, hope. Hey, how you doing?
What's up, dude?
Have I met you?
I'm Nessa.
Mesa.
Loch Nessa. Vanessa
Oh.
Martinez.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Nice to finally meet you.
Nice to meet
Cool.
you.
We're, yeah. Can I give you a flyer or two?
Sure.
Take as many as you want. Can I put you on YouTube? We're on YouTube Live right now. All right, tell us what you're doing and your name. And I got a lot of people watching.
Hi, guys. What's up? We're Long and Prosper. My name's Vanessa. Or Loch Nessa. AZ. And right now we're doing our Sacred Sunday Circles. It's a
Sacred
drum
Sunday Circle.
We do this every Sunday as long as weather permits. Month before. Anyone and everyone is welcome to come play. We have extra instruments.
Wow.
Just come play music.
Yeah.
Come have fun.
Hope. Bring your
dance.
hope for whatever. Because, like, I'm sure you're helping people. She said she's got a channel helping people.
Yeah.
Do you have a channel, YouTube channel?
Not yet.
Okay, we're going to get her YouTube channel, though. She's going to get one.
So it's called One Heartbeat.
Oh, this is amazing.
And it's our Sacred Sunday, like I said. Just
Everybody's saying
everybody's
hello.
welcome. You can bring any instrument. We have people that have brought keyboards. We
Take
have
a couple.
people that have brought drums, like a
you know Mr. Nature?
Maybe.
Mr. Nature's Music Garden?
No.
Oh no, he's one of my good friends, but
I will.
give him a shout out. He does all kinds of things, but I need to tell him about this. And I'll be back for a special only the drums.
Yeah, we do this. What is it? Any music.
Good.
But we try to get people to come in and play with us.
Yeah, I love the atmosphere.
They've been doing it for 6 years. I've been here doing it for about 3.5 years with them now.
Yeah.
They were one of the reasons this part of the zoo park was not absorbed into the zoo.
Oh wow.
So when they were
Okay.
trying to absorb this park,
Yeah.
they sat here and camped for 2 weeks.
Really? Wow.
In this spot.
Wow.
Refusing to move.
Okay.
Playing their drums.
That's awesome. I love the energy.
They had about 50 of them that were camping right here, refused to move, sat here playing drums, back and forth all night, all day.
Well, we'll be back. I'm gonna let lots of viewers are saying hello, lovely vibes. This is Tucson. That's what it's all about.
This is Tucson, you guys.
Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you. Finally meeting you.
Yeah. Message me again and let me know if you got things going on, and I'm always willing to come meet the people.
So just wanted to thank
This is
you.
Risa. You know Risa?
Oh yeah.
From Wendigo Crossing.
With the Nancy coverage because not enough people were
Yeah.
representing
Thank you.
properly. So thank
Yeah,
you.
we're still out here. If you want to get a couple more flyers, take
Yeah, I would love to.
take a couple.
Okay.
And then if you have places that you want to put them up, I can bring you more flyers if you run out or.
If you would, because I play all around
Yeah.
town with my band.
Okay.
Did you go check out the battle? The
Oh, can I put that on there?
Yeah.
And what was your name?
Risa.
Risa. Okay, and she's got a band.
Yeah, we play every weekend
Do you have
around
a-
town. So I'd
Okay.
love to. You want a card?
Yeah.
It's a poker chip that has our information.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Amazing band. Love
Oh,
going
wow.
to watch her.
That's awesome. She probably knows Mr. Nature.
Did you go check out the battle of the bands?
No, because of the it's hard with the copyright claims and everything like that.
Yeah.
But
That I get.
wow, this is awesome. Look at this energy, guys.
Anybody's welcome to come down, you guys. Come join.
Anyone's welcome.
We have extra drums you can play with.
Every Sunday, what time?
1 through 4.
One. Oh, that's a good time. So people that are hungover, they can still make it.
We might change the time a little for the summer and try to go a little either earlier or later.
We are in April and May.
Oh,
And
okay.
this is our business card.
Oh, I love that. I'm gonna need to get one of those. Look at that cool business card.
Yeah.
Do you have a YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube. And
What's your YouTube?
It's Wendigo Crossing Music.
Okay, there's the Wendigo Crossing Music.
Yep.
That yellow.
Barcode on the back of the poker chip will take everybody straight to our
There you go.
video.
I'm gonna be back.
Put up about Nancy at all the shows.
Okay.
For sure. Like the
I'll be
flyer
there.
tip jar, we'll
Yeah.
have all the info.
Okay. Well, nice meeting you guys.
Very nice meeting you so much.
See ya. I'll be back. Hey, do you know Mr. Nature?
Yes.
That's my best friend. Mr. Nature's Music Garden. Yeah. We grew up together. Yep. Yeah.
Amazing.
So good. Amazing, right?
You guys have fun.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Nice meeting you.
You too. All right, I guess they knew me. I didn't. This is a small world here in Tucson, guys. This is a small world in Tucson. We will have to head back. Yeah, we got to recap that. So here we go. I'm going to do a little recap. They do this every Sunday. She's going to take our flyers. She's going to put them up at every concert. Did you hear that? She's going to take our flyers. She's going to put them up at every concert. Here's the concert, Wendigo Crossing Music. Give them a follow. It's about spreading community, bringing awareness. And this is also a message of, no matter what's going on in life, you got to take a minute and just enjoy the day. These people come out here every Sunday and they do it. So let's make this group bigger. They saved this spot, she said, by staying out here for 2 weeks. They were going to take this park over, the zoo was, and the people in the park stopped it by camping out here for 2 weeks, and they stopped it. So give them a follow. Sometimes we go on little detours, but we did get the flyers. She's gonna take them. Let me see the comments. Mr. Nature's Music Garden, give him a shout. That is my best friend in the world right there. Mr. Nature's Music Garden. He's on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. This is good energy. We got the message out to the people. Why we're here, why they're there. Somehow our past costs, they knew the channel. Ain't gonna be alright, be alright. Hello, hello, welcome in. We're at Reed Park. Sometimes you just gotta dance no matter what's going on. We stopped, they immediately, I guess she recognized, I don't know, she said she follows, both of them follow the channel. Loch Ness, shout out. They're here every Sunday, everybody, bringing the happy joy. The happy joy. Welcome back, thank you. We're out here handing flyers out. Oh, good. Everybody give him a follow and tell him 857 Tucson sent you. That'll make them smile. You want to make someone smile? Follow my best friend channel. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta dance. Follow Mr. Nature. Yep, thank you. We're gonna just sit here just for another couple minutes, guys. We do have, we handed out flyers to him. She's gonna take them to all her shows from now on. All right. We'll do one little walk by, and then we'll go walk around the other side of there. Just chilling. All right, guys, here we go. We're gonna do a little walk by. Oh, this is called Hope right here, guys. we go, guys. Oh, he's got the cool. I gotta get one more before I leave. He's got the cool little noisemakers right there.
So, the leader of the One Heartbeat is that one right there.
Oh, is he?
That's John.
Hey, how you doing? 05, nice.
So, and One Heartbeat has been drumming on the streets for over 40 years.
Nice. Oh, wow. Wow. This is awesome. I'm going to have to go.
Tell me now who you are. You're live.
Oh, I'm live. Oh, well, I have a local community channel just spotlighting a lot of positive but also negative things going on.
Right.
Trying to make a change. Make a change for the better. You know, bring people together. But it's a balance, right, of positive. There's lots of positive, but there is negative.
Yeah,
So
that's why we've been here for 6 years. We just did our 6-year anniversary.
yeah, so that's why I'm here today. Is I was gonna hand out flyers, and then it's weird how it happens in
Show
Tucson.
everybody your flyer.
Yeah, yep, I do. No, no,
Okay.
one sec. Let me pull this back here. All right, so I'm gonna show her the flyer. She's on live too here, guys. We got about, there we go. They can't hear us, but that's the flyer I'm handing out. She's gonna take them to all the different concerts, just so people can look them up wherever they Yep. So hopefully you got some new followers. Let me know. Amber Johnson. Okay. Okay. I'm coming back. I love the energy. I'm coming back. Great energy, guys. Great energy. She's online. I got my flyers still. They got flyers. All right, guys, we're still here. We're gonna walk over here and see if we can get to some more people. We'll come into the chat and say hello. Get a YouTube and get yours going.
That's I've been told that multiple times now.
Have fun. Nice meeting you. All right, she's out of here. All right, we're gonna do one more sign off, guys. One more sign off. Huh? Oh yeah. There it is. We're gonna jam it out of here, guys. Go hand out more flyers. Let's go. We got it. Oh, nice. All ages, no ages, all ages, all ages. All right, everybody. We are here. We are gone out of the amazing people. Randomly, the universe makes this happen organically when you put yourself out there. See if they are followers of the channel. She's been following both of them. They're going to take the flyers. They're going to take them all their shows. It's not that loud, so it's no worries with the phone overheating or anything. It's a peaceful day in the park. Got a couple little lovebirds hanging out. Yellow hearts for Nancy. Yellow hearts for all victims of violent crime. We are gonna hit the car now, go to the next spot. I do have another location not too far that I want to hit. It's actually a sponsor of the channel. It's a great place, I think, too. We're gonna leave this whole stack with him. It's a bail bondsman. We're going to a bail bondsman office next. Look at this guy. They're just like Sunday afternoon napping. Like, do not mess with me. I'm trying to nap. Oh, wow. All right, everybody. Oh, look at the little ground squirrel guy. Oh, he went in his hole. This is his little hole. Just came out of that hole. All right, we're gonna get to the car. Focused, gotta stay focused. What we're doing today, the mission to get these flyers out. Try to stay focused. Keep telling myself that. Focused. I'm gonna point the camera down so no children are shown at the public park. I don't want to show anybody's children. That's all I need. Some angry parent. Some try to avoid the drama at all costs. Do not need drama. All right, we are going to the car. We're gonna head over to the bail bondsman spot. If anyone knows who the criminals are in the town, it's gonna be the local bail bondsman, guys. It's gonna be the local bail bondsman. Anybody knows. Thank you for joining. Gonna get the car going. Give me 2 minutes till I get the car moving. Thank you guys for tuning in today. I got the Brian Hinton video as well. If you guys do, stay tuned. We're gonna try to get that thing played. We got some good progress. It's better than I actually expected. We met the main group every day who's here with their drum circle. I mean, and they knew the channel. I've been watching. I don't know if you guys could hear. She took the flyers. She's gonna, if you guys rewind, you can see her YouTube channel. You can hear about her YouTube. It's all about helping the people in Reed Park. Thank you, Mary. Welcome back. Thank you, Terry. Granny B, welcome. Victoria, we're going to keep it going. We got a whole bunch more flyers to hand out. Maureen, thank you. Adrian, thank you. Everybody, appreciate it. Let's go. I think they should, I put a post like 88crime.org. If you go to 88crime, they should be printing flyers out. And then they have relationships with the city. They could, 88crime should be putting flyers out. Why aren't they putting any flyers out? They're the original ones with that $2,500 reward. Remember when she first went missing and everybody's like, why they just put $2,500? You remember that? $2,500. Remember the first day Nancy went missing, or the second day they put out a $2,500 reward? Welcome in, Wanda. Thank you. We are going to keep the train rolling here. We're heading over to the bail bondsman place. The bail bondsman. Shout out to Didn't Do It Bail Bonds. You guys might have seen the ads that I put in court. They also do security. If I missed any super chats, the sun, it's really hard to see. But thank you so much. Mods, if you guys see that I miss any, please message me in the Discord, because it's hard, and then they're only up there for they should stay up there for longer so we don't miss them. Thank you, everybody. Woo! It's perfect weather though. It's hot. Like if you're out in the direct sun and you're out there for like hours, but just doing a little stroll like that, perfect. Welcome back, Marianne. Thank you, Christy. Thank you. Yeah, these people at the park, I never knew they did this drum circle. Every Sunday I'm gonna have to come just for the drum circle. The positive energy that was flowing out of there. Everybody was smiling. Nobody was giving dirt. Everybody was just happy. Yeah, the heat isn't as bad as Phoenix though. Just remember that. I live there and that's way hotter. So whenever it's 100 degrees in Phoenix, it's like 90, 95 in Tucson. But then it gets really bad over here, guys. This is what happens over here. Like, look at this scene. This is a ghetto druggie feel. Drugs being dealt right in the park, right next to the drum circle. Can you believe it? A bunch of people doing drugs right in the park. There's a birthday party going right there for some kids too. So it's like you got all these happy people, and then you got 10 people over here smoking drugs. You know, anything could happen with these unpredictable Shout out Wildcats going to the Final Four. Let's put some red hearts and basketball in the chat. We are going first time in 25 years. What is this live about? We are handing out flyers currently. We were discussing the new theory. There's a new theory based on what Savannah Guthrie is saying, that she believes the 2 ransom notes were actually real. So basically, the new theory is that Nancy Guthrie was actually, they just targeted her and took her. They only wanted her. They didn't want any money from the house. They wanted to do a ransom. So when I ran a poll about a month ago, people said that they thought the ransom notes were a hoax. Now we're finding out they could be real. This park is really scary to go to right now on this side. Not everywhere, but on this side right now, I mean, straight up not good. Like what's happening at this park right now. But except you go right here, and you got a bunch of food trucks. All right, let's check out the food trucks. Everyone give them a follow. So that one is called Family Joint Pizza. Family. This bike guy is behind me. Family Joint Pizza, guys. Give them a follow. Tell them you saw them on the channel. Instagram, local. They do parties. Try to help out the local businesses. This one does cheesesteaks. This is at Reed Park, guys. Come get a bite to eat. Dippin' Dots out here. Turn around here, see what kind of, there's something going on here. Senior care. Oh, thank you so much, Jen. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you joining the channel. Thank you for the super. Right now we're gonna go to the bail bondsman place that I know. Welcome in, Mandy. Welcome in. We're gonna head over here to bring Nancy home. Why going? Oh, it's because I know the bail bondsman company. He actually sponsored the channel, and so I'm just gonna see if maybe he can put one up on his door. Right now we're just leaving Reed Park there, Teresa. Welcome in, Amanda. Thanks for joining, subscribing. We watched a video earlier from Monk's Intrigue. He was talking about the new theory that's come out. Have you guys heard about the new theory? Anyone new coming in? The ransom notes, most likely, from what Savannah says, could be real. So that changes the perspective on how to look at it. That these people targeted, she kind of made a hunch to it, or a hint, I should say, a hint that she thinks it was because of her. Remember, if you guys want to put the exact quote in the chat. Welcome in 520. Christina, did you see my I feel bad? I'm come back soon as okay, welcome, we hope you come back soon. We'll be here for a while. I'm missing a lot of the chat, so I probably don't know what's going on. Yeah, this is not the FBI's theory. This is speculation, opinion. We are going to didn't do it bail bonds. Yeah, isn't that a great name? Great owner too. Great owner. Didn't do it bail bonds. And yeah, it's all over Arizona. People in Phoenix, they have a location up there, I think, as well. Thanks for putting up the live courts for sure. Thank you for tuning. It's all about awareness, educational purposes only. People learn. A lot of people don't know what happens, especially younger, once they get arrested, and then they're sitting there and they have no idea what's happening. Maybe the younger. There's Gene. Oh my gosh, Gene. You guys know Gene? Oh my gosh. Do you guys want to go see Gene? If you live in Tucson and you know Gene, he's a guy, he walks all over town. I mean, you'll see this guy all over, and he walks and I mean, he's been doing it for 40 years. He's like a local celebrity. You guys might know somebody in your town but he's been doing it for 40 years. He's been walking. Gene. Anyone in Tucson who's in the chat, explain who Gene is. He's like a local celebrity. But just because he's seen all over town walking for the last, like, people saw him when he was like in his like 20s and 30s, and now he's like 60. So that's who Gene is. All right, guys, here I didn't do it bail bonds. We're gonna see if we can get them a flyer. We're gonna see if we can get them a flyer if they're open. Didn't do it bail bonds. Can't believe I just saw Gene. Oh, he put some hilarious songs out. Okay, I'll check that out. I will check that out. All right, I'm gonna just go see if anyone's here. Say hi. Give him their flyers. I'll see if he wants me, if he'll let me bring the phone in and say what's up. Thank you again for the super. Jen, I appreciate it. Get a big heart. Thank you. Be right back. I'm gonna get the just hand them a couple flyers, and then I'll see if they can. Yeah, isn't it? It's a clever name. And then they also have another thing called Tree Stone Security. So what I'll do, put we got the Starlink active. Starlink active. Thank you to the awesome supporter who helped me with that, and everybody who got the service. All right, be right back. Okay, I submitted. They had one of those mail drops right there, and I put it right in there. I put a big stack of flyers right in there. So everybody, if you're in Tucson and you ever need a bail bondsman, didn't do a bail bondsman, we'll get you set up. Give food truck flyers. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. The thing about the food trucks is, I don't know if they want to. I should put a thing on Facebook and just say, any food trucks that want flyers, I'll come out and bring it to you. Some of them, you know, if they're selling their food and they're trying to get people in a happy, posting up a missing Nancy Guthrie on their food truck, it might be not the best move for them. Yeah, it's a great name. Didn't do it, bail bondsman. Bail bonds. Sponsor of the channel. I'm thinking it's more 2 people. If they were there, based on what Savannah's saying, they literally were there just to get Nancy, and they were gonna try to extort $6 million in Bitcoin, and it didn't happen. And now they jump ship. This is what I'm thinking. I think it's based on what Savannah's saying, is that she thinks it was a targeted kidnapping, as far as they were just there to get Nancy and to get that money. So that's what's weird about it. That's up until that interview, I honestly thought it was maybe just like a robbery gone wrong kind of deal. Send me money, bail bondsman. So we got the flyers there. I gave him a big old stack right there in his they have one of those mail drops. So See the next spot we could go to. Oh, I want to listen to this next interview. This is with Brian Hinton, where he talks about, he brings on another Pima County, like the flyer image, a perp, close full body. Yeah, this one is not the best. I mean, it could have been a little better with the full, but it's not the worst. The next one, I have a couple I'm gonna print tomorrow. They should be a little better. Something happened to Nancy. They had to stop the ransom. Yeah, exactly. Something happened. Check out the temp that was Let's Go recently. Nice. My fingers. Screen, post office. Yeah, there's printable flyers on the FBI website. Does that have the full body? Does that have the full body? Hey, Teresa. I was just blocked. Yeah, sometimes it gets real sensitive. Guys, we gotta let people talk. Sometimes the mod auto feature, I notice it blocks automatically, so I don't think it was that serious, but show the flyer. It's good. Just, I mean, it could be better. There's probably, somebody said the picture needs to be closer to her age, and yeah, finally, Danielle. Oh, Anna, don't unsubscribe because of that. Dang it. And yesterday I lost 25, I was negative 25 subscribers. How do you lose 25 subscribers? Negative. Going backwards. Now we got Ann leaving. I know, negative. I go negative. And don't go. Sometimes it does that automatically. Exactly. I don't think it was the FBI flyers on Discord. Well, why don't you think that it's about the incident? Yeah, that hostess was rude. I mean, being at a 5-star restaurant, 4-star, whatever the heck. Someone said she was fired. I can't confirm it. I hope she wasn't. Maybe trained. Trained better. Working in a restaurant's hard. I mean, I tried it when I was a kid, and I was like, wow, this is not fun. But some people enjoy it. Like it takes a special person to work in a restaurant. It really does. Holy moly. Forgot about that. Welcome back. Thank you. Glad to be back. It's always good to recharge. Recharge doing something other than the normal repetition. Everybody in their life, you get in that repetition. Every week starts seeming like Groundhog Day. Sometimes you just got to take a deep breath, get a change of scenery. And here we are back. We've got some good flyers handed out at the park. We just left the didn't do it, bail bonds. Didn't do it, bail bonds. I like to give people chances in the chat, because here's the deal, is some people might be fired up for whatever. Let me know if we're back. Let me know if we are back. We are back. Okay, everybody, we are at McHale Center right now. Just a little pit stop as I was driving by. I just realized we are literally at the Final Four Arizona Wildcat Stadium right now. Got to give them a shout out. First time in 25 years that they have won it to the Final Four. Look at this, bear down. Bear down in the house. Look at this, bear down. Boom, boom. No sound now. No sound. Good to go on the sound. All right, we are in front of McHale Center right now. This is where the University of Arizona Wildcats play. They won last night. I know a lot of people are not sports fans, so I'm not going to stay here long. It's hard to hand out flyers on the campus because it's very strict with the rules. But I want to give a little shout out to the Arizona Wildcats. If you guys can take a picture of that, put it up on your page. Send me a photo. So this is the Arizona Wildcats Stadium. Try to get to the exit point, but it is kind of neat to drive through this area. It's not too crowded. Syracuse Orangemen, go blue. Yeah, it's going to be a good Final Four. It's going to be a good Final Four. I don't have Jim's number. I can't help Jim today as far as like if he's broken down. I mean, he's got to have some resources other than me. I mean, I don't know where he's at. I don't talk to Jim like JLR does. I know Jim's out searching in his motorcycle. Like, I have AAA. I use AAA if I break down. Right? That may sound weird. Maybe not. I don't know. I just call AAA if I break down. Is he broken down in the city? Is he out in like the outskirts? Where the heck is Jim broken down? Okay, here you got a little robot. You got a little robot taking. See that robot? I don't even have Jim's number. That dude, he could probably fix his truck. He's like MacGyver. Straight up MacGyver, Jim is. Let me know where he's at though. He's fine. Thank God. I had a feeling Jim's fine. Jim, if anyone can figure anything out, Jim is the man. Yeah, I had a feeling. I was just playing with him. Oh, he's stranded. Brian is at the airport headed back. No, he said he was coming back. It's not like a breaking news thing. So make sure you guys know that he's coming back to Tucson. But it's not because it's like a breaking news thing. He said there's some different angles that he wants to handle. But he's not coming back because there's like something breaking. If you watch, we were just about to watch that actually. But yeah, Brian Hinton, he said he was coming back. Oh, he just made this 7 minutes ago. Here we go, 7 minutes ago. We're gonna listen to a little sample, and then you guys can go to his stream later and watch the rest. Brian Hinton's coming back.
Thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe.
Go give him a follow.
Today is day 57 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. I'm actually at the airport right now. I am on my way back to Arizona to look into a couple of new things involving the Nancy Guthrie case. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. It's actually busy in the airport with the TSA lines. You always hear about how bad they are, but I got through really, really fast. So that was a relief. I got to the airport super early, but made it through quickly. In this episode, a couple of things. There was this deputy in Pima County who was arrested for kidnapping, actually, which is it's a crazy story. I'm going to explain to you the circumstances of that. A lot of people are sort of thinking, could it be connected to the Nancy Guthrie case because it's a kidnapping charge? I don't think so. You'll hear why when I explain it in a second. Also, a couple of new things that Savannah Guthrie said in the Dateline episode over the weekend that I'm going to talk about. And I have my friend and retired FBI agent Steve Moore on to kind of go over some of these new things that Savannah said, and also some of what she said at the end of last week, just, the back door being cracked open, Nancy not having any shoes on in the junk. I wanted to get his take on a lot of those things. So I'm going to get into all of it in this episode of Brian into Investigates. Hey guys, so again, I'm in the airport.
He's in the airport coming back to Tucson.
Gonna get to a couple of things here. First of all,
Hopefully something's breaking. He's got different angles.
Again, no indication it's connected to Nancy Guthrie at all, but just still interesting since it's a kidnapping charge.
Mr. Reynolds, this is the time for your initial appearance. You were here this morning on charges of kidnapping. That is a felony offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
So his name is 22-year-old Travis Reynolds, according to an interim complaint complaint, Reynolds was transporting a female detainee to the Pima County Jail when he allegedly made inappropriate remarks about her appearance. He allegedly shared a vape pen with the handcuffed woman and told her that he could help her with her case, and allegedly suggested that they go to a hotel and have sex. Detectives allege that Reynolds also showed the woman explicit videos and delayed taking her to jail. And she said that she felt intimidated. This is what prosecutors said at the hearing.
This particular offense that is alleged is very, very concerning. Just given the occupation of the accused and the power dynamics between him and the victim. There's indications that this might have happened before. The victim would like to see, he shouldn't be returning back to the jail or its location. No weapons, no contact. The victim in this case is very afraid of this defendant.
I want to say it was like 2-3 days ago.
That he had of the power dynamics.
Like 2 or 3 days ago.
So again, on the surface level, just from what I can tell, it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with the Nancy Guthrie case. But again, interesting, it's a kidnapping charge. Interesting that you've got a Pima County deputy who would do something like this allegedly. So I'll stay on top of it, but wanted to get you guys updated on that. Also, you guys remember there was the Savannah Guthrie interview at the end of last week on the Today Show. Well, there was also a Dateline episode this weekend where there was more of the interview that was aired, and I wanted to give you guys some of the highlights. She talked a lot about her sister Annie and her brother-in-law Tommaso, and how Nancy wanted to remain independent. And one thing that was comforting is that Annie and Tommaso lived so close to Nancy that they were able to keep an eye on her and look after her. She said that no one took better care of my mom than my sister and brother-in-law, which I thought was really interesting.
Thank you, Michelle.
Just because obviously there's speculation about.
I appreciate you, Michelle.
It seems like she's really gone out of her way to defend, especially her brother-in-law, saying that no one took better care of Nancy than her sister and her brother-in-law Tommaso. She also said that Annie, and she calls him Tommy, and Tommaso Tommy, made it possible for Nancy to stay in the house that she loved because they were close to her. They let her have her space, but obviously they just live like 10 minutes away. So it sounds like they were really the primary ones, just because they were so close, who kept an eye on Nancy. So that was the new stuff that I caught from the
I haven't been to Silver Lake.
The stuff that Savannah said at the end of last week.
Silver Lake Lake.
Doors plural were propped open when Annie and Tommaso arrived. That Nancy was taken in her pajamas with her shoes
Yeah, it's
on,
nice, Kate.
her phone and all of her personal items were left behind. And I wanted to talk to a retired
Thank you, Dem.
a friend of mine about some of these new revelations, what it means to him, what he thinks all of this means to the investigation, how coordinated was Savannah's interview with the FBI, could her interview and her going back to the Today Show impact the investigation maybe in a good way. So this is
I didn't see what you said, Mocha. What did you say?
Joining me. I really appreciate
Sometimes
it, as always.
I miss the chat,
Savannah
but I'm
interview,
hoping that you guys answer each other's questions.
That she is facing and has been, and the fact that it's now been almost 2 months, and her strength, and I've got a lot of emotions coming out of it. But in terms of the investigation, there was some new information that came out. I kind of want to go through a few of these items with you and get your take. The back door, and she said doors actually plural, the back doors were propped open, she said, when her sister and brother-in-law arrived and Nancy was gone.
The back doors were open when her sister and brother-in-law arrived back at the home. So, well, at least we know how the perps got in the house. But how did they find the front doors? Were the front doors locked? Were the front doors locked? I have no idea if the front doors were locked. Like when they got to the house, they obviously said the back doors were propped open. Was the front door open too? Like, was it just wide open? Like, because if that's how they got Nancy out, were they left open? What are we doing? Yeah, someone was just asking, what are we doing? We dropped off flyers. We've been dropping flyers off. Right now, I'm kind of just cruising. I was gonna ride out to Nancy's at some point here. Nancy's area. I'm going to continue to play this by Brian Hinton. I don't know what it says. There was one that I wanted to play where he interviewed. So I think I'm going to skip to that one because this one's kind of a little bit... this is Sheriff Nanos' former boss.
Hey guys, thanks so much.
Dude, she's got a tail. Look at this, guys. She's got a tail. I'm not even kidding. Look. She's got a tail. Look, no joke. She's got a tail, guys. A pink tail.
Right outside Tucson, Arizona on February 1st. A really, really interesting episode today. And this to me was one of the more interesting ones that I've done lately because you're going to hear my full interview with Rick Castigar.
Rick?
Who really knows the sheriff and knows Pima County.
Hey, that's not the one.
Like anyone else I've interviewed, I would say. And that is because Rick was...
It was a different one. This is it. It's called Insider Rift with FBI. Shout out Brian Hinton.
So she's going to be, Savannah says she's going to be back on the Today Show April 6th. So you imagine how difficult that'll be. And we'll just have to, you know, maybe between now and then there'll be some resolution in the case.
Look, we're behind the
and I want to get to my interview now, Dr. Carmona. Again, he was a long
streetcar
deputy in Pima County. He's also a physician and he was the U.S. Surgeon General. So he's got an incredible,
this guy
career. And he has a very interesting perspective on everything going on with Nancy Guthrie, and specifically, you guys have heard me talk about before with the sheriff of Pima County. There's this push right now to essentially throw him out. There's possible recall coming up where they want to have a special election. People are not happy with the way he's handled the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and there are other issues too. They say he's lied under oath about his disciplinary history at his previous job in El Paso. So listen to my conversation with Dr. Carmona. Dr. Carmona, I really appreciate you joining me. Just for my viewers, tell me a little bit about yourself. I know you worked within law enforcement for quite some time. You were also
this road is real bumpy.
Obviously, you were Surgeon General. If you don't mind, just give me a little bit of background so people kind of know where you're coming at this from.
Yeah, sure. My background started in special
Thank
operations in
you.
the military as a U.S. Army
We're the
Special
super.
Forces, and that's where I
Brenda.
first started getting involved. You know, many years later, I had the opportunity to go to school, and I came from a poor family. Was a high school dropout, and I got a GED in the Army. And ultimately, I just kept moving up from there with more education. In law enforcement, I worked with the Sheriff's Department for about 34 years.
This was Sheriff.
I was a deputy sheriff and then the SWAT team leader for most of that time. I was a detective for a while, but most of my time in law enforcement was in special operations, what they'd call a SWAT team, dealing with high-risk situations on a regular basis. During that time, I'd also gone to medical school and continued to work as a law enforcement officer, even though I was a physician. And then when I was selected, nominated as Surgeon General, and
This guy was a Surgeon General.
Senate, I was still working in both jobs, being a physician,
And he
as
worked
well as being a police
Pima
officer.
County.
So it's it's kind of unusual, but I love the public service side of law enforcement, and I also appreciated the opportunity to be a physician and ultimately the Surgeon General of the United States. And all of those experiences really were very germane to being better at the job of Surgeon General, where my job description was to protect, promote, and advance the health, safety, and security of the United States, which included responding to all hazards threats and dealing with law enforcement, federal, state, emergency operations, all of those type things. So it better prepared me for that big job of being Surgeon General.
And how long were you with Pima County?
How long was he?
34 years.
34 years he was with Pima County.
That's amazing. So we've obviously been covering the Nancy Guthrie disappearance since February 1st. It's now been almost 2 months. With all your experience and your knowledge of Pima County and all the people that you know, where do you think things are at right now? Because there's some people, is this a cold case? Are they close? Like, what is your gut telling you? Hey guys, I was in Arizona for almost a month and a half, and my habits
Commercial.
were not great. There was a factor that so I had to up in those.
So the thing that we're most concerned with a very elderly lady who is on medication, has medical problems with this much time, unless there's somebody that is taking care of her, it's unlikely she would survive this long, because she requires medicine on a regular basis. So we're concerned. And Savannah comes from our daughter, comes from our community. I knew her when she was a young reporter at Tucson and would interview me on different cases, interview me on emergency medicine things. So it's really close to our heart, and it's just heartbreaking to see what has happened, and then have the issue of the case being complicated by some of the challenges that are caused by the present sheriff.
And Savannah has now said, I don't know if you saw her latest interview, but she said, these are some new things that we didn't know, that the back doors were propped open to Nancy's house, that she was taken in her pajamas without shoes, that her phone and items and wallet, everything was still left in the house. What does that tell you?
Well, again, I want to be clear that I'm not part of the investigation.
Right.
I'm taking this information from you.
Yeah, I just mean based on your experience, just as your opinion.
To begin with, why would anybody want to kidnap an elderly lady? Okay, so what is the motive? And so that's the first thing. Why would this happen? And that requires an in-depth investigation of everybody, from family members, friends, people in the neighborhood, the cameras that you've heard about so often. So it's not clear to me, because I don't understand the motive. And there may be more information that has been garnered that would be directed at defining what the motive is, which then would be able to identify potential candidates who might want to do something like that, rather than just a senior citizen who maybe was disoriented and wandered. And we would get calls like that all the time. A grandma who has a little dementia who disappeared, or a disoriented person because it...
And that's the way they talked about, is when this call first came out, right, at 11:56, everybody thought that Nancy just walked away. I mean, of course, they probably said, we don't think she walked away. The family probably said she can't walk. But that's when the case came through, is a lot of people believe when this happens that it's somebody who just walked away, like a dementia. But what's weird is the sheriff didn't even know that it was Nancy Guthrie missing until 7 p.m. that night. So between 12 p.m. and 7 p.m., Nanos didn't even know Nancy was missing. It was somebody else that was handling the investigation.
Taking certain medication. So it's not always a crime, and most of the time when you have somebody lost like that, it is not a crime. It's just that they have medical problems and challenge, and you find them walking and they forgot where they are, and so you bring them home, or you bring them to the hospital. So I don't have any specific inside information. I am very curious, and things are not coming together in the public, and with the information I know that will make sense. Why would you kidnap an elderly lady? The fact that the doors were open, could it be that we have an elderly lady just forgot to close the door, for instance? Again, so I don't want to be making any guesses. It may be that our FBI
what the heck is he doing?
Sheriff's Department detectives are aware of some of these things, but those are the thoughts that you have when you're putting this together.
What the heck is he
Don't jump to any
doing?
conclusions. Look at the evidence, seal the crime scene, and things on day 3 that may be germane to an investigation. That if you keep the
He's
crime
got
scene
like a
intact,
chain or something
you would
in
be
his hand.
corrupting the crime scene, and they wouldn't be valid anymore in a case, for instance. So again, I'm looking from the outside in. But I will say that I know many of our officers in the department, and they're quite competent. They've handled complex investigations before. The FBI guys in town, I know them very well, and I've worked with them over the years, the same thing. And so,
thank you, Laura.
my concern was low. The
I can't say
distraction
anything or YouTube will kick me out. I guess I was bad at some point. Great to see you back. Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
Savannah's mother. That's the mission. Not debating whether or not a sheriff is competent or not. The fact that we raised those issues are outrageous during an investigation.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And you know, initially when we started covering this in the first couple of weeks, we started to hear about the sheriff and started to hear complaints about the sheriff. I mean, it became pretty clear when we came to Tucson, a lot of people didn't like him, and we were getting all that information. But I was trying to kind of not ignore it, but like you said, keep the focus on Nancy. You know, as an outsider.
Thank you, Laura.
That didn't interest me as much initially, but then it
Hope
just
you get it worked out.
Impossible to ignore, especially because we started hearing from our FBI sources that initially, you know, they felt like they were being left out of information, that there was this beef between the sheriff and the FBI, so it did become more relevant. You mentioned you know people in the FBI. Have you heard any of those concerns?
All the time. But even before
Hello, Lori.
The present sheriff, Nanos, has very little support from the community of law enforcement. We have a couple of dozen law enforcement agencies in southern Arizona, federal, state, local, okay? And most people would prefer not to do business with him because he's just not a good leader.
Do you hear this? This guy, he used to be the United States of America Surgeon General. This guy is not just some Joe Schmo. And he's literally telling that all the agencies in Arizona do not want to work with Sheriff Nanos. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you. That's a nice message, Mary. I appreciate it. And thank you to Safe Reyes, S-A-F-Y, Safey Reyes. Thank you for being boots on the ground. Thank you. So this guy is worked with Nanos. Here he goes. Listen.
Complaints all the time from our colleagues. You know, he is very volatile. He leads by intimidation and coercion. He doesn't inspire people to be better, which is what real leaders do. So people do not enjoy interacting with him. And during this case, it was, you know, actually demonstrated because FBI agents who I knew had told me. He said, you know, I don't know what's the matter. He's not sharing information with us. You know, he sent the evidence to a private lab in Florida, and then he claimed it was cheaper. Well, the FBI doesn't charge you when you're working with them, and you have the best forensics lab in the world. Why wouldn't you use them? Okay, because the fact is that we have a very good reputation in southern Arizona with ATF, DEA, FBI, state agencies. When something bad happens, we work together in a seamless system because some agencies may have more depth information technology that can help in an investigation. So we share that. And when we do a press conference, we stand together as one. That's what we call force multipliers, working together to solve a problem. You didn't see that happen here, you know? And so from the very beginning, the talk within the law enforcement community was just that. You know, people going, well, it's Nanos, what do you expect? You know,
it's Nanos, what do you expect?
Well with us. And so I think the sad part for me and many of my colleagues was that we're generating stories which are not germane to finding Savannah's mom. And that's what the mission needs to be. And all of the other stories which are important when you have a sheriff that is allegedly incompetent, and that's not my words, but other law enforcement
allegedly incompetent.
That way, that detracts from what we're supposed to be doing. Every single shred of our energy should be directed at finding out what happened and bringing closure to Savannah and her family. And with all the distractions, it makes it much more difficult.
Do you think the issues that you described with Sheriff Nanos had specifically impacted this investigation?
Well, I would say I don't have any inside information, being I'm not an investigator, I'm not involved in the case, but I would say yes in this way. It distracts from all of the attention being on the mission, because we have reporters more interested in what the sheriff said or didn't say each day, or how he has, pushed away federal agencies trying to help us and so on. So that's where I think it takes away. I would tell you the investigators are great investigators out there, the guys I know that are involved, the commanders I know, good people, but the leadership is failed.
Thank you, Diane.
And that creates a story of its own that is unnecessary and self-imposed because of incompetence.
Do you think it's gotten better between the sheriff's office and the FBI as the investigation has gone on? I'm just wondering, it's been almost 2 months. Do you think they're still having, are you?
Thank you, Diane. Just real quick, she just did her first super chat on a YouTube. Shout out, Diane. Thank you. It's her first one on any live stream, so that's awesome. We're gonna keep this rolling. He's on his way back to Tucson. Yep, he is on his way. He said he has some angles, different angles. Nothing breaking though. Welcome in. Hello, Corvette girl. Everybody welcome in Mystic Mama. Hi, I'm new. What's going on? Is there any ransom? No, there's no new ransom. It's a new theory that the ransom notes actually were real. A lot of people thought they were a hoax. Now we're finding out they could be real. Welcome in, Kelt. Welcome in, Diane. Brenda. We're going to keep watching this video. It's called Insider Rift with FBI, latest on Nancy. This is day 55, so he made this yesterday, I believe.
Still hearing
maybe
from
2
the
days
FBI
ago.
that they're having issues working together?
Here's what I would say on that. I think that the FBI, these
What
are
up, Andy?
the preeminent investigators in the world, and the lab and technology they have are second to none. I think they have been very gracious and diplomatic in dealing with a person that has not been fair with them, and offered all the
I think you went one time
investigation
to the scene.
which were not accepted at times. So again, I'm not there, but the circle of people I know is still concerned of how he's operating. So not having inside information, I cannot tell you specifically an answer to your question. But the fact that we arrived at this point where we have to ask, is there collegiate relationships between these agencies? Right there tells me there's a problem. Because what the public should see is that we're working seamlessly as law enforcement specialists in this area to solve this crime. And right now, there's many questions that are being generated by the public.
And that's exactly what, if you guys rewind at the beginning, I talk about how confused the public is. Usually we have an idea, right? Even with the Koberger, we had pretty good idea what the heck happened. Because there's been so much misinformation put out by Nanos and the unorganization of his words and contradictory statements, the public, like he just said, is literally just frustrated. We don't know what to think. So we'll continue. Now, I did stop here because I'm going to leave flyers here. Anyone that wants to come by the Bring Nancy Home flyers, this is on Elm Street, KVOA Studios. I'm going to leave the flyers here underneath a big rock. Right over here. You'll see where I put them. I'm going to walk and do that while you guys listen to this. There isn't a new ransom note. It's not new. It's the old ransom notes actually could be real. And a lot of people said that they weren't, or believe that they weren't.
Law enforcement agencies, as to the competence of the individual who was ostensibly in charge of this, the sheriff.
One thing I've wondered from the beginning is, why, you mentioned, how robust the FBI is, the resources that they have, even the way they were able to work with Google to get the camera, the images off the camera when the sheriff initially said it was impossible. Why wouldn't he want to utilize them as much as possible? Because in the end, if they solve the case, it still would make him look good, I think. I mean, he's still the sheriff. He's still a part of it. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's the way, if I were him, I would be thinking.
Well, if I were him, that's the way I would be thinking, okay? If we had that position. And it is really a conundrum for all of us, because we've worked with these agencies before, and we have a great group of investigators, but a lot of these agencies have unique capabilities, like the forensics lab with FBI. It did different, I think they brought in almost 70 FBI agents to assist in this investigation. And yet to have them shunned and not use them maximally is a bad decision to begin with. So it's really confusing for all of us. I would say that what we would expect to see is at a press conference, not only the sheriff, but the senior investigators there, other agencies are helping, and have the public see that this is a team effort with people that have diverse backgrounds and experiences and technology that are working together to solve this crime, rather than having one guy wanting to be in charge and claim credit for everything.
What do you think about the sheriff's messaging? Because I think some people in the public are confused, because sometimes he'll say one thing, he'll say another thing. Even there's this January 11th date that we've been reporting for weeks that is significant. You know, the FBI has told us through sources that they believe one of the photos from the front camera is from January 11th. And the sheriff just kept saying, we don't know why everybody keeps reporting that, it's not true. And now he's actually said, oh, actually it is significant. And we do think it's, like, do you think that that mixed messaging confuses people?
Well, first of all, your question is germane to this issue. The public has to have trust in its law enforcement agency. You cannot lead without trust.
Trust.
If you have a sheriff that has to keep correcting himself and changing his story every day, the public loses faith in you. They lose trust in you. This information was available. He didn't understand, and I don't know what.
There we go. He just nailed it. Thank you so much, Nancy. Slow mode. Okay, we got slow mode. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Nancy. Nancy Gardner. Somebody said they're being timed out. We might be in a slow mode. We might be in a slow mode. I don't know. Sometimes they put it in the slow mode so people... I don't think you were timed out if I saw your comment. But we're trying to keep it civil here. Civil and unity.
He kept making mistakes, but it was like when he sent the evidence to a private lab and was questioned about it, and he says, well, I did that because it was cheaper. Well, but we all know the FBI isn't charging for an investigation.
He's heading to, okay, I'll meet him up there.
So, but he would come out with
We're going to Nancy's
it
next.
was like below the level of a real seasoned leader. I mean, was he just ignorant? Was he being stressed and he just couldn't communicate well? But the fact that you have to come back repeatedly day after day and give explanations of what you said the day before and why is it different, you're undermining your position, and the public continues to lose trust in you.
Boom.
That is the problem, and it creates...
This has been going on a while, as well as the Holly Dasso case. I'm still waiting for information on that. Susan Smith, thank you. I trust only this channel now because you don't make stuff up to get more viewers. You do a great job. Yeah, I couldn't do makeup stuff. I don't have it. I'm just trying to deal with common sense, facts, reality, truth. That's it. I mean, I like to hear what other people are saying, so I watch all kinds of channels. But yeah, that's where we're at here. 147, thank you. Appreciate that, Ruth Moon. I don't think we'll find the bad man. I don't feel we'll be told we're Nancy again. That's the thing is, yeah, I mean, we hope, I said earlier in the chat, the perp, just leave Nancy somewhere so we can find her. If the family can damn get some respect to bury their mother. I mean, how black-hearted do you have to be where you're not even gonna let the family, the public, find an 84-year-old elderly woman who's, you know, raised a great family, did it by herself without her husband because he passed away, and you're gonna do this to the public and the family, especially the family, let us know where Nancy is. Clip this and tell the perp. Make sure the perp, hopefully he'll see it. Let us find Nancy. We don't, at this point, of course, we want to find the suspect. But this family needs some justice to bury their mother.
It's a whole other problem because now the people don't know, well, is this a good investigation? And are they really doing the right thing? You know, why isn't the FBI more involved? Why isn't other agencies more involved? You know, I remember the day he showed up at the basketball game, and we had FBI agents all around the country all helping, and he's sitting there with his chief watching a basketball game, and the optics were so bad because this was at the peak of the investigation. And you think, everybody said, and I was standing in that stadium with the FBI agents, and they said, you know, a regular person would realize that the optics of this are so bad. If you want to watch the game, you watch it at home on TV. Not sit on that.
Here's the thing: is if he's talking about Nanos at the basketball game. He's lost trust from all his basic deputies. But here's the thing: is
when the major investigation in the nation is taking place, and you're sitting there with your chief watching a basketball game where all of these federal resources and state resources are being dedicated to this case, the optics were terrible. But then that, brings up another issue, common sense. And it seems in his leadership, common sense is...
yeah, why don't you go over and hang out on a different channel, Mike? Okay, Jim is fine, okay? Jim, obviously you just said he's not broken down, okay? So I'm tired of people coming in here saying, get over and help out this person. Jim never even asked for my number. I don't know Jim, other than I shook his hand. I don't know Jim. I would love to help out Jim. Jim does his own thing. He's fixed, okay? So I don't know what the hell you want me to do with Jim. Like, I would help him if he had my number and he called me and he's like, hey, come out here and help me. But when some random person comes into the chat saying you need to go help Jim, it's really uncomfortable. So it's annoying. I will help anyone if I have their number and I know and I talk to that person saying, come help me at this. But when some random person says, come out and help Jim, I don't even know where Jim is today. Jim is completely capable of everything that he needs to do to make it happen. Now, if it was somebody else, they might not be as capable. I have 100% confidence in Jim, Mr. Mike, that he's okay, right? I think he's up and running. So please quit coming in here and trying to make me feel guilty for something that I have nothing to do with. I don't know Jim we went to dinner. I shook his hand. He says, I love what you do, 857. I tell him, you're doing great too. That's about all I have with Jim. I'll go out with Jim someday. But he does his own thing. He really does. It's so annoying when people are coming in here trying to make me feel guilty for not trying to track down where Jim is. And then we find out Jim's good to go. Jim's on the road. He's back on his motorcycle. I love Jim. Jim is awesome. Like, that dude is like someone you want on your team. But I didn't get Jim's number. We didn't exchange like that yet.
It was administratively when he was working in a job, things like that. But he was never, he was okay, let me put it that way. But nobody looked at him as a leader of the future, in other words, okay? He was just there, and he did the job. So we were all kind of confounded when he was in the right place at the right time for him and became sheriff, acting sheriff first, because there are, years and decades of issues that occurred that we question why he would be in a leadership position. But again, it's an elected position. The public spoke, but I don't think the public really understood.
All right, guys, we're gonna head out here to Nancy's. From what I hear, Sleuth Intuition is gonna be at Nancy's. So we're gonna head out there. I met Sleuth Intuition. He does some great shows. Maybe Jim's in the area and he can swing by, but he's usually out on the outskirts of a town with his motorcycle and his MacGyver, you know, skills. So I'm gonna see if I can get Jim's number, just so I have his number in case if it does break down. I can be right there, but I don't even know where he's at today. So we're gonna head back out to Nancy's.
The core competency is essential to do a job like this.
Do you think anyone has spoken to him? I mean, like, I just think about someone of your stature, someone on the outside of the department, and said, look, like, you know, we've got this missing woman, the whole nation is looking at Tucson. Has anyone gone to him, do you think?
Yes, they have. I know they have.
I'm gonna switch to Wi-Fi real quick, guys. Switch back to the Starlink real quick. Okay, let me know if we're back. I just got the Starlink on. I had to turn it off while we were at the yeah, we're back on Starlink now. I had to turn it off when we... Okay, we're on Starlink, so when we get out to Nancy's, we should not have any problem. Brian Hinton's on his way. Shout him out. What's up? All the mods, big shout out. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you for the yellow hearts. Kelt. All the mods. Yeah, I know. I'm just, this is annoying where people are like, he said, I'll remember when you're broken down, and it's like, give me a break. Like, I'll go out and help anybody, but I just didn't believe it, number one, that Jim's broken down. That guy, if he's broken down, he'll be up. Give him an hour and he'll be up and running. And what happened? It wasn't 5 minutes later, someone said, nope, Jim's back up. So it's like, don't come in here trying to make me feel guilty. Because if he was truly broken down and here's the location, you need to go. So I would be there. Wow, I went through some gas today. I gotta get some gas. Holy moly. Didn't realize I went through so much gas, but I guess I did. Yeah, I don't know. All of a sudden I look down and it says you got 50 miles left till you're on E. Might have to stop and get some gas right here. Be right back, guys. I gotta get some gas. We're down to 50 miles. Thank you. Mary, thank you. I'm visiting my niece in Tucson in June. Hope to see you out and about. Yes, Mary. That would be awesome. We're going to be doing some good fun stuff here. Some food truck meetups. Coming up. Basically, the food truck meetups is the way I do it is like I'll show up at a food truck for like an hour and I'll pay for whoever shows up for an hour. I pay for all the whoever gets it. So like we did it at Danny's Dogs and everybody got a Sonora hot dog. Well, however many. It was, some people were getting 4 and 5 hot dogs for the families. So however many people came in that hour. And it also helps out the small business, right? It's a little truck. So we're going to be doing that this coming week. I'm going to pick a day. We're going to do a food truck, an hour. It's going to be kind of like, okay, we're here for the next hour, whoever comes. it's going to be paid for. So that's what's happening in the future, trying to give back to the community and also help out small businesses running like food trucks. They definitely need help to get through the month. Get some gas, everybody. Yeah, I did it a couple times and it's awesome. Plus it helps the business, like people find out about their like food truck. Be right back. All right, tell him we're heading to Nancy's. We're about 10 minutes away from Nancy's. Sleuth Intuition. Great true crime reporter. Great true crime reporter. Thank you for letting me go. Guy was like, I'm in his way. $4.40. I just paid everybody $4.40 with my Circle K discount. 5 cents off a gallon. He's a local Arizona channel. He out of the Phoenix area. He's been down here. He was down here like the first day with me. He was down covering the case. But if you guys remember, if you were following DGL's chat, look at that van. Thing's brand new. Still running. What kind of van is that? Can't even tell you what brand that is or what cart. The Ford? No, I don't know what that is. Almost looks handmade. This is where the cemetery that DGL, he did a live police scene from here one night. Looks like an old ambulance. Is that? Could it be? He's got his cute little blinker on. Get a side view of him. It's a Dodge. It's a Dodge. It had Dodge on the front. Some sort of Dodge van. I'm sure the car experts, lots of people that know, they see a car, they know exactly what it's a Dodge. Looks like the first minivan ever, first van ever made, maybe. Say probably in the like the 40s or the 50s. 338, 529. Yeah, Brian is coming back to Tucson. Not for any breaking news though. I'm sure he wants to come back because something's breaking. But from what I found out in his interview, this is just based on what he said, he's got some different angles that he's looking into, which is good. Keeping the story in the media, the big media. As you know, the narrative is being taken over by the big media. NBC's only getting the interviews. Everybody's silent. Nanos won't talk. Tommaso and Annie, they get a pass from talking. They don't have to talk. A minibus. You think that was from the early 80s? Wow, I thought that was way older. I thought that was a way older. A fantasy. Woo! 1969, that seems more like it. A fantasy. I've never heard of fantasy. Okay, G-Life. I'll try to get to the bottom of that. Guys, I'm not trying to be rude. It doesn't matter what the Guthrie family comes out and said. They're going to be condemned. No, I don't agree with that. Everybody says, oh, they're going to be condemned. Why the hell would we condemn the family? Me personally, I would not condemn, but I don't know what condemning, speaking out after your mother was kidnapped, how is that going to be condemning? They just go, look, I dropped my mom off at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m., 9:40, and dude, I'm with you guys. I'm freaking, like, how is that? No one's going to condemn anyone. I don't see that. I see that as actually helping, so people can humanize the situation, right? It's normal. Maybe he doesn't have to. I'm not saying they have to come out and say anything or do anything. They can sit and hide in their house, and they can just have all their friends protect them. But what kind of life is that? Just come out and say, look, we're gonna talk. I'm gonna tell you what happened, man. We were playing Parcheesi that night, and everybody's happy, and you know, she took an Uber over because I was this, and I dropped her off, guys, at 9:45, and then we get a call. I mean, it doesn't have to be. All you have to do is just tell. It's not condemning. Like, to me, it does not going to do anything except give more compassion so people can actually understand and feel. You know, we have so much already that we're like, dang, could you imagine your family member? No one's going to condemn them. They've been cleared by the sheriff. They've been cleared. There's nothing to condemn. Everything matches up from what the sheriff said. They've been cleared. They've been complete. Why would coming out now and just going, hey guys, have a little interview, even if it's with NBC? I think the silence actually brings on more condemnation than anything. People start thinking, why are these people so silent? They won't even come out and talk. Nothing against them if that's their choice, but I also think they're coming out saying people are pointing fingers at them and this. Then just come out and talk. Be like, okay, I'm going to talk to the public. But when you have NBC News and you have all these people that are basically paid to tell you what to say, hey, don't talk, because we're seeing it play out right in front of our eyes. The narrative, they want to control the narrative. But if I saw Tommaso, all I would do is just be like, give him a big hug and say, man, I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do? You know, and then let him, if he wants to share what happened, like, hey, we were playing Parcheesi the night before. We ordered, you know, blah, blah, blah. Annie made her favorite pie. We ended the night because, you know, mom was getting tired. And so I drove her home and Annie stayed. I pulled up into the driveway at this time. She walked in, everybody. I mean, I'm just giving you guys a situation where it doesn't even have to be. It's like, okay, just tell us what happened. Like, what happened that night? Was Parcheesi a game you guys played? Mahjong. I agree. Some people think maybe it's not a good idea for the family to talk. Only Savannah talks because she's got this big insurance as far as all the people behind her at NBC. She's, you know, in the spotlight. But she wasn't the last person to see her mom. I'm pretty sure it was Tommaso. So, I mean, not that that means anything. It could mean that he just comes out and goes, hey, we were playing Mahjong, me and Annie, and could you imagine her, Annie, and Tommaso at home? They're at Annie's house, and I'm just speculating here. She comes over because they play Mahjong every Saturday. Do they play every Saturday? Was it a special Mahjong night? We don't know. We just know that for whatever reason, was it just Annie and Tommaso and Nancy at Annie's that night? Is there anybody else? What will that do? It'll give people an idea of, hey, this is what happened that night. It's called common sense. So people are trying to figure out, was this a normal thing? Did somebody follow Tommaso back, right? What does Tommaso think? Who does Tommaso think it took? Last night, you saw Savannah get on the freaking TV, or 2 nights ago, And she thought what she thought it was. So does Tommaso go on there and go, you know, I think it has to do with Savannah. Maybe he can't say that, but he can say something. So whoever is mad at me for saying, hey, it might be a good idea for them to just speak up, I'm sorry, that's how I feel. I don't mean to offend you in any way, but I mean, I do have questions like, was it a special occasion that Annie went over there that night for dinner? Like, is this a every Saturday night thing that maybe somebody was watching to see that you guys were leaving that Saturday night? Like, I mean, these are just normal questions. So I apologize if I'm upset anybody for asking, you know, why can't Tommy make a statement? Just answer some normal questions. It was for Nancy's birthday. That's the first I heard of that. That's the first I heard of that. I'm not holding them against them for staying silent, I'll tell you that. I'm not holding it against them. It's their choice. I just think personally, with all the speculation that people keep throwing their name out there, they should be like, hey, it might be better if we talk and tell people that we had nothing to effing do with this. And here, stop it. But the silence can also lead to speculation. We're gonna go to Sleuth Intuition. I gotta let the phone cool down for 2 seconds. So yeah, I don't want to be critical on Tommy and Annie at all. I mean, like I said, if I saw both of them, if they allowed me, I would just give them a big hug, say sorry. You know, if I could help them, maybe explain what they want to get out as far as what happened that night. It seems like it could be an important piece to the story. You know, I mean, if it was just a one-time thing, I mean, you don't forget, or we don't forget, the FBI was in Annie's house, was at Annie's house. They also were in all the neighborhoods. If you remember. I believe Nanos when he said we have cleared the family. This family is a good family. From everything I've heard, Tommaso is a good guy. I mean, there is nothing that they have to worry about. Everybody, they have very high reputation. This isn't like, you know, some family that has a cloud over them. No, there's nothing like this. There's nothing that they should be worried about speaking up normal. I'm missing lots of the comments. I did see somebody say stop in big caps. I did see that. But maybe we just have to agree to disagree on this subject, which is fine, right? Like, I understand some people think they don't need to talk. I don't think they need to talk. I just think at this point, they have a bunch of people in this world that care about them, their well-being, and we would like to maybe just hear from them to as a what's the word, some support, I guess. How can we support Annie and Tommy? Like, what can we do for Annie and Tommy? What do they need? Like Savannah was asking for prayers, right? She was on her Instagram asking for prayers. What can the public do for Annie and Tommy? Just leave them alone? And that's kind of what we've been trying. I mean, people are leaving them alone. There's nobody at the house. But that's not going to stop the people that are speculating. Savannah's asking for prayers. Savannah put on her page for the last month and a half different Facebook posts. In the interview, she asked for prayers. I mean, Savannah's basically become the spokeswoman for the family. We are in Nancy's neighborhood now. It's good to get a break. A couple days, I don't know how many days, I did not even drive by here. Just took a break. So this is the first day back. You know, nobody's even here, but they still have all the no parking signs, making it real, you know, hard to cover the case because there isn't any parking. Even one car parked in this area is going to get you a ticket. Sleuth is there. Shout out Sleuth. Nice guy. He gave me a t-shirt. A Sleuth Intuition t-shirt. I gotta get him a t-shirt. But I appreciate, you know, people, if you don't agree, I know it's not the most popular opinion to go, hey, I think they should talk, just out of human to human, like heart to heart, not any like they have to go explain anything, just like normal crap, like, dude, like this happened and thank you everybody for, and we're worried too. I mean, it doesn't have to be like this big thing. Brian Hinton is coming back to Tucson. From what I hear, he's got some different angles. He said in his interview, we are going to Nancy's. We are going to Nancy's right now. I'm gonna test my luck with the Starlink. Right now, if you guys see it, I want a t-shirt. I'm working on the t-shirts. I just got the quote, so I got 2 quotes. I got to review the quotes, see which one is easiest for me to get the shirts out to people the fastest. So thank you for your patience. We're moving on up. We are moving on up. All good and no buffering. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, we are in action. I want a t-shirt. I'm gonna get those real soon. They'll be up here, I would say, by, let's see, probably next week. Maybe by the end. I'm gonna go say what's up. That's Sleuth Intuition right there, everybody. Good to see you, Carol. Are we buffering? Are we buffering? Shouldn't be buffering. Oh, wow. Yes, no, no, no. Yes, we're good now. Perfect. All right. I'm going to go see what's up to Sleuth. We are at Nancy's. We are parked. All right, guys, we're just gonna give them some flyers. Alright guys, we're back. Sleuth Intuition, go give him, he's ending his live here in a minute. We are back. There is the latest setup of the Nancy Hope flowers. And that was, I'll never forget the first day that I was sitting here. It's like day 2, day 3. And I was looking at the mailbox and I said, people should start coming over here and calling it Hope Flowers. And then boom, one person came, next thing you know, the media is jumping on it. Hope Flowers, these are the Hope Flowers. We had the Hope Gathering. To see this love for, you know, the community, because this is what it is. As much as it's Nancy, it's a family, it's a community coming together for something tragic. The yellow, people said, well, yellow stands for hope. So then everything became yellow, yellow ribbons, yellow flowers, sunflowers. Got even a yellow lantern over there. People brought a wind chime over here. I mean, it's, so a lot of what we're trying to do is also help the public heal, bring the public together. I don't think so, Hester. I don't think so, Hester. I think I remember I was here on day 2, day 3, 4, 5. James, yeah, James. I didn't know about, you know, all the paintings that would come. It looks like the paintings are missing. I mean, somebody might have taken them home or brought them to the family, but I don't see all of the paintings. Everybody went home. I mean, it's almost been 60 days. People spent months out here. They had to go back. They had to go home. They're going to all come back. Throwing gummies. She's throwing gummies at people. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get in an argument about who started the Hope Flowers. Maybe somebody brought a ribbon. I just remember how awesome it would be to start seeing people bring in not something like a memorial, right? Because you got to think of my mindset, everybody's mindset when they're here in front of the house, all the media. How can we bring like some hope, some positive? It's because it's not a memorial. We don't know anyone passed away. And so Hope Flowers seemed like a good name. And then ever since then, it's all been based around hope for Nancy. But now after 60 days, I don't see people using hope because I think a lot of people think something bad might have happened. So the hope is still alive though, I believe. Yeah, even the big media is starting to say, you know, is it even possible that she could be alive? I mean, somebody would really have to her as far as the meds. So a lot of it comes down to hope for all victims right now. And hers case is the biggest as far as being a celebrity, mother of a celebrity. But Thank you, True. Yeah, it could be awesome if we get rain, but he's out there. Everybody go give Sleuth Intuition a follow. Hope never ends. Hope never ends, everybody. Do I see any dark clouds behind me? I don't know. That would be awesome if some rain came, though. I'll tell you that right now. That would be awesome. No, I don't really see any dark clouds. Where are we headed now? I'm gonna go grab some ice. As far as heading to the next direction, have not planned that out completely. We did have a couple minutes left of this Brian Hinton interview. This was done a couple days ago.
As it relates to taking in guidance from others, you know, and
he's talking about Nanos.
He tends to double down, and as the guys jokingly say, he just keeps digging the hole deeper, you know. And so I don't have any explanation for it, but except maybe ego, you know. And then, you know, we find out recently that allegedly he didn't tell the truth when he came over from El Paso, that he had left the El Paso apartment to come work in Tucson. That was years ago, but now we find out, allegedly again, this is information I've read in the papers as well, that he was having problems there. He was going to be fired possibly, and there was some irregularities in how he worked as a law enforcement officer, which my colleagues at the county had told me, well, had we known that, he would have never been hired. So that's a whole other investigation now that's coming forth that undermines his credibility.
Nanos is facing the fire.
Yeah, and I know that was the early 80s, and times were different, and there wasn't email and technology, but one thing I just keep wondering, I mean, that doesn't really make Pima County look very good. I mean, like how did they not, because when you look at the disciplinary issue with 8 suspensions, and there was a lawsuit involved, and, you know, police brutality, like how did no one know that when he got hired?
I have no knowledge because I wasn't even here then. You know, I came to town in '85. But what I do know is the process when all law enforcement come in. And so the way we do it now, and I don't know if it was done that way, there's a pretty deep dive on anybody even coming into the police academy. They want to know your background, and before they accept you, there's a thorough background investigation to ensure that you are who you say you are. You know, did that happen? Was there fabricated information that was sent? I have no idea. I'd only be guessing, but I had the same question. How do you lie with all of these allegations from El Paso, Texas, that would have constituted a no hire? Definitely, based on what we're hearing from El Paso.
And the fact that he allegedly testified under oath and was asked, have you ever been suspended, and said no. I mean, granted, this was a very long time ago, but at the same time, I guess I'm just thinking about the different places I've worked, different TV stations. You know, if I had been suspended, I think I would, it doesn't seem like something you forget, especially if one of them, I think, was a 2-week suspension, and there were 8 suspensions. I mean, do you give him any leeway because it was so long ago, or do you think he, in his mind, was thinking, I'm going to actually lie about this?
No, I give him no leeway at all. The fact of the matter is, I don't care what job it is. If you've been suspended from a job or had disciplinary action, don't forget that. And with that many, I mean, misrepresented himself when he applied at the sheriff's department, not knowing who did the background investigation or if it was done, or if they just look at it at face value, well, it's an officer from another department transferring and we'll just accept him. I have no idea. But the fact still remains, even if it was 40 years ago, as far as the integrity of the person who did not provide that information, who relied on an application to be able to get another law enforcement job. You know, because right there, that erodes the trust in the public when they see that people that have been involved with alleged criminal behavior as a police officer.
That makes a great point. Like, imagine the top sheriff, the number one guy, has got all these infractions on his past. And we're sitting here listening to him tell us, you know, that he's like this big leader for the last 25 years. And it's all just based on he shouldn't have never been sheriff. Never should he have been sheriff.
Don't reflect that on an application and then come in. And as I said, the estimation of my colleagues over the years, it's been quite average and marginal. I mean, he wasn't a guy you turned to leadership. He wasn't a guy that you trusted with anything. He just happened to be, you know, another cop. And it's sad that it wasn't picked up early on, because I know that would have prevented him from...
Thank you for becoming a member. Sean, thank you, Sean Bramlett, thank you. And thank you, Carol. I'm gonna grab a quick Starbucks real quick. I gotta take in my other phone so I can pay for it. As soon as I pay for it, I'll come and bring it back to the car. Be right back. UConn is getting their butt kicked. Oh, wonder who U of A is gonna play. I'm gonna play the rest of this while I grab my drink.
Years ago, I don't know who did the investigation, what the circumstances were, what paperwork he submitted. Did they accept that at face value, what he said, because he came in as a active police officer from another community? Today, that would never happen, because no matter where you came from, you would be investigated fully.
And just my last question, and again, I know you don't have insider information. I'm more asking you this just because of all of your experience. Where do you think things go from here with the Nancy Guthrie case? I mean, is this something where years from now we're going to be having another conversation? Gosh, I can't believe still nothing. Or does your gut tell you, you know, that there's going to be movement soon?
Well, I can't give you an informed comment now because I'm not part of the investigation. But I know there's still a very active investigation going on. You know, determining motive, what happened, all of those things. So I think that it will continue to be an active investigation for some time, because whether it is looked at as an elderly woman who was disoriented and just wandered off into the desert, well, we should be finding somebody then, okay? Or if it's a kidnapping. Well, why has there been no input from the kidnappers? Because if they take her, it's because they want money, they want something. So, not, you know, at least publicly, none of that has surfaced. So it's still quite perplexing, and I think that's why the investigation continues right now. And I want to emphasize, I think that the fact that you and I have to have this conversation in a public space about the competency of the senior law enforcement officer detracts significantly from, and it undermines the public trust in that leader, not the organization, that leader, and it takes away from the evidence and the energy that we should all be putting to make sure we find Savannah's mom. Yeah, it's a very, very sad situation, but I thank you guys in the media for following this and alert the public, because the faster we can get through this and clarify the leadership that is necessary in that position is important. And without the press, you know, the public would not understand what was going on. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm hoping just by us continuing to cover it, you know, there'll be some pressure. You know, you don't want people to think everybody forgot about it. And you're right, there's so much we don't know, but I think we can safely say she didn't wander off, because, you know, even Savannah again today said, you know, she could.
It appears that way. I agree with you 100%. Yeah. But, you know, all options are open now because it's an active investigation. But can a weakened senior citizen who's on medications just walk away and not be found? No, she wouldn't have gone that far anyway. You know, and so it leads.
Wait, he gave a lie detector at Annie's house?
When Nanos on TV says that, you know, he opened the crime scene, and we were like, well, how could you open the crime? I mean, that's not something a sheriff does. It's the lead detective that's out there that says we can open this area now because we have, in our determination, have made this determination that all of the evidence necessary has been photographed, bagged, tagged, and so on, and now we can have it. But I remember watching on TV, and you see the pizza delivery man walking across the yard. I was like, this is crazy. Because normally
talking about the pizza guy. Pizzagate. If you guys remember, he's talking about how the scene was it should not have been closed. I mean, they shouldn't have been open. It should have been closed. From the minute they saw that she was abducted, they should have roped off that entire scene, taped everything off. But it sounds like when this happened, they thought it was like an elderly walked away. So most likely, I'm not going to say based on what they're saying, and they said it too. Monk said it. Most likely, the sheriff deputy just drove right up into the crime scene as it was reported. You know, they came in at 12:06, I think. They probably just drove up into the driveway. When Annie drove up, Sheep drove up. They're not going to park on the street. So that crime scene should have been closed off based on what he's saying right there. As soon as that crime happened, they should have said, call the FBI. This was an abduction, homicide of a celebrity's mother. But Nanos didn't even find out about it till 7 p.m. And maybe they didn't want to bother him because it was a Sunday. Who wants to bother the chief on a Sunday?
You have a logbook. Anybody coming in and out has to sign in the time and everything that says you have to justify the integrity of the crime scene. Because if you're going to court and you're making a case, you know, a defense attorney says, well, that crime scene was corrupted. People delivering pizzas, you had photographs on the front door. How do we know this is real evidence? And yet
what's crazy is, yeah, that blood on the front door, that was like, I think Brian Inton's team actually got that. I think they went to the front door and got that. Or it was the New York Post. After the sheriff opened up the scene right away, took the tape down, it was News Nation, I think, who released the photo of the blood on the patio porch.
One that said he opened the crime scene, and then he made a comment about reconstituting it, and I was like, you cannot reconstitute a crime scene. Once it has been corrupted, that's the end of it, because you have not maintain the integrity of that space that the detectives said are absolutely necessary to discover any evidence that may be germane.
Yeah, and prayers to Nanos. His brother died recently, right after Nanos went missing, or Nancy went missing. I'm messed up, but and that's just, I mean, of losing a family member is just the worst thing, especially your brother. And I also know that any law enforcement, they're very good at keeping personal stuff away from doing business. That's why they're hired to be sheriffs, is because they're professionals at keeping the things apart. As far as sad as that can be with his dad, to keep it focused on what's going on here. I don't think it affected him.
In this case. But again, this is coming from the senior law enforcement official, the sheriff, and you go, what is he thinking about? All of us were just perplexed with some of the things that he said. The worst being, I'm trying to get the words right, I'm not used to being held accountable for my words.
For every word, yeah.
And
you're the sheriff. I mean, of course, the media, we're going to take every little word he said.
No,
the
but
biggest
here's the
story in
thing.
the country.
Most of my colleagues said, no, we want to be held accountable by our words and our actions, okay? Because that's where the public trust comes from.
Right.
So the fact that you would say that, just, and that actually makes us all look bad, when that's the guy allegedly representing him.
Somebody said, did community not look into each candidate before they vote? Not here in Tucson, DD. Most people in Tucson, they vote one party all the way down. Doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter who it is. It could be the most radical person in the world. And just because they have a certain letter, they're going to vote for them. It doesn't matter. So here in Tucson, we got people, they vote all the way down. That's how Nanos got elected, guys. It's not because he was brilliant. It's because they needed him, because Nanos protects everybody else in the big cabal here. This isn't something I'm just making up. This is the truth. That's why 70% of the voters, every single time they vote, doesn't matter who it is, they'll just vote all the way down. They don't even look at the issues.
So, I guess enough said about that. Again, I appreciate you guys covering this, and hopefully we can find something out and help with bringing closure to Savannah's family, because, as I tell people, think about it. If somebody said your mother has been stolen, I mean, my gosh, what she's going to with her family, her children, her husband, and, the whole family that's out there, have been part of this community for years. I mean, it's painful for me to just see that anguish every single day. So yeah. I'm hoping we can bring some closure to this, and at least...
Somebody says the same in Rhode Island. Was it Key? Is that who you have in Rhode Island? I pay attention to McKee, I think is his name, in Rhode Island. No, we're not going politics. I hate to tell the truth sometimes. I mean, DLK, we're not going politics. I'm trying to give you, educate, right? People ask, why? Why does Sheriff Nanos get elected? I just told you why. I'm not going politics, DLK. I literally am just trying to explain to you why. It has nothing to do with trying to point fingers. I'm just telling you, people ask, why did they vote this guy in again? It's because the voter population here votes only for the party. Doesn't matter who it is, as long as it has that certain name in front of it, they will vote for it. It doesn't matter if it's just that. That's all I'm doing, DLK. It's not political. It's just telling you the truth of how this city's ran. If you go to another city, you can explain how that city's ran. You go to Chicago, you might get the same thing, right? It's just people, they vote all for whatever reason. I'm not trying to get political, DLK. I'm just telling you how it is here in Tucson. How did he keep getting elected? Because he protects the insiders here, right? Adelita Grijalva, they just ran about 1 million people through our state. They housed them with hotels. They put them in hotels. Guess who protected those hotels? The Pima County Sheriff. Okay? So I apologize if you think I'm being political, but I'm really just trying to help you understand why we have such some weak points here in Tucson. Because it's that reason.
I help the family to bring closure, and it's still a piece of all of us hope that there's something we missed, that she's flying someplace else. But
well, then you know, DLK, you know. If you've lived here your whole life, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Probably just as good as me.
There's been a lot of people critical that it was opened back up. We were able to open video on the front porch of the blood, and then the FBI came later and they closed it again. Who typically is in charge of who makes that call?
First and foremost, the jurisdiction is in charge. So this is in the county, so the sheriff's department has the jurisdiction. Okay, the FBI is involved, but it's not yet a federal case. Okay, but the FBI is involved. So there's a lead detective who will be the lead investigator for this particular thing, and there'll be many people, because you have some detectives doing what they call canvassing. I want you guys to go to all the houses on this block and talk to everybody and get their cameras, okay? I want you to get a list of anybody who was in and out of the house for the last 24 hours, And so there's lots of detectives, but there's one sitting on top who is the detective of the case. And that's the one then that reports up through command, ultimately to probably a lieutenant, a captain, and then the chief, and up to the sheriff. So they're the ones that say, we've done everything we can to be able to get all of the information necessary in this crime scene. And they define how big the crime scene should be. And usually when you start, you make it bigger than you think you need, because you never know, there could be something the house next door. So you make it wide, and then nobody goes in or out except the particular...
All right, everybody. People are asking, why are we sitting here? I just got a drink, kind of just sipping the drink. We are getting to sunset time, so I was gonna maybe try to find a spot, a public spot to eventually watch. But right now, just a recap day of taking a couple days off. Now I'm recapping as far as what people have been talking about the last 3 days. What have people been talking about? Brent Dowler, I've been wanting to drop by Nancy's memorial. It's last due. Yeah, there's bring some flowers. A Mountain's a little far away today. Brenda, I'm actually speaking the fact. I mean, take a look at everything. Well, and that's it. A lot of people are frustrated with different things, but we're really not trying to get in politics. It is frustrating, but I think a lot of people see that positivity always wins. So keep it united, civil. Obviously, there's going to be people, they come from other streams, and there's a lot of animosity. We're just trying to get along with everybody. I mean, I don't have anything against anybody personally. I mean, other than if you want to slander me, I mean, I gotta defend myself. I'm not trying to put anyone political on the spot. But hopefully, with all the animosity people do feel, I know it's out there, but we can start coming back together as Americans. I don't know, maybe that's my hope. Wants to try to cancel people as quick as they can. It's getting old, so we need the unity back. Obviously, discussions can get a little bit intense, but really we're just trying to have an opportunity for people to communicate without having like, I don't want to be here, and then they want to leave. It's just a discussion. We're not taking anything to heart, you know, nothing too serious. No slander. Exactly, I'll stir a fire. Your guys' positivity really helps too. I mean, there is people that they say negative and they're just trying to help too, right? But it comes across when people type, it can come across as negative and maybe they're not trying to be. So I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I really do. Sometimes I notice I do get a little annoyed lately. I'm gonna try to chill and not get too annoyed, but it can be a balance of letting things slide, letting people, but when I'm feeling attacked because I'm just trying to explain, you know, the situation, I'm not trying to be political, I'm not trying to put people down. It's really just helping people get a different perspective, and then I look at the comments, see their perspective. But we do see some dark clouds. Somebody was talking about dark clouds. We do see some dark clouds coming. Thank you so much. Their first super chat on a live stream. Beth. Thank you so much, Beth. Congratulations. I'm trying to remember who my first super chat on a live stream was for. Thank you, Beth. Do you guys remember who your first super chat on a live stream was for? I can't even remember. I'm trying to think of who it could have been. Oh, thank you. You said mine was you. Thank you. Yes, unfortunately. Oh, didn't end well, huh? Haven't done any super. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not really. It's definitely not required. It's just if anyone does, I mean, I'm sure they remember that person. I think mine. I'll be honest. I think it was L.A. Jeremy Reed from L.A. I don't know. I can't think of his channel now. But Jeremy Reed. I think that was my first super chat. LA, he used to drive around LA. Shout out Jeremy Reed. If you guys know him, he moved to Colorado now. He still does it. I don't watch it that much in Colorado, but I used to watch it in the LA. Oh, I was your first. Nice. It's a haboob. Jeremy Reed, 1980. Yep. I mean, I've never met him, but that dude, he seems really cool, down to earth. I believe he was my first super chat. Yeah, you guys can put the name if you want. Jeremy. Yep. I used to watch John DePietro for years before he came out to Arizona. I used to watch Dad's Gone Live before he came out. DGL. Thank you. It's just Michelle. Thank you. What's your new ransom note? It's not new. It's saying that the old ransom notes are actually from what Savannah's saying, she thinks that they're actually authentic, meaning they're real. There's no new, the new ransom note theory is that they were actually not hoax, that they were all, the first two were real. I mean, up until she said that, I actually thought that the ransom notes were just a big hoax. So now I'm really having to change my theory more towards, they literally took Nancy to target Nancy, not to steal anything. They took Nancy to get a ransom of the $6 million, which is just crazy. They literally took Nancy because of that, not because of robbery gone, excuse me, bad, anything like that. We are back. We are back. We are going to the top. So from what Monk's Intrigue theory is saying, that if that working theory, and Sleuth Intuition, I guess, is friends with monks. Monk and Sleuth are friends. Monk and Sleuth, and he said that's the working theory that they're tying it to with the Derek Kallela. I don't know anything about other than he's the guy that did the fake ransom note. And I mean, these guys are really tying things together that could be the FBI are doing, we just don't know. But we are at the base of the mountain right now, everybody. This is amazing part of the mountains right here. There's a house for sale right there. Look at that house for sale. Look at this house for sale. Oh my gosh. There's your view. Thank you, Coco. Thank you, Coco. And Sunshine. Thank you, Coco and Sunshine. Yeah, it's a nice chat. Everybody's it's a mature chat. Everyone's just very respectful. I mean, we just want to have discussions without having any drama. But look at this house for sale. You know, I don't know the address, but I'll get you the realtor's name. Engel and Volkers. You know, I don't know if it's gonna rain. Oh, this house probably 2 million. I'm maybe 1.5. I mean, it's the view alone it's amazing. Yeah, it's a great, I would say. I mean, that would be your backyard view right there every day. I'm gonna get it my other stand up. That'll be better. Thank you again, Coco and Sunshine. I appreciate the support. I like those windows, those big long windows. I don't know how many bedrooms are in this house. You're gonna have to look it up. I don't know the address either, but if you go to Engel and Volkers, there's the Engel and Volkers is the realtor. Saw a big long comment. I don't want to miss that one. Brenda says, here's why the family cannot sell Nancy's house. One, Nancy has not been found to sign the deed. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. That's probably 100% correct. Except, it's probably 100% correct, except because of Savannah's fame, she's friends with the senator, Mark Kelly. I mean, I'm not saying they can go above the law, but they can basically somehow make a conclusion that Nancy is dead, I've heard, and they can move things along, I guess is what I'm saying. It's not like they're just stuck with the house that they can't sell. I might be wrong. Laura Mint says, especially since Derek Kalela has a band and Tommaso has a band, they both played the same venue. Yeah, that angle is interesting. But here I am hoping the realtors get some viewers for this beautiful house. Nice house. The car's making some weird noises. I don't know. I'd be interested to find out how much it is, just out of curiosity. Very nice house. Great view, too. Great view. I'll give you guys a side view of the house. It doesn't look too big either. Like some of these, like a big old mansion, it just seems like, all that to clean. This is just like a cute little bungalow. Probably views everywhere. Look at the views. Three bedroom. That would be perfect. I see these bedrooms, they got 7 and 8 bedrooms. It's just way too much. But these houses are awesome out here. They're all custom home built. Thank you, Judy. Thank you. Glad to be back. Oh my gosh, look at that one. It's getting redone or something. No stopping or standing, parking anytime. Private property, no stopping, private property. Keep out. They got a gate going into their house. This is how you protect. Well, there is the mountainside villas. Guess we'll pull in here for another minute or two. Since I wouldn't mind getting a tour one day of this house. Just to say I was here. But as you can see, there's downtown. That's a mountain. Thank you, sis. Nancy's house is in a trust, so they don't need. Okay. See, yeah, that makes sense. If it's in a trust, it's kind of already set up. I'm sure they're gonna need. I don't know that, but that makes sense. We're gonna keep moving. Try to find a sunset spot. I was thinking we could come up here, but the sun doesn't even go down for another couple hours, so we're gonna just keep rolling. Yeah, no street lights. No street lights. But look at these houses up here, just amazing. Some of these houses look like entryways to like resorts. Like, look at that one right there. Cameras everywhere. All right, this is a fun road to go down. Here we go. We're going down. Hold on. Got apartments out here. You guys want to get an apartment? Skyline Gateway apartment homes. This in some comments, so if you guys help each other out, answer each other's comments. haven't done this yet today. Oh, wow. Thank you for the super sticker. Super chat, I mean. I have sent you 10 gifts. I hope that. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support, Sean. It definitely does help. The other day I went to go fill up my gas tank. I paid, it was $72 to fill up my gas tank. I've never paid $72 to fill up this. Thank you again, Sean. Everybody who super chatted, stickered up, joined as a member. I appreciate it. $51 for a Subaru? Jeez. Hit the like button. Thank you. Almost at 3,000 likes. Everybody, we're almost at three more people. 3 more people and we're at 3,000 likes. 2999 now. 1 more person. Oh, nice. We are over 3,000 likes. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. 857 community. I know a lot of people have been following along for a while, and we're really just here to bounce ideas off. You know, it's all talk, kind of like, you know, you're talking on the phone with a friend. You're in a group chat with some people, with some friends. We don't have all the answers. I definitely don't. I'm just here with you guys trying to figure out what the hell happened here. Among other cases. If you guys were following my channel, a couple weeks ago I was at a mall shooting. There was a shooting that broke out at a mall. Well, I just posted, I think 2 or 3 days ago on YouTube, the shooter. In Michigan. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hyper Kimberly, is that you? Thank you for joining. A sculpture festival. So as you can see, we're kind of got a little tradition going here today. We're going to the ends of all these roads. We went to Speedway this morning. Remember, we were at if you guys rewind or remember, we were at the beginning or the end of Speedway. Went to Tanque Verde Guest Ranch where Speedway ends. Now I'm gonna take this road just where it just ends. This is right by Nancy's house, right across the street from the restaurants, the CVS. So, you know, a lot of people speculate that Nancy, it would be 2 to 5 miles away from the house. Because that's, you know, why would a suspect want to take them? Because it could risk them getting caught. So they said they think that Nancy's within 2 to 5 miles of her house. So Just giving you a bird's eye view. If you left Nancy's and you remember the CVS and the Starbucks, this is right up the street from that. Now we do have one issue that's going to happen in about 5 or 10 minutes. I'm going to have to switch off my Starlink because my power bank is down to 8% and I don't have solar power. I do not have solar power. I'm not going in there. That looks like you need a pass to get in there. It's a guard on duty and everything. Crazy. I don't think I've ever been up here. It's a great shot for a... Wow. I might have to pull over. This might be the spot. I don't see how it does say no parking. Damn it. Dang it. Oh, look at all those no parking signs. There's like 100 of them in a row. 1, 2, no parking, no parking. Yukon 1. No parking, no parking. All the most beautiful views are blocked. Well, let's see what this takes us. There's got to be some sort of like pull off, right? For the public. I know this is a residential street. $3.99 in Tampa. I'm kind of going slow because there's no one behind me, so I'm just it's kind of a windy road. Got a guy in front of us riding his bike all the way down this hill. Man, these are some nice gated communities. Guard towers and everything. Checking the chat. Trying to find a perfect sunset spot. Gonna see if there's any new, I mean, it is a Sunday, so not much being released. Duke lost. Wow. Duke lost, someone just said. But I haven't said this yet today. Where is everybody signing in from today? What state, what country? If you want to put the city, feel free. If not, totally understand. At the buzzer? They lost at the buzzer? Dang. Duke fans are not happy. Georgia, Tennessee, Vermont, Appleton, UK, Canada, Michigan, California. Thank you. Holy moly, Drippy. Thank you, Drippy. Indiana, Georgia, California. Thank you, Drippy. Alabama, Michigan, California. Brandon, Charleston, Illinois, Massachusetts, Caputa, South Dakota. I've never heard of Caputa. Ohio, Alabama, Iowa, Nevada, Louisiana, Washington State, Arizona, Fort Mojave. Shout out Fort Mojave. Canada, Texas, Chico, California, Philly, Clarion County, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Michigan, Rhode Island, UK, New Mexico, Sacramento, Rhode Island, lots of Rhode Island. Thank you again, Drippy. Chicago, Illinois. Mason's mom, thank you so much. Glad you are back. Hope you enjoyed your family visit. I love seeing all the places you take us. You have become my favorite YouTuber. Wow, that's a lot. I really, that's seriously, that's a nice thank you. It's all about the community. That's what it's about. Santan, Arizona, I used to live there. Texas, Minnesota, Northern Michigan, UK, Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, Houston, Arizona, Florida peeps, Pachuca City, Jacksonville, Northern Ontario, Lake Charles, wow, Arizona, East Tennessee. Most people under 45 or so, no idea what you mean when you say you miss full service. Yeah, I remember full service. There's still a couple gas stations in Tucson that do it. Idaho, Mars, Laura's from Mars, Kentucky, Knoxville, Mississippi, Erie, Keller, Scotland. All right, thank you guys for playing along with that. It's always awesome to see all the different states. Lots of people from North Carolina, which is awesome. I've been to North Carolina. It's very humid there compared to what I'm used to. Upstate New York, Long Island, shout out Glen Cove. Shout out Glen Cove, Sierra Vista, Cubicle, Pennsylvania. Was that what that? Crucible. Never heard of that city. Wheatland, California. Never heard of that. Braintree. Never heard of that one. These are some great little town names. Corpus Christi. And countries. Yeah, lots of people. Casa Grande. Australia. Lee is signing in all the way from Australia. What time is it there, Lee? Nancy Gardner, I'm 74 years old and someone would pump our gas. Nice. I remember that. There's still a couple places here that do that. Near Yosemite, California. 73-72, Yukon came back from a 20-point deficit with a three-pointer. Wow. I'm going to have to watch that. Thank you for becoming a member. Reese. Am I reading that right? Reese's Scarlet. I think that's it. Again, thank you so much, Drippy. Drippy and Mason's mom. Appreciate the super at the buzzer. I missed it. Yesterday I tried to watch the U of A game. I couldn't find it anywhere. I tried to subscribe. Nobody would let me subscribe. It's frustrating with all these different memberships you need to watch the dang games. France. That's the first time I've seen anybody from France in the stream. Shout out France. Yeah, we're pretty early for the sunset. I might do another drive-by over to Nancy's house since we're right down the street, seeing if any. It's kind of sad. John's not here. JLR left. Mark left. DGL. I mean, so it's just. Hopefully some of them come back. Jim's here, but Jim does his own thing. He doesn't go to Nancy's and hang out, and he has his community. He knows where he's going. Jim, shout out Jim. Do you know what happened to John at the border? Oh, what happened to John at the border? No, I don't. I was waiting. He said he's going to do a video, but something happened with John. I don't know. He immediately left town right after that. He's heading back. Hopi, Arizona. Yeah, Righteous Monkey. I'll be meeting up with him this week. Welcome back, Paul. I am here. I got the power bank. But here's the issue with the power bank is we're down to 6% on the power bank. So John, yeah, he went back to New York. New Mexico. I'm gonna check the YouTube, see if there's another video that we could listen to. I think some of these are real insightful to put things in perspective. And it's really to help all people, because I see the frustration. I know I'm frustrated. So when you listen to these videos, at least we can start getting a clue of what maybe happened, instead of all the weird off-the-wall speculation. Thank you, Mary. Have I ever been to Oregon? Yes, I have. Oregon is beautiful. Where was I in Oregon? Yeah, I think I was in Oregon. And they have these big yellow slugs, banana slugs they call them. This thing was so slimy, and it was orange, like the size of like an orange peel. It almost looked like, but it was yellow. Banana slugs. Have you guys heard of a banana slug? Thing was gnarly looking, slimy. Thank you, Nancy. Welcome in, Chrissy. Thank you. It's good to be back, taking a break. Right now, I am going to see if there's any new videos. Yeah, banana slug. Have you ever heard of a banana slug?
you guys.
I'm gonna see what Jim's doing. So Jim was at a mine today. We're gonna watch Jim for a minute. Give him a follow.
People are rolling in. Hit the light, Lisa's in. Awesome. Hit the like button, you guys. Try to push it up in the algorithm a little bit. That way more people can see that people are out searching. People are out looking for
Shout out Jim. MacGyver.
I guess it's Sunday, right?
There's
Sunday.
Jim.
It's time for another search for Nancy Guthrie, you guys. So I don't know if you saw my live streams yesterday, but we were out in a pretty good area that looked really promising to try to bring Nancy home and give her what she deserves, her final resting place, or possibly rescue her. Let me turn down the volume here. Yeah, turn on the volume.
27,000.
So
Exploring with Jim.
So what I'm doing is I got the map and I'm doing 2 mile by 2 mile squares. And we did that 2 mile by 2 mile square.
See what I'm saying is Jim knows what the heck he's talking about. When Jim says he's going out, this dude, he's the real deal. Like, I mean, he needs his own Netflix. Jim's, man, shout out Jim. He's doing 2 mile by 2 mile radius.
It looks really interesting. We found that skeleton out there. I think it's probably an animal. There's a lot of controversy on that, you know, what I found. And then I found the skull, but there was a skull of like a dog or a coyote. Was that associated with the spine? I don't know, you guys, but I know it's too old. It wasn't Nancy. But we did, it just shows we're really looking, you know. What a weird area, right? There's a field of bones and trash, and yeah, that was very sketchy. But anyway, we made it out of there alive. We didn't step on any rattlesnakes. So today, I'm doing another.
And that is the thing right now, because of the weather, just went from, you know, the snakes are not hibernating out there. The snakes are not hiding. Did you see Alex's impersonation of Jim? No, I gotta see that.
2 mile by 2 mile section. Like, I'll go through this quick so we can get going. Another 2 mile by 2 mile section. And so this direction, hopefully you can see
Reading
this
season
is the San Xavier Native American tribal lands. Okay, and I searched all that. You come from Tucson, right outside of town, you enter the tribal lands. And then I searched the tribal lands 2 weeks ago. I don't know, 3 weeks ago, last week, I forget. But I searched all of that. And so this is the next sector on the south of the tribal land. So if someone kidnapped Nancy and they went south, they would come down this West Mission Road, and then they could head towards Mexico.
So he's at the San Javier mine. If you guys want to look that up, just so you know where he's looking. Yep, Jim. I'm gonna call him, you know, Mr. MacGyver. I mean, this guy, he's prepared. He knows what he's doing out there. Shout out Jim. I mean, he's out there doing grid searches, and I mean, just one guy with a big heart, a lot of knowledge, and cares.
Or they could head east or west as they got down, and this seems like a prime area to search. So I'm not saying I find anything here. We're just doing sector by sector, and we're eliminating places. Okay. So eventually, we're gonna find something. We're gonna find Nancy and bring her home. Okay. So that's the goal. People are telling me, the psychics are telling me, search the San Xavier mine, okay? I get a lot of messages from several different psychics. I'm not into psychics, you guys, but this is the next sector. This is the next section down, so we're searching here anyway. So I just wanted to show the people that were telling me to come here, this is where I am, okay? So
amen, Teresa.
Really good hunt.
there's some residences here and there's some activity and mines, but there's also some sort of desolate areas, you know. So we're gonna hit everything, and then if we don't find anything, we'll move on to the next spot.
Okay, Ribbon.
So
Thank you. That's a good point. Thank you, Ribbon. Ribbon says I'm not allowed to hand out any other flyers. I didn't know, so I hope I'm not in trouble. But I did print up some flyers that are not the FBI flyers. She says go. He or she, I don't know, says go and print the flyers off FBI. So I'm gonna do that. I do not want to get thrown in the slammer for printing. I mean, I know I'm joking. They're not gonna throw me in the, but I get that. They want proper information out. It makes sense. So thank you for that. I'm gonna get the that flyer, the official flyer from the FBI. That'll be the next one printed.
Yeah, let me just show you. It's hot as heck here today, you guys. And I gotta get on my motorcycle jacket. But let me check the stream. It's hard for me to see everything at the same time, you know? So it looks like it's working. Yeah, so it looks like everything's working. So here you go. So let me just quickly, we'll show you the rig, okay? Show you what it takes. And then
let's see where he's at. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit where he's at when he gets on the bike. You guys can see him. This is Exploring with Jim, guys. Hit the like button.
This is owned by the University of Arizona, I believe. They took over this property, and then
this is today.
Like a research lab for mining engineers. I don't know, something like that.
This is today. Jim out searching.
But yeah, we'll hit this place really good. Everybody's telling me San Xavier mine. We looked around the mission land, and lit a candle at the mission for Nancy. If you haven't seen that, that's...
I didn't know either, KC, about the flyer.
Videos, I think. So we'll take it up here, because this is, you know, it doesn't look very likely here. Although, let's look at that building. I don't want to miss anything here because a lot of people are asking me to come here.
Check near the casino.
It's definitely just like an old wood frame building here. Nothing under it. They're just dumping wood, right? That's not as bad as all that trash. Right on.
All right, so Chantel, as far as I don't understand why they aren't searching. I mean, I'll give you a little bit of a reason why I think they're not searching like the authorities is because they've already spent $1 million, guys. They've already spent $1 million on this this case. $1 million. So to send people out for another, that's just more money, and it's a lot of money when you got, you know, 5-6 people. Yeah, $1 million. So if they believe that Nancy was targeted, kidnapped by certain whoever, right? Then what's going to happen is they need an area. So if they can get an area and they could say, look, we believe Nancy was taken to this city or this area, kind of narrow it down. But right now we're literally stuck with nothing. As far as an area. So to just send people out randomly, I mean, it's always good to search, but there's so many square miles. We're talking 9,000 square miles of land that it wouldn't be the best use of the money, right? Because that's a lot of money. They don't even have any more to spend on this search, guy. They don't. They got a whole year they have to have a budget for. It's not like the federal government is coming out and giving, you know, Pima County $5 million to keep searching. So they're really having to cut back. The Cajun and that's the thing, the Cajun, they could have invited the Cajun. There's even search groups here locally. And so the only reason I think that they're doing that is because maybe they believe that she's not going to be found in an open area. They're, you know, if it was a targeted kidnapping, the people probably took them to private property. You can only get a warrant on private property. But I do agree they should have had whoever offered to come help. Why not? I mean, it's just, it wouldn't have cost them. Yeah, and that's the thing. It wouldn't have cost them anything. It could have, who knows? I'm not saying that it's not a good idea to search. I think it's just so overwhelming. It's like a needle in a haystack. That who most likely will find this is somebody out that's hiking one day. If she was put in a public location. Now, if you think the perps are going to just leave her randomly on public road or on a public property, then she would be found eventually. Eventually, someone from the public is going to find her. If she's not, if Nancy's not on a public, you know, piece of land, then how the heck are they going to find her? If she's on a private property, does anybody know? Like, if somebody has 20 acres out in 3 Points or out in Arivaca or out in Sells, one of these little small towns, how the heck are they going to know to find her on this whatever private property, if it's private property? And that's the thing, is Arizona's a little different with our environment, our landscape, than a lot of cities. Like, a lot of areas aren't as widespread. They're not as wide open as Arizona might be. So I think if there's some way that they could find the suspects, then they could find where Nancy is. Other than that, it's really a shot in the dark, needle in a haystack. One psychic said on a private property in a random barn. We're gonna cruise back by Nancy's, maybe just hang out there, but I don't have much. Oh, dang it. We are done with the Starlink, so I gotta switch this off. Be right back. I gotta switch my Starlink off, I guess. Actually, you know what? I forgot that. All right, back. Welcome back. So what we'll do is we'll do a little drive. I mean, the problem is I just remembered I do have an adapter that I can plug into the cigarette lighter, and it powers up this thing. But oh man, I left the adapter at my house. It's an amateur day, still learning. But yeah, I left that at the house. So right now we're gonna just cruise around the area. If we go back to Nancy's, we're gonna hit buffering zone, buffering. Welcome back, everybody. I had to get off Starlink because my machine is out of juice. But I do have an adapter at home that I can plug into the cigarette lighter. Grammy for Justice says, I feel that they found her, then they're not telling anyone. That would be the biggest scandal of the world. To me, someone said that would be illegal, Granny. Yeah, no disrespect in the chat, please. They said, somebody said that would be illegal if they lied to the public and say Nancy was already found. But they got all these mansions that they're up here in the foothills. If she was found, they could, I mean, she's got money. They could have bought them and said, hey, we're going to put Nancy in here. Obviously, she can't go into public anymore. But people have been saying that 84-year-old woman that left Rio Rico, how coincidentally that an 84-year-old was leaving Rio Rico the same day that the raid happened. Like the odds of that just happened to be at the same exact time that they were doing the raid and everything was happening in Rio Rico. An 84-year-old woman gets, we heard it, everybody heard it, but that's not Nancy. So I'm pleading with whoever knows who the 84, there's 26,000 people that live in Rio Rico. There's 26,000 people. If anybody knows the family, you don't have to say their name or anything. Have them reach out to me. I'd like to talk to the family. Obviously, HIPAA laws, we're not trying to do any sort of, HIPAA laws. I just want to talk to the family that says, yeah, that was my grandma. She had heart surgery or she was doing this and we needed to get her to show me just who was the family. They don't even have to say their name. Just show me a paper that says a plane or an airport flight. It was strange. And people are at the hotel or the hospital waiting. I don't know if it was a DOA. No, I don't think so. I don't think it was a DOA. But I remember hearing it, and it was like, because I didn't go to Rio Rico. So I was literally listening to the scanner. I was trying to pay attention. It was to Banner Hospital, yep. So, to me, if this was like, seriously, if that was Nancy, and they're lying to us now, someone told me that is completely illegal. Like, you can't deceive the public like that, especially with a missing person. I mean, that's talking about a cover-up. People are saying that they think the sheriff is covering things up, and I mean that's a huge cover-up. And you got Mark Kelly, right? You got Mark Kelly involved, and you got... They can't do that. You can if it's witness protection, see? So that's where, we were supposed to just shut that down. Oh, that wasn't Nancy. So you're not even allowed to talk about it anymore. So nobody's talked about that, They brought it up. It could be. But we'll never know, I guess. I mean, unless we can talk to somebody that can verify that, hey, this was my grandma, 84-year-old grandma. It wasn't Nancy. You would think the big media would be trying to figure that out. Why is it so silent? Why isn't NBC News trying to get out who the 84-year-old was? Not out of HIPAA laws. We got HIPAA laws, so we can't say, hey, this is the lady. But the family member can come talk. They have to announce it. Not true. They have to announce it. If she's found, that's what someone said, it's against the law if they, but somebody says if she was put in witness protection. Why would Nancy need witness protection? Well, if she was kidnapped, why the Uber driver can't speak out? That's another question. I don't know who the Uber driver is. You know, why can't we see any video of Tommaso driving back? What the heck? Why can't we see any video from Tommaso driving the car back that night? At 9:48, there's all kinds of cameras that go from Annie's house to Tommaso's house. Can we just get one camera footage with Nancy in the car? There's Tommaso. He's driving from Annie's. They just finished their Parcheesi night. I mean, Mahjong or whatever the heck the game is. Everything's got to be kept secret. But let me know what you guys think. Is it just completely coincidental that an 84-year-old elderly woman was helicoptered the same day, the same time, exactly everything when the Rio Rico incident happened? And then there's been no big media that's followed up with, we found the family and we confirmed that it wasn't Nancy. It was this, here's the family, here's the granddaughter. And some granddaughter named, you know, Judith. Hey, yeah, that was my grandma. She had open heart surgery and they had to move her. She's 84 years old. And that was my grandma. No, we don't know whose grandma it was. It was somebody's grandma, 84 years old, that was on a helicopter from Rio Rico to Tucson. I don't believe it was. I don't either. It just was so strange how coincidentally we're led to believe it wasn't. Now, all I'm saying is then who was it? So I'm pleading with anybody in Rio Rico that can have the family of the 84-year-old woman get a hold of me so we can have some sort of, I hate to say it, I mean, as much as they say HIPAA laws, I'm not going over HIPAA. We need the family just to not say, we're not going to mention names, but they can come on and they can say, that was my grandma. We don't know whose grandma it was. They don't have to say a name. But rule it out. I'm not trying to be controversial. I'm just wanting facts. Like, okay, well, it wasn't Nancy. I believe you completely. Then who was it? We don't need the name. We need someone in the family member who can say, we're not going to tell you the name, but here, my grandma, yes, she was transported. She's 84, and this is the date that she was done. Maybe I'm being out. People are saying invasive. Yeah, maybe I'm out of bounds with it. I don't know. It seems just so coincidentally weird that just because of how coincidentally weird it is that the big media would want to know for a fact. Right? We never want to break HIPAA laws. Everybody's so concerned about HIPAA laws. We don't want to break HIPAA laws. We just need to know from a family member that it was somebody else. Yeah, that was my grandma. Whoever it is, they don't even have to say their name. Maybe Brian Enton is coming down to get on that story. I don't know. It seems odd. They recently interviewed a person of interest who was wearing jump sole shoes. The individual is local. The blood mat. Wow. UCLA Jen. I haven't heard that one. That could be big. They have recently interviewed a person of interest who is wearing jump sole shoes. I don't know what those are, but they sound Interesting. The individual is local. The blood mark matches the type of the shoes the perp wore. That could be big. I pray answers come soon for the Guthrie. Their agony is unending. You also cannot post on private property without permission. I almost feel like you cannot post on private property. What do you mean post? How would we know it's true? Well, if they had some sort of paperwork, you know, a bill saying, hey, whatever date that was, here's the bill. There's a lot of information that's being kept. Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry, whoever replied to me about the Savannah Trump thing, I can't find it now, missed it. All right. Thank you, Joy. I'm not trying to blow smoke. I like to have common sense conversations without, you know, too much wild speculation. Brian is coming back to do a 2-month update. I'm missing lots of comments. Can you bring flyers to 3 Points? Maybe this week, JD. I can get out to 3 Points for sure. Maybe I'll give Sean Gatz a call. Shout out Sean Gatz. Jilly Bear says, according to stats, 36% of the population is 80 to 85. Wow. So that doesn't seem all unusual. Yeah, and I'm not saying it's just the coincidence of how, like, literally we're waiting for something to happen and then all of a sudden, boom, it comes across the scanner. It's a complete coincidence. Yeah, no drama. No drama. I mean, we could talk all bad about all presidents. Now here I'm going to say my one thing about presidents. All these people in our chat, how many presidents have you been through in your life? Thank you, Nick. How many presidents? 10? 12? 8? This is our president right now. We're going to have a new president, and then you're going to have a couple more, and you're going to have more than that. 4, 10. Presidents come and go, okay? So one day you're going to have your president that you loved, right? A lot of people. So just roll with it. Try to not be disrespectful to the office, right? You might not like the man, but you're going to have a president one day that you like, and maybe other people don't like him. So I get people want to have whatever they call it, TDS and whatever the heck. Just have it in that lens. That's what I try to tell myself is it's just not worth the energy. Because one day you're going to have a president you love, right? You're loving this president. He's doing everything, you know, whatever. He's letting the borders come open and everything, and you're happy. And then you have a president maybe that closes the borders and now you're unhappy. I don't know. But the whole point is don't judge people because of if they like the president or not. You're going to have your own president that you like one day, and maybe right now you don't like. But hey, just try to make the best out of your life. Was born during Reagan. Yeah, I mean, it's annoying because you can't have any really decent, civilized conversations because they just hate their president. So it's really hard to get anything further other than, you know, just stopping the conversation. There's no point because it's like they automatically, you know, judge you because you're like, hey, I'm okay with laws being enforced. You know, I'm okay with the border being closed, you know. I mean, Bill Clinton, and I'm not getting into politics, he made lots of speeches about the border needs to be closed. We need to have a border. That's what makes a country. So I'm off the political speeches, or I'm just giving you that point. Anybody who comes in here and goes, you're being political, just put it in perspective. You might have your favorite president next year. Maybe somebody has their favorite now. In 10 years, we might have presidents we both don't like. I don't know. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'm really just trying to take the temperature down with the negative. See, a lot of people love Trump. A lot of people don't. It doesn't really matter either way. But yeah, I am changing the subject back. I just wanted to get that out there. That's it. That's all. I'm done with that topic. Just wanted to express that. Doesn't matter who you vote for, you will be my friend if we can have a civil conversation with common sense.
Reason my browser didn't play that clip, so.
But we do have the interview room.
Everybody,
We're all here.
on our
Great to see
Sunday Night
everybody.
Live.
How's everybody doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me tonight? Out there in the chat?
Interview room,
I played,
guys.
Our opening, but for some reason it didn't.
Let me know if you guys watched this show. It's called The Interview Room. A bunch of ex-detectives, police officers, I believe. I don't know their history. Great channel. We'll just listen to a little bit, see what they're getting into, what their topic is. Shadows at the doorstep, elder home invasions and kidnappings.
Didn't kick off. Must be
Glitch.
just a little glitch, technical glitch. Welcome to talk about elder abuse / abductions as well, and then tie that into the.
Just a minute. We'll watch this for a minute.
Case and how that works with the various opinions here and the various amount of experience. I'm going to start with the
retired detectives.
Youngster of the group in the upper right-hand corner, Dr. Gary Bricotto. If you don't know Bill, if they've
I'm a clinical forensic psychologist in New York, in private practice, a visiting scholar at Boston College, where I do research with Dr. Ann Burgess on serial killing, SA, and a variety of other things. I was previously the assistant director of the early psychosis clinic, COPE, at Columbia Medical Center, where
Lots of people are saying we're not missing much right now. They're just updating who he is. Lots of people watch this show. I watch the show. Smart people, experience. Seeing lots of things. These people have experience, years and years of experience. 857 shook hands with him earlier, but clueless. Patty, who did I shake hands with? I was 3. Patty, who did I shake hands with? Hopi Hoya, thank you. We care and are concerned. Hopi, thank you for that. Welcome in Shiloh Acres. Yeah, I watch this channel as well.
co-built the.
As a detective, I supervised a couple of different detective units later on in my career, and
we'll come back to this in a minute. It's live, so they're just going over there. We'll come back to it in just a minute once they get into the nitty-gritty. Sleuth Intuition. Yeah, okay, that's a different one. Sleuth Intuition. That's definitely, he's awesome. I guess he knows Monk. I guess him and Monk are they correspond with each other, or I don't know how, but he said him and Monk share that same theory, the new theory that's coming out. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Sherry. No hate, but all the discussions are the same. And that's, yeah, I mean, I get it too. It is like, what else could we talk about? What more could we bring up? And now we're to the point where I think they're doing a disservice to trust of law enforcement, the way that they're handling this case. If they were more transparent, like they need to be, in my opinion, at 60 days, almost 60 days, you're telling me they can't find one piece of information to give to the public that would help us? One piece of information out of all the pieces of information, they can't give us one update, one new piece. We heard stuff from Savannah. She goes, oh, well, the back doors were left open. They were propped open. You're telling me all these investigators can't get their heads together and give us one freaking update about some new information, some new piece of information? Maybe it's just, hey, we think Nancy was wearing a damn flowered pajamas. Thank you so much. Froggy. Oh, Froggy. Froggy, I love your name. Thank you from Australia. If you guys do have, thank you, Froggy. If you guys do have any YouTubes, put them in the chat. Mandy with the red heart, or yellow hearts. Alana with the pink, red hearts and the yellow sunflower. I am here for Nancy too. Get a life when reading. Comment. Haters need somewhere else, not on content of channel chat. I'm around since Eisenhower. See, you know, Mom. Mom of 4. You know, presidents come and go. Sometimes, you know, presidents, they're there for the right reason at the right time. They might not always be everyone's favorite, but, you know, they're trying the best they can. I'll tell you that. Most of them do. Doesn't matter what party they are. Froggy, thank you again. And a member, Susan Delgado, thank you for joining. They can take the mask up. The guy looked native Spanish. He had an accident just before he went into the home dream. Her in brown pajamas, tunnel, clay color. Okay, the clay color, I've heard that. The pajamas, maybe white or like tan pajama pants. Why do feds not get heat for not giving info? Yeah, Roy, they get the protection because it's an investigation. So it's like they don't have to say anything, even though the public, I mean, I think they deserve at this point. Like one piece of information, you can't tell us. People say there was actually images from inside the house based on what they're saying. They said, you know, if Nancy had Nest cameras in the house, there's more images, people. They're just not bringing it. I'm not confirming that, but that's what people are saying. Why give out all the information when only you and the suspects know what happened? Come on, common sense, just like poker. Yeah, we just don't know what they're holding back. That's the thing. It's a good point. That's a good point. Thank you, Ruth. Oh, appreciate that. Super chat. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Prayers. Common sense. That's what's the problem is we have not had any new information, I think, since, well, obviously Savannah just said the doors were left open, but from Nanos, yeah, I'm trying not to, Grits. Shiloh, amen, and the city of Tucson. What happened to all the FOIA requests? We're still waiting. Shout out Joe Schmo 88 on YouTube. Give him a follow. He put in the FOIA request for 857 community for everybody here. Pink slippers. I heard she left barefoot. I heard her slippers were left. We got no way to prove what Nancy was wearing or not, just what have been told by Annie. Yeah, and it might be like, hey, she wore this style. I mean, I talked about this before. She wore this style, you know, whatever it was. A little changing of the conversation, but Mindy says Final Four of basketball is set. Men's Final Four with UConn joining Illinois, Arizona, and Michigan. That's a good Final Four. Yeah, I miss a lot of comments, so I really enjoy coming back and being able to read them. I mean, obviously, you guys are investing your time typing in, and then nobody acknowledges it. That's freaking rude. So I know it happens. I miss them. But if you guys are in the chat and you see someone make a big long comment, at least try to acknowledge it if I can't. Kat says someone mentioned air raid shelters. Would have been civil defense, the library. That's a good place. I mean, I don't know if, I think she would have been found already if it was those places, but I don't know. I've heard that people talk about that. I think they were more imagined, but the family didn't want them on TV to protect their mom morally. Two other elderly women missing similar to Nancy. Yeah, I need confirmation on these things like that. There was one woman, she was found. There was another man, he was found. He was out hiking. They unfortunately found him deceased. There's lots of people that, you know, younger people that go missing because of addiction. But would it be legal not to disclose the woman in the hospital was Nancy and she survived? Yeah, the sunset's going to be a little dim today. I don't know if we're going to see the full thing. Got about 30 minutes till the sunset. Thank you, Lisa. My heart is breaking for the family. I'm 74 and I don't want this to happen to me. I live alone. I still go shopping. I take care. Keep doing you, Nancy. I mean, I would suggest buying a couple Nest. I use Wise, WYZE. Maybe even get the full system, the biggest, you know, like a ADT, and you can get one of those buttons. My grandma, she used to have one of those buttons she had right by her bed, and she pressed that button and the police were called, literally. There's a button right by her bed. I remember when I was a kid, I pressed it one time and she was not happy. But the button worked because that button literally calls the police. You have it right by where you're sleeping. Life alert. I mean, if just for peace of mind, is it worth the money? I think it is. Some people say, I don't need that. And hopefully you never do, but it's more of the peace of mind, right? If Nancy just could have had the peace of mind knowing what she knows now, but obviously the house was not secure enough. Everybody had, nothing ever happened at that house from what we heard. Laura Musing, thank you. She says, are there actual bunkers out there? I've heard so many people mention that. Maybe during the Cold War. Thanks to this case, I've installed full security at my home. Very nice, Laura. Yeah. Bunkers. I don't know much about the bunkers. I mean, it's always, that's where people would think in like a mystery, like, oh, let's check the bunkers. But if there's no reason to check the bunkers, I don't know why someone would take her to a bunker, but there's got to be some. John Chapritro went to Mexico but had to leave. Yeah, I'm waiting to hear updates on that. I have not heard what happened to John in Mexico. This case definitely made me reconsider how I'm living. We've taken more precautions, more comfortable in my daily routine. Yeah, and that's the thing is definitely don't want to live like scared, right? You don't want to be living, no, and I don't think anybody is, but you want to be prepared, not taking things for granted. Meaning, maybe put up an extra camera or two. Yeah, it might cost you an extra $5 a month. But peace of mind knowing that you know every car that will drive down your street or pull up in front of your house. Get a firearm, Supreme says. Yeah, a lot of people are getting firearms. Some people don't get them. If they gave Nancy the security system they have now, she might not have been taken. Exactly. I remember when my grandparents had that machine, that security, it was connected to every window, every door. And if it was on and you tried to open that window or door, guess what would happen? Big, loud beeping sound. I mean, loud. This thing was loud. It would call the police, and this thing, you could hear it probably 2 blocks away. That's how loud it was. If Nancy was at the airport, you're forgetting they got security cameras. You have to go through clearance. Yeah, I've heard that too. It'd be hard. Apparently, air raid shelters were built in the backyards for private residents by Whitaker pools. Most public. That's interesting. I mean, it would be interesting just to knock on a couple of the doors. Say, hey, can I check out your bunker? Maybe they would let us. Cams and alarms don't stop the danger. It's getting in. Yeah, no, it's not going to stop anything. It's going to literally, though, if somebody tried to get into Nancy's, the cops would have been there within 5 to 7 minutes. It's definitely just a precaution. She had 7 entrances. That alone is crazy. Yeah, 7. That makes sense. 7. That's a lot. Snow says, we used to know everyone that drove down the street, but with so many door dashes, there are so many. Yeah, that's a good point. Getting out of bed triggers falls when the blood pressure drops into the boots. The patients wear them all the time. My little dogs sound, yeah, dogs are good. I said, anyone go adopt a dog. Is there any proof Tom didn't help her in? Yeah, there's no, basically he just said, you know, they pulled up, she got out on her own and walked in from what he said. If someone wants to commit a crime, they will find a way. Yeah, they'll find a way, but they might not be as successful as they were with Nancy if she had. A lot of these custom homes, they have professional security, like, installed. Yeah, I know that. My mom, you know, same house, 50 years, same thing. Before she passed away, she had the same house. People in Tucson do not move. They are, you know, when I was growing up, same thing, same attitude. We just never locked the doors. We never had to worry about anything. Well, but until my bike got stolen, I'll never forget that. And then it was like the whole neighborhood's bike got stolen, and they start targeting certain houses, and now all of a sudden you know, you go, I should have locked my damn door. I still remember that bike getting stolen, man. That had me shook. How do you guys, you stole it right out of my front yard. I have a new home in a gated community. Yep. Everyone, yeah, I mean, gated communities, people, you know, obviously I think it is more secure. But it all came down to once the suspect, and I've said this before, thank you, Laura. Laura, thank you. Love my dog says my garage opens probably within 20 seconds. I bought a baseball bat. There you go. Yeah, I mean, stun gun might even be, you know, what about one of those dart guns? You know, those blow dart? Get yourself a blow dart gun. You know, some people don't want to have guns, right? Which is respectable. You know, not everybody has to get a blow dart gun. Get a slingshot. Get a whole box full of different things that you could bear spray. Laura Musings. Thank you again. My 80-year-old mother, before she passed, routinely forgot to lock the doors into the breakfast room. I was upset, and I was getting ready to move her in with me. Also, buy a stun gun. Oh, I just mentioned that. I didn't even read that. We were thinking the same thing, Laura. Stun gun, bear spray. Stop blaming the family, their situation. I don't know who's blaming the family, but whoever they need to stop the family. As Sheriff Nanos is, if I could, if Tommy would allow me, I would want to just give him a big hug and say, broski, I'm sorry, you know, whatever, you know, what can I do to help? Is there anything I can do? So whoever's blaming the family, stop blaming the family. The family's been cleared. Marcus, thank you. 357 Magnum. That'll definitely stop someone. We got hearts for the mods. Shout out to all the amazing mods. I need cleaner. I just cleaned the windows today, but there is one spot right there. I know it. But they can be cleaner. I definitely believe they could be cleaner. The family are victims, and it's sad what people are saying about them. I have not heard too many things about the family in a month. To me, the family's really, I mean, everybody's backed away from the family. Nobody even goes over to Annie's house. The family is, They have no media chasing them. Thank you, Susan. Oh wow, Susan with her first live stream super chat. Thank you, Susan, with your first one. Thank you for spending it here with 857. Appreciate it. Your first super chat. Trina says, was told if danger in your house, call 911, put phone under bed so police can hear what's going on. Ooh, I never heard that. Baseball bat by the bed, that'll work. First month after we put our ring on, went off at 2 in the morning. It was a lady, was drunk and tried opening the door, cussing at the door. And the next morning I took the video of the police and they couldn't do anything. Yeah, it's always that gray area. I get that. Thank you again. Michelle with the mod hearts. Yeah, the sunset, I'm gonna go up here in a minute, see if we can get a better view. We're still about 30 minutes away. It might be a limited view, but we'll get something. It might be spectacular, who knows? But we do have a lot of dust in the air today. So because of that, it's causing oh my gosh, Mandy, thank you. Holy moly, Mandy, thank you so much. Wow, thank you. Look at this beautiful church, though. Missing some comments for a minute, guys. Missing some comments. Thank you so much, man. And your first super, thank you. Hello, Anita. Yeah, I don't think anybody's blaming the fam. Think anyone's blaming the family. I do not think. I haven't heard anybody blame the family recently. So whoever's saying that, Marcus thinks people are blaming the family. No one's. Thank you again, Mandy. Where are we going tonight? Right now we're just kind of chatting after being away for 3 days, however many days. Just trying to get back in the flow of where we're at today. And really we weren't at anywhere until Savannah did the interview. So since Savannah did that interview, things have changed. Because she does believe that it was targeted targeted abduction of Nancy, and she said it might be because of Savannah. She actually said that. So we are gonna just kind of try to get back to a more public road. But yeah, let's see. Brian, he is on his way back. People are saying he's at the airport. He's got some new angles he's going to be hitting. So I'll be interested to see what he comes up with. Well, look at this. This guy's got, I mean, this whole house is just completely... That's weird. It's like $1 million house, and it's got, looks like a hoarder's house. I mean, there's stuff all over the yard, and interesting. I had Life Alert where you can actually push a button right around your neck. There's, yeah. Imagine if Nancy, 84, I mean, here's an idea. If I was president of the United States, I would give a Life Alert away for free. Government funded, free for everybody over 80. You get a Life Alert for free. How hard would it be? We got trillions of dollars and we can't get someone Life Alert for free? All people over 80 should get Life Alert for free. Or it could be 75. It doesn't have to be 80. I mean, 75, 80, 70. I don't know. Whatever age, I'd make it free. 70 is, they just fill out a form and you get your Life Alert sent to you, and boom, now the whole family knows grandma's protected. Grandma's not over there sitting alone for some masked man to kidnap her. She's got Life Alert. There's lots of older people, 90 years old, they're still out playing tennis. They're out. It's not age, it's just about peace of mind. Maybe I'll write Trump a letter. I'll say, Trump, my idea, Trump, make life alert free for everyone over 75. Anyone over 75, you get Life Alert free. What do you think you would do? We are back. Guess we got some buffer in now. We had to go off Starlink because my power died on my power bank. Tomorrow won't have that issue because I'll have my car charger to power up. But we are almost to the sunset zone. Shout out If you guys remember, this is the spot we've been going. We got some good sunset. But yeah, it's probably not going to be a big exciting sunset this year. Good afternoon from Virginia. Thank you again, Mandy. Lots of Virginia. Yeah, this is probably going to be our sunset, guys. It's not spectacular like most. I definitely need to clean the window. I thought it needs to be done better. So I'm gonna, before I go live tomorrow, I'll make sure got a better window clean. This is gonna be the spot for the sunset tonight. I missed it. Mystic, she just gifted 5 memberships. I missed that when the Overcast, when the buffering happened. Thank you, Mystic, for the 5 memberships. You know, it's been real windy, so it's more, there's a lot of dust in the air, and then yeah, we do have overcast. As far as raining, I have not got confirmation that it's gonna rain. Blocked for life. Yippee, thank you for all you do. I enjoy your lives. Your mods are awesome. I just became a mod on my sister's channel. Wow. Thank you. That's a sweet comment. And yes, I totally agree. The mods make the channel awesome. They help keeping things civil, positive. Thank you. And if you want to put your sister's channel in there, Laura just gave 5 gifted. Thank you. It's not showing up on my end for whatever reason. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, I did hear that, Mary. I heard about that. Don't think it's connected, but I heard. Granny B, I even tried to get the system just... if you fall, you can talk through it. Okay. Laura, I think talking about the life alert. Do the inside of the houses get really dusty? I would say yes. Mark Kelly had no business getting involved and showing up at the crime scene. I don't know if he went to the crime scene. There's been no confirmation of that. He did show up at the sheriff's office. Lori, I'm saying my friend has a pacemaker and a life alert and an Apple Watch. Yeah, let's try to keep, we're not trying to, everyone's just trying to help each other out. make sure, yeah, so you have to have your membership to accept gifts. So you can probably chat GPT that, find out where you need to hit the box. Congratulations to all the new memberships. Thank you, Laura. Any news about Nancy today? Melissa, no new news except for the Savannah Guthrie with Hoda, her best friend Hoda. Best friends had a talk, and she disclosed that she thinks that the 2 ransom notes are real. I'm doing good, Jana. Thank you. Lori, I apologize. Maybe they're just, yeah. How are they going to find out? Iran hacked the Pentagon but can't find who sent the ransom note. That's a good question. Good question. I mean, there's still a killer here in Tucson walking free who killed Holly Dasso, and they're not making a big deal. Holly Dasso, if you look her up, it's another case I'll be covering with the Analyst Casebook. If you're in here, shout out to them. The way Life Alert works, when you have a button that you wear around your neck, it has a GPS on it. You push the button and the police will arrive right along with the ambulance. That's what every 75, 80-year-old needs. I'm calling on President Trump right now to issue life alerts. Let's just say over 76, I don't know. Whatever the age is, sign it, put it, give it to the president's desk. I mean, how many things would be solved if we, you know, but it's a lot of health things too. You know, people don't get the call and they find the person, you know, a day later. No one, they couldn't. Let's get that going. Sean, there's a lot of storms out west. Really? I would love to see a storm. Email Dr. Oz. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I don't know how much money it would cost the government, but I've seen them wasted on a lot worse things. Now, that's a good comment, or that's an interesting comment. Lorraine says that Life Alert would not have helped Nancy. I mean, we just don't know. Yeah, I don't know even how to, we don't know. If she had it around her neck and she's sleeping and you get woken up, that would be like an automatic thing, is she could just push the button real quick. Like if you're sleeping, my grandma had one right by her bed, so I know how quickly people can grab one. It wasn't a life alert, it was an actual emergency button. And it hung down like literally over her nightstand, or no, it was like, good night, Jammy. Yeah, the 40 minutes is interesting. That's why the timeline is really kind of confusing. There's a panic button that screams when you push it. My mom wears one around her neck and it's waterproof. They make Life Alert bracelets. Yep, I agree. And I'm sure it is free, like for people like on Access maybe, or you know, or have a Ring panic button on my bed. A Ring panic. So is that with the Ring company? Does Ring have a panic button? I didn't know they had that. Yeah, I get the perp would have seen it and taken it away before she could push it. And that's kind of like speculation. Like, she could push it if the perp didn't know she had it. Like, she could sneak, real quick and... But it is, yeah, you're right. They could have seen it and been, don't push the button, or they take it away. But if it's around her neck and she gets woken up and it's hanging down, and it might be, she could have pushed it. Yeah, the reservation is not really a place you can go on and just start looking. Thank you, 99. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of like Monday morning quarterback. It's like, we could have done this, we should. And so I guess going forward, that would be my suggestion, is anybody over 75, let's say, can apply to get a free life alert. That's my suggestion. Thank you, Shauna. Shauna Lee, thank you. If your loved one has Medicare Advantage Part C, they offer a free life alert program. Wow. Shauna Lee with the nugget. They already are doing it, sounds like. Well, if you got a grandma, get her signed up. Sounds like they already have it. Thank you, Danielle. I appreciate everybody coming in. Marcus, thank you. It's complicated, to say the least. My friend's life alert went through her landline phone, not her cell phone. Yeah, I think a lot of times the landline, that's how my grandma had hers. Maybe there's an app now, too. Yes, my aunt had one by accident. She was in the shower. They sent the police. Yeah, I mean, there was many a times growing up with my grandparents, and the alarm went off for whatever reason. And next thing you know, the officers were there checking on the grandparents, making sure, You only have a cell phone. Well, I'm sure they can hook it through a cell phone too. I don't think I don't think you need it. Fugitive TV. Yeah, I think I tried to watch 1 or 2 episodes of that. Yeah, I did. I followed it for sure. Followed it for sure. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. It's good to be back. It was good to get recharged. Thank you guys for coming back to the station. It's been a little stressful the past 58 days. Number one is every day we were thinking something's gonna break, and now nothing has broken. Is it going to rain? I hope. I hope it doesn't. I don't see any rain. Somebody said out west. I mean, it's looking a little sketchy. It's looking a little sketchy in certain areas. Melly says the one WellCare sent me via Medicare was either like a necklace or a smartwatch type of deal, and then the whole entire robot looking box that can get the... My mother got airlifted 75 miles at age 84, $15,000. They paid the bill. Wow. Yeah, those helicopter flights are crazy expensive. But it is starting to sprinkle. There's actually a couple sprinkles on the... It's supposed to rain in Cali. Brian Inton back in Tucson. Yep. I got a smoke detector, put smoke, a lot of smoke. Your insurance pays for your life alert, says Julie. No, not much of a sunset tonight with this sky, but we're gonna see what we come up with. Mary, I hope it's something though. It looks like we got a little bit, but it is lots of dust in the air. Welcome back, Linda. Thank you, Sydney. Try to keep it chill. They found a man in Illinois after 9 months. His body was found 25 miles. Yeah, that's happens a lot. That's why, I mean, if something happens, it could be just the general public that finds Nancy. Like, and that's all I want is as far as, of course, we want to find the suspect, but I mean, this poor family, let them bury their mother. You know, the suspect, whoever you are, if they could just say, hey, they could leave a note, you know, in the middle of the forest so somebody can find it and say, hey, Nancy's here. Yeah, animals out here in the, you know, especially with the desert and the heat, it affects how people, the decomposition. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate it. Does Nanos have access to the reservation? I mean, you can go on the reservation. You will get pulled over right away. They do not mess around. I mean, they're cool people. They're not like, you know, bad as far as like, but they do protect their nation just like America does, maybe even a little more, essentially. When new people come to the reservation, you know, they will pull people over. Thank you. Joy or Loy? Was it Joy or Loy? Thank you. Susan Morphy. I remember that case. I think I just watched, there's last or 2 weeks ago, that Susan Morphy, I think they had her case on 48 hours. Jazz says it has to be someone close. It's just too crazy to be random. That's a good point. After 2 months in the desert, a body would be dehydrated. Truth detector, 16-year-old Caroline was last seen Ash Fork, Arizona, February 3rd. Oh my gosh, prayers for my Gabby. She took a fall at urgent care. Open. Oh my gosh, prayers, Kat, Nana. The storms are moving in, Sean says. I hope. We need the rain out here. I don't want to believe the family has anything to do with this, but anything is possible at this point. And that's, yeah, I mean, it's, people think that. I don't think the family does, but it could be somebody that knows the family that's wanting to get back at the family for some reason. I don't know. G Angel. What do you mean talk about the perp? You mean like who you think the perp could be? We could talk. Eventually I would. Thank you, Angie, saying thanks for your continued support. Thank you, Mandy. Eventually I will take calls. It's just I'm just trying to get in the flow. I haven't started taking calls yet. Police are not allowed on our reservation in New York unless called. Yeah, I don't think the police... I mean, Nanos could probably go on there and nothing would happen is what I'm saying, but they would probably inform everybody there's a reason. But do you ever take call-ins? I will in the future for sure. Yeah, he's got an inside source. I bet he does. Thank you for becoming a member. Who just became a member? Carrie V, thank you. Yeah, some people don't like the calls, some people do. So, I mean, I think it's not bad. It's just, if that's all, I mean, I maybe take a couple calls at a certain time, not tonight, but you know, in the future. I want to give everybody an opportunity to talk at least, so. Yeah, it's 50-50 with the calls. Yeah, it can get some of these theories. I mean, people, like I said, a lot of people have different theories. It's not changing as far as the different speculation that people are getting because no new information. But if you are led to believe Savannah Guthrie thinks that the 2 ransom notes were real, and she said if this is because of me, she doesn't know, but if it is because of Savannah, oh, Miss Melissa loves Elvis. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Missed your gentle, serene voice. You're great at what you do, and you're such a great person. Godspeed. Could you please pray for my pup, Oh my gosh, Sally was just diagnosed, her dog. Everyone, thank you, Melissa, and prayers to your pup, Sally. Oh my, that's horrible. Oh man. Thank you, Melissa. Sorry you're having to go through that. That's the hardest thing when it happens to your family like that. Hello, Denise. Thank you again, Melissa. Everybody, puppy prayer hands for Melissa's dog, Sally. Talk to Dr. Q. That's sad. I gotta stand up real quick, guys, and stretch my legs. Thank you so much, Cactus Flower. Oh, I love your name. Cool. Cactus Flower. Cool name. I like it. Thank you for the super. Yeah. Be right back, everybody. Prayers to the Guthrie family. Anybody who has accused them needs to stop. Until you get confirmation that it's just no point in dragging them through more. That's why I said if I saw Tommy, as Savannah calls him, I would just give him a hug and be like, man, sorry you're going through this. I mean, I can't imagine. He was the last person to see her, and he drops her off, and then he wakes up the next day and she's gone. I mean, imagine how horrible he feels. Because he could have been there something could have been done. I'm sure he's feeling that guilt of like, I should have done something, or so my heart is with them during this. And I mean, I wouldn't wish that on my enemy. Thank you, Bev. Perp was man enough to take Nancy, but not a man enough to bring her back. Yeah, exactly. Man enough to see what he's doing to the world right now. Black-hearted is this suspect. That's what people are saying. A black-hearted soul. The most evil person probably to walk the face of the earth at this point. At least up there. Yeah, the family are not suspects. They are not. 100%. They need their mom back so they can give her a respectful, proper burial. I can't talk. Burial. Family probably not talking because of all the people twisting their words and accusing them, no matter I don't know why they're not talking. I don't. It's a personal decision, or they've been told not to talk. I mean, they have nothing to do with it, so talking shouldn't change anything. It should just help. I mean, that's me though. That's just personally me. Everybody has their own way of looking at things, right? So there's not one way. They can not talk and it be okay, and they could talk and be okay. It's really person to person. For them personally, maybe they feel like it's not gonna help them. For me, if I was in the situation, I personally probably would. Now this person over here, they might not want to talk, right? So everybody has there's not a right way. It's both okay. If they don't want to talk, that's okay. If they do, that's okay too. I mean, I would talk. Do you think they love the attention they're getting on this case, sitting there laughing? I don't know. That's interesting how you put that, if they're laughing about it. I mean, if it's two people, I mean, I think they're just literally scared that they're going to get caught. And so they're trying to just basically blend in like nothing ever happened. It's kind of my hunch. I don't think they're sitting over there laughing. They're definitely shaking in their boots thinking they're going to get caught. And so they're probably, if it's more than one people, like they were saying, two people. Thank you for the yellow hearts. People twisting words because they have no info. Hiding, not being straightforward from the beginning draws suspicion. And why they are now in that position, it's like watching a sideshow from day one. Yeah, and I think that's where they are getting, some preferable treatment compared to maybe if it wasn't a celebrity's mom. They deserve it. Obviously, their sister's a celebrity, but they chose to handle it this way. Yeah, who's saying Tommaso's involved? Tom 4575. Who is saying that? Tom 4575. Who is saying that Tommaso is involved? He's been cleared. Yeah, nobody knows who. Nobody's saying that I've seen. I mean, they got their car released back. I mean, everybody knows they're not involved. That's the thing. Rhonda says, I have seen two different versions. One version, Nancy went to Annie and Tommaso's house. The other version, Nancy went to Annie and Tommaso's house, but Tommaso ordered delivery for two people. I haven't heard that. Yeah, I don't think the family's involved at all. I mean, that's why I literally would just give him a hug. Yeah, I mean, I say advocate for the elderly in your area too. If you know anybody that's elderly, I know people don't have the budget, but if you can, maybe save up a couple checks and buy them one of these like $30, $40 Ring cameras and just say, hey, I bought you a security camera, and help out the elderly in your neighborhood and get them set up. Maybe they don't even know it exists. Yeah, the monks video, if you guys want to go watch that, I mean, that's a lot of speculation, right? There's a lot of speculation. So, I mean, some people, you know, are really going into the different theories, and I'm not going too deep into it, but if you guys do, go check out Monk's channel. You can see all the different comparisons. I mean, I don't think they're suspects, but there's some people, I mean, not me, but they do think. I'm still convinced they raided Luke because of the dealership he bought. That's interesting. The Luke thing is interesting. Mandy, they sure fell flat from the day one. Seriously, like many of us said, a command post. Yeah, that first 7 hours, they should have closed off the house. Nobody in, even the investigators from the local, and said, we need the FBI here before we go any further. Shut down this house. No vehicles, nobody on the street, everybody out until FBI is here. Because then, you know what they missed is the tire tracks. If the suspect drove up to the tire tracks, it all got ruined if the sheriffs went into the house. Monk's Intrigue on YouTube. It's sprinkling a little bit. I wouldn't call it raining. Yeah, it's more like dust in the air. It's very dusty, windy. Yeah, nobody's accusing the family. The family has been cleared. They've passed polygraphs. They're a good family. My cousin, a lot of people don't know this, my cousin actually used to be best friends with Savannah Guthrie. Not going to tell you my cousin's name, but they used to be best friends all growing up until they left for college. Or after college, right after college. She said she hasn't talked to Savannah in like 20 years because everybody after college left and went and did their thing. Savannah Guthrie, actually, I'll be honest with you, she has been to a birthday party, or it was a Christmas party at my mother's house. That's how small of a world Tucson is. My other friend, he grew up with Luke and Luke's family. My other friend, his dad said Luke's mother is a beautiful, nice woman. This is a good family. It's not, Nancy was a church-loving person. I don't know much about Tommy. He seems like a great guy. He's working at the best school in the nation. I mean, you think the best school in the nation he's working at. How far is U of A to Nancy's? Maybe like 15, 20 minutes, depending on traffic. Straight shot down the road. Yeah, I'll get some. I'm getting some t-shirts. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember her being there. I mean, but it was like 14 or 15, and family, church loving family. The drive going will. Buffer. All right, we're back. So we're gonna ride by Nancy's again. I gotta bring my other charger for my battery thing because I ran out of power for my Starlink. Yeah, I wouldn't call this rain. It's definitely like a sprinkle, but maybe we'll get some bigger rain. Jeez. All right, everybody. We are heading out for the night. Heading out. Looks like we got Orange Grove police activity. I would go to Orange Grove, but I got to run back and start court, guys. I got to run back and start court. So let me know what's happening on Orange Grove. If I need to, I can come back out if it's big, serious, big stuff going on, but we got rain, guys. We got rain. The court starts at 7 p.m., so I'm going to be about 20 minutes away. I might be hitting it a little close, but we do have rain in the desert. Happy Sunday. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, if there's anything important, I usually will try to go out to it, but thank you guys. Thank you everybody who super chatted and stickered up and memberships and all the positive comments. People just hanging out. Adding their insights to the discussion. Got to see some cool sights. Didn't get thrown out of anywhere today. Woo-hoo. I haven't done a TikTok in a long time. I need to get back on the TikTok at some point, start getting into routine on TikTok. There's lots of people on there that have good insight. Lots of psychics on YouTube or on TikTok, I noticed. Good night, Cactus. I'm happy to be back. It was great to take a little bit of a couple days. Oh, look at the little girl waving. She's waving at us. Isn't that sweet? She was just waving at all the cars as she walked by. What a sweet, sweet soul right there. Happy as can be with her mom, just waving at people. I know, it was the cutest. Seriously. Big old smile too. That'll make your day. Lots of people saying good night, good night. We are ending here soon. So you guys are just seeing the ending where we're gonna drive in from the foothills to Tucson. Got some cool cloud formations going tonight. Thank you everyone for keeping the chat civil and calm and just smart. Still driving? No, I'm not driving by Nancy's tonight. I will go there in the morning. I'll have my everything all powered up, and then I even have a cigarette lighter charger to charge up my power bank. This big power bank. So as it gets low, we'll never. Just keep charging it up. The Starlink needs that to power, so lots of things I'm learning. You guys are the guinea pigs, and you're helping me out with tips and what to do and how to do it. I mean, it's been amazing to have the support, the positivity. It's coming down pretty good now. See, now it stops. See how that rain is in Tucson? You guys just saw it rain and now it's completely stopped. It's crazy. Drippy! Thank you so much, Drippy. Drippy Jaguar again, thank you for your support. Hawaii rain. Drippy, appreciate it. Yeah, we need lots of rain. I love the smell after rain. After it rains, it's just, especially out in the desert, there's a specific smell. Linda Lee from Massachusetts. Have a good night, Linda. New subscriber, Ricky, thank you for joining. Ricky, welcome. We just are getting a little couple sprinkles here and there, and then it stops. But we'll take whatever we can get. I'm not complaining. Like places like Oregon, and it rains, I think, like basically half the year. Rain and lightning. Welcome in, Kelp. Rain and lightning. Yeah, I did see that Brian Inton is coming back. That is awesome. Shout out Brian Inton. He said he's working some new angles, some different angles. He's got some stories he's working on. Because that's the thing, is like when people do come out here, what are they going to cover? If there's nothing to cover, there's no new info, like you really got to search for what angle you're going to go for. The media narrative has went silent. That's the media, you know. Think he's got something, he may know something, I don't know. I mean, if you watch the one video before the one he just did, he talked about, hey, I'm coming out to Arizona to work some angles, meaning he's doing some stories on some possibilities, but I don't think it's anything like breaking, you know what I mean? Maybe, I hope I'm wrong though. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope he's got a source and he knows more, and it's something gonna break. That's what we're all hoping. But I just have a feeling he's just coming because he's got some good stories that could really help the public. Good night, Michelle. Good night. See you on the next one. It's probably getting late wherever you guys are. 9:42 on the East Coast right now. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Tomorrow's a new week, new hopes, new day. Somebody asked before and I didn't answer, but what are you eating for dinner? I haven't even got that far. I just started thinking about that. What did you guys eat for dinner? What did you guys eat? Thank you for joining, 231. And again, thank you, Drippy, for all the support. 2:38 a.m. Pizza, lots of people going with pizza. Good night, Melissa. Thank you so much again, Melissa. Prayers for Sally, her dog. Everyone, please put some prayer hands if you can in for her dog and for the family going through that difficult time. Eggo waffles. Fried potatoes with hot links. Ooh, those sound good. All these home-cooked meals. Chicken parmesan, salad, pizza. Now you guys are making me hungry. Southwest turkey. Spaghetti Sunday. fried potatoes, chicken enchiladas, clam chowder, Korean barbecue. Wow, this is getting real eclectic. T-bone, that's a good Sunday. Now I have to decide, with all those ideas you just gave me, I have to decide, what am I gonna eat? Philly cheesesteak. That does. I've been craving a Philly cheesesteak. There's a new place that popped up. Great dinner ideas. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely even, I think someone, I saw dumplings, French dip. That's good too. I don't mind talking about dinner once it gets a little later, because I know most people have eaten already. But if you talk about it too early, then people, it messes with people, because they're like, I'm hungry, and now everybody's talking about dinner. So at least a little bit later, everybody's had dinner, maybe, I don't know, some people maybe eat later. Jumbo shrimp, yeah, that does sound good. I had some chow mein, and it had all kinds of shrimp in it the other day. It was really good. Are we heading to the police presence? No, we're not heading to the police presence. You will cook my dinner. Oh, that would be great. With this kind of schedule, I don't get to do many home-cooked meals. Candy for dinner. Steak and shrimp, that sounds good. Email Addie. The email is 857live@gmail. Cheesesteak and hoagie, yep. That does sound good. The only food that I tried one time I wasn't a fan of, and some people love it, Mediterranean food. Mediterranean food. It was like from Armenian food. I was not a fan of. No offense or anything. I'm not trying to be offensive. I tried to order something off the menu at a restaurant one time, and I couldn't understand I didn't even know what I ordered. And then they brought it, and I hate to say I didn't even eat it. It's a long time ago, but ever since then I've never had Mediterranean food. I've stayed away from Mediterranean food. It's healthy though, so that's maybe why I don't like it. I don't know. Mediterranean food. Yeah, Mexican food, being here from Tucson, that's one of our favorites out here for sure. Now here's what's funny, guys. Let me show you something. Where we're at, that's literally, remember where Nanos, they're saying Nanos, that's where he works out. That's where Nanos works out. New York Post caught him the other day coming out of there. Yes, yes, Kelt. Yep, that's where he works out. That's where New York Post caught their photos. Eggs Benedict. I'm not a fan of Eggs Benedict. Yeah, the road is terrible. All of our roads are terrible. Welcome to Tucson. The foothills are very nice, or better, I should say, but yeah, most of our roads are. If you ever see someone swerving, it's most likely they're swerving potholes, not drunk. Yeah, those are all potholes that you guys are hearing. And then after it rains, it even gets even worse. Looks like Georgia roads, yeah. I heard about the Georgia roads. Looks like I'm gonna make it right. Be close. Everybody. All right, everybody. Want to give a big thank you to everyone hanging out today, keeping the story alive about Nancy, but also for all victims. Thank you guys. All the positive comments, roast beef, mashed potatoes, homemade. Oh, wow. Now I'm hooked. Haven't had a whole meal, homemade meal in a while, so that sounded good. Thank you. Appreciate all the positive energy for everybody, right? We care about everybody, even the trolls. Like, I'm not here to make enemies or have drama. I know people are passionate about the way they feel, and I thank everybody for expressing it and trying to be there for each other and not be negative. But thank you. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'll check you guys in the scanner chat. Everybody, oh my gosh, Drippy, thank you for the supers. Everybody, Mandy, thank you for your first super in a live chat. All the others, Laura, missed some people. Thank you. I'm going to head out, go get some dinner. But I will be back tomorrow. Everything's going to be charged back up. We got the Starlink. Everything's going. We're bringing, hopefully, some unity to the family, saying, you know, we got people that care. We got people that are willing to, you know, put out flyers, even though it's small, right? We dropped the flyers off today. We got flyers. We left flyers at Nancy's memorial. They might be wet now, but Nancy's Bring Home banner. Thank you, Connie. I will see you guys tomorrow. Maybe chat with you in the chat. Have a good night. Sleep good. Hit the like button. Thank you, all the mods. Appreciate all the mods. I mean, everybody constantly says what great mods. This channel would not be what it is without the mods, but also you amazing people. Thank you. Hope you have a good night, and I will see you on the next one. Good night. Good night, Tony. Good night, Laura. Thank you, everybody. Christina, Drippy, Lisa, Love, everybody. Mandy, thank you. Everything Ranch, good night. Good night. Linda, Kim. All right, everybody. Sleep good. Peace and love.